It was a beautiful sunny day. The stands were packed with fans, and the archery competition was in full swing. The announcer says that the third set has been completed, and there is one last arrow left. We see the youngest participant in the championship preparing for the final shot. The main character has black hair and blue eyes, and his name is Yoo Sung-hyun. The announcer said that all of the young man's shots were right on target. The announcer asks if Sun-hyun's final shot will be as perfect. Having gathered his courage, the athlete pulls the bowstring. Having taken the right position, the guy brings his hand with the bowstring closer to his face and takes aim. His hand is as steady as ever because he can't just lose. Finally, the fingers relax and the bowstring is released, sending the arrow flying. The arrow rushes forward at great speed, causing the audience to freeze for a moment. Finally, the arrow hits the very center of the target, completing a series of perfect hits. Fans with placards jump up from their seats and chant the young man's name. The announcer announces that there was a perfect hit in the top 10. Sanchun masterfully hit the very center of the target. The rest of the guy's team comes up and congratulates the winner. On this day, the youngest champion of national competitions was born. However, these are only good memories that have now been shattered by the harsh reality. A stack of papers flew straight into Sanchun's face, to the surprised looks of his coworkers. The manager yelled at the guy and asked what he was thinking about so hard. Sang-hyun rubbed his bruised head and apologized to his boss. The man ordered the guy to redo all the documents, after which the guy began to collect the papers scattered across the floor. The boss watched Sanchun's actions and noticed that his hands were shaking violently. The man muttered to himself that the guy was a criminal, and he didn't understand why they needed a stupid archer with an injured arm. Even though the boss spoke quietly, Sanchun still heard him, but he didn't say anything in response. After some time, the guy collected all the papers and left the office, closing the door behind him. Sang-hyun leaned his back against the glass surface, took a deep breath, and said that another day was behind him. When evening came, the working day was over, and the guy went home. There he was reviewing the footage from the shooting championship. Sanchun looked at his smiling face and realized that there was nothing left of his former self. He sighed and said to himself that 10 years had already passed since that very moment. The boy remembered the archery training room and how shooting was everything to him. This sport required serious financial investments, and the guy lived with his grandmother, so the only way out of the situation was to get a scholarship. Day after day, year after year, the guy honed his skills. The guy continued on his way to his goal no matter what. He continued shooting with a bow to become more accurate. Sanchun has earned many medals and cups through his work. It was so great to be a promising young talent. Sanchun believed in his destiny and a cloudless future. But a misfortune happened that crossed out all his plans for life. Remembering the most terrible moment of his life, the guy looked at his shaking hand. If the coach had not gotten him a job at the company, Sanchun could have remained unemployed for the rest of his life. The guy shook his head and said it was time to stop reminiscing. To distract himself, Sanchun decided to go to the app on his computer and see what streams were currently on. After scrolling through several streams, the guy realized that they were all about fully immersive games, because they are currently at the peak of popularity. Not long ago, a new system of games was invented. This advanced technology is called full immersion. It allows the gamer to feel like he is in the gaming world. To play, you need a special device, a capsule, which is why these games are often called capsule games. The main problem is that the capsule costs a fortune, and an ordinary office worker like Sanchun can't afford such a game. The guy thinks that he is lucky enough to be able to watch the broadcasts of these games. Now Sang-hyun watches as one of the gamers watches the boar from behind a tree trunk. The player received a notification that a subscriber had sent him 100,000 won with a task to kill a boar with a bow in 15 minutes. The guy loaded 3 arrows at once and said that he could do it in no time, but the spectators laughed at him. The streamer sent arrows flying and thanked the subscriber for the money. However, all 3 arrows missed their target, landing quite far from the boar. The chat was immediately flooded with comments containing ridicule. One of the subscribers asked why the guy took the bow, to which the streamer replied that he could do anything, and it was all the capsule's fault, since it was old. Sang-hyun watched the stream with interest and read all the comments. The guy's eyes grew sad for a moment, and he muttered that anything was possible in the game. Sang-hyun would like to say that he doesn't envy them, but no matter what the streamers are, the crowd, including Sang-hyun himself, is crazy about them. In the past, the guy was ready to give everything to achieve universal recognition, but now his mood has deteriorated, and he closed the tab with the stream. The guy turned off the computer and got ready to go to bed. The next day, the boss caught Sanchun's resignation letter and said that the company was restructuring. The boss warned that if Sanchun left quietly, he would be paid well, but if the guy was fired during the restructuring, he would get nothing. Without thinking twice, the guy replied that he would quit of his own free will. The boss asked if he was serious about this decision, and Sanchin replied that the man himself had promised severance pay. The man pushed the application towards the guy and said that he had made a good decision and should file the application today. The boss rubbed his head and told the guy not to worry about it, since he got into the company through connections anyway. The man said that all the employees had been through a lot, studied at universities, wrote resumes, and even went to study abroad. Comparing Sanchin with the rest of the staff, the choice was obvious to the boss. The brunette didn't really want to talk about anything else, so he simply said that he understood everything. That same day, the guy quit his job and went home to his small apartment, which was in an old building with cracked and darkened walls. San-hyun lay down on the bed next to his things and rubbed his head from fatigue. The guy was crushed by everything that fell on him. He is already 28 years old. At some point, a round window on one of the walls began to remind Sanchin of a target. It seemed like it was a long time ago, but the memories of my youth were very close. The peak of his sports career was 10 years ago. It was at the age of 18 that he became the youngest participant in the national championship. However, one single day turned his whole life upside down. At that time, he was just a high school graduate with nothing to put on his resume. Then all the good memories were crossed out due to injury. San-hyun sighed and thought that he couldn't go back to the past anyway. The guy was thinking about what to do now, and at that moment, a notification came on his phone. It was a message from the streaming app that the stream was about to start. Suddenly, Sanchin remembered the words of that gamer that everything is possible in the game. A few minutes later, the guy was already sitting at the computer and looking for information on how to stream. San-hyun thought that if everything is possible in the game, then he will be able to shoot a bow and show it on the stream. But he is not sure if it will become popular. The guy whose streams San-hyun often watches doesn't play very well, but the viewers still like it. Looking at him, the guy wondered how many top streamers there really are. Sanchin immediately began searching for a lot of information and watching videos from different streams. In fact, he was very surprised. It turned out that there were many more experienced and good streamers than he expected. Reading through the many comments, San-hyun realized that many of those watching the streams want to improve their skills to the level of streamers. The more information the guy found, the more fire lit up in his eyes, because it all looked so much like the world of sports. In real life, there are many more variables, such as school acquaintances, relatives, friends, a whole range of unpredictable factors. But the gaming world is completely different. He reminds Sanchin of the life he enjoyed when he was young. It was a life in which you had to compete, improve yourself, and gradually rise higher and higher. The game world was simple but fair. After a while, the guy's eyes lit up with desire, and he went into the streaming app. He thought that maybe he too could immerse himself in this universe. A few days later, San-hyun goes to meet his friend. The brunette tells his friend that he is going to buy a game capsule. His friend's name is Kim Ji-hyuk, and he was unhappy that the guy decided to buy a toy with all his money. Ji-hyuk reminded San-hyun that he had never played this game before. The brunette remained calm, and then his friend asked him how long he had been holding a bow in his hands. Ji-hyuk started yelling at San-hyun even more, but the guy tried to calm him down. However, the friend remained adamant and told Sanchin to come down to earth. At some point, the brunette stopped making excuses, because he sincerely did not understand why Ji-hyuk was so nervous. At his previous job, Ji-hyuk was the only person San-hyun could trust. The life of the brown-haired man is completely opposite to the life of Sanchin, since the guy is the elite of society, a major from a rich family, and is moving towards success by leaps and bounds. Ji-hyuk realized that his friend wasn't listening to him, and put his head down on the table, suggesting that they start playing at the casino. But San-hyun replied that he wasn't good at cards. After a while, the brown-haired man asked how much the game capsule cost, and found out that it cost 4,000 won. After searching the information on his phone, Ji-hyuk said that the capsule itself costs that much, but its maintenance will cost a lot. San-hyun was surprised because he didn't think he would have to buy anything else. After all the additions that were announced, the brunette realized that all of this came to almost 1 million. Sanchin hit the table and said that this couldn't be. Ji-hyuk told the guy to wait for him at the cafe until he finished all his business. So Sanchin sat waiting for his friend until the evening. Ji-hyuk decided to try to dissuade his friend from this idea and took him to an interesting place. They walked together to the building that had a play area with capsules. The guys stopped near this building for a while. Following behind Ji-hyuk, San-hyun thought about how he should buy the capsule instead of renting it. When the guys climbed the stairs, the brown-haired man greeted his friend Kang Seok-hyun. A man with brown hair and stubble greeted them warmly and asked which of the guys wanted to buy the capsule. Seok-hyun invited the boys inside and said that he could offer them the remaining models at a reduced price. San-hyun gave a thumbs up, thinking that he shouldn't expect any other level from the elite, and Ji-hyuk gave a thumbs up in response. The brunette walked inside the store and immediately saw the capsules. They stood along the walls in large numbers. While San-hyun was looking around curiously, Sokyun approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. Moving very close to the guy, the man offered Sanchin to check the capsule before buying it. Having grabbed the guy who agreed, Sokyun ran to another room, since biometric data must be collected for the capsule to work. After a while, Sokyun told Sanhyun to hold on a little longer since they were almost done. Ji-hyuk walked closer to the man and thanked him for his help, to which Seokyun replied that he was just getting rid of used goods. Looking at the screen that displayed the scanning information, the man said that Ji-hyuk should talk his friend out of buying it. Seokyun warned that there are a lot of streamers now, and Sanhyun just watched enough and got excited about the idea, despite the fact that capsule games are an expensive pleasure. The man said that many people mistakenly think that they will be able to fully demonstrate their talents in the game, but in reality, everything is completely different. Ji-hyuk asked if it was really that different from the real world, and the man replied that it was completely different because a person does not use his physical body. Seokyun says that when there are no physical limitations, logic and common sense take a back seat, and ultimately it all comes down to willpower. The man remembers that Sanhyun was fired not long ago, and that's why he's now fired up about this idea. But things might not go the way he wants, so Ji-hyuk will have to support his friend. Looking at his friend undergoing a biometric scan, Ji-hyuk thought that his idea would be much better than Sanhyun spending all the money on the capsule. Once the scan was complete, Seokyun approached the brunette and said that he would start an archery game for him. After giving some advice on how to play and use the capsule, the man wished me luck and closed the capsule. Sanchin's consciousness began to sink into the game space. The guy closed his eyes and noted that this was a very unusual feeling. Sanhyun feels like his body is in one place, but his consciousness is carried away somewhere. After some time, the guy decides to open his eyes. The first thing he sees is a bright light shining straight into his eyes. As his eyes adjusted to the bright light, Sanhyun saw tree leaves swirling in the air. Now he was not in a game capsule, but on a shooting range. It felt as if he had been transported through space. The wind carried the falling leaves and tousled the boy's hair. Sanchin saw a bow in his hands and looked closely at his palms. He was fascinated by the fact that his hands were no longer shaking and heard the announcer introduce him. Sanchin studied his feelings and could not distinguish them from reality. It seemed to him that he had returned to the past at the Olympics. The announcer announced that it was time for the first arrow, and the boy reached for his quiver. It was at that moment that he remembered Ji-hyuk's words when he asked how long it had been since Sanhyun had held a bow in his hands. The brunette put the arrow on the bowstring and thought about whether he would be able to do it. Sanhyun was afraid that the trembling in his hands would hinder him this time too, but at some point, he froze in place. Ji-hyuk and Seokyun watched the game on the screen. The guy asked why Sanhyun wasn't shooting, and the man replied that he was probably nervous, as newbies often behave like that. Ji-hyuk didn't understand why Sanhyun should be nervous when he was so calm in everyday life. Meanwhile, the brunette himself was immersed in the game and was hesitating, not because he was nervous. He listened to his feelings, pulling the bowstring and taking aim. The guy felt that the sensations were completely different from reality, but now his hands were no longer shaking. This happens because everything here is unreal. The guy releases the bowstring and hits the exact center of the target, earning 10 points. Ji-hyuk and Seokyun were shocked by what they saw, and couldn't believe that the guy hit the target on the first try. While the announcer is talking about the hit, Sanhyun takes another arrow and pulls the bowstring again. Without hesitation, the guy fires another arrow and hits the bull's eye again. Sanhyun can't stop because he hasn't been able to hold a bow in his hands for so long. One after another, he sends the arrows straight into the center of the target. The announcer tells Sanchin to keep shooting. And so 4 arrows had already hit the target, and not a single one had missed. Ji-hyuk and Seokyun were amazed, and the guy said that it was all very similar to real archery. The guy asked the man why everything was going so well if reality was so different from the capsule games, to which Seokyun replied that Sanhyun was just adapting so quickly. Looking closely at the guy on the screen, Seokyun said that something was wrong. The man said that the boy looked completely different. Looking at Sanhyun, who was easily clearing the game, Seokyun asked who the guy was. When all 4 arrows hit their target, the capsule announced that the game was over. Sanchin's consciousness began to slowly return back to the real world. Seokyun came out to help the guy, and said that letting the guy buy a used capsule would be tantamount to a crime. Sanhyun sat quietly the entire time, which made Ji-hyuk worry, and ask his friend if he was feeling sick. Sanchin didn't answer, but only raised his shaking hand to his face. His actions made Ji-hyuk feel uncomfortable. Before the game ended, Ji-hyuk told Seokyun that Sanhyun was the youngest gold medal winner. He assumed the boy could be the best shooter in the world. But then a misfortune happened that cut short the guy's entire career. Ji-hyuk remembers helping his friend when he got drunk out of grief. At those moments, he wanted to help his friend more than anything in the world. But he didn't know how. All he could do was watch his loved ones suffer, Archery was all Sanchin ever loved. At that moment, when the friends were sitting together in a cafe, Ji-hyuk said that San-hyun hadn't picked up a bow in so long that he didn't even remember. However, can a brunette forget these feelings? San-hyun remembers everything down to the smallest detail, just as he remembers that unfortunate incident. He remembers the cold and indifferent look of the doctor who told him about the results of the tests. Remembers the dream he had to say goodbye to. All this now fell upon Sanchin as heavy memories and tears began to flow from his eyes. Ji-hyuk was afraid for his friend and wanted to approach, but San-hyun asked him not to do so. San-hyun wiped away his tears and said that it was all very awkward. Seeing the smile on his friend's face, albeit weak, Ji-hyuk calmed down a little. This trial game showed San-hyun that he really wanted the capsule, and the boy immediately bought it. When the capsule was delivered home, the guy spent the whole day installing it and was very happy when it started up. San-hyun was very tired, but he was happy with the thought that he could start the stream today. The guy remembered how touched Seo-kyun was by his story, and hoped that the man didn't sell himself short because of it. Gathering his courage, San-hyun decided to start his first stream. First, the guy had to select a game and set up the stream settings. The guy chose Kingdom as his first game, with its immersion into the Middle Ages, and the plot of the entire game revolves around the life of a mercenary. The game is filled with realistic and tough fights at every step, and that is why it is not very popular. Well-known and popular games are usually played by a lot of people, so streams for them are conducted much more often. Kingdom is a well-known game, but due to its high difficulty, there aren't many streamers in it, so it's just right for beginners. After some time, the character's appearance was configured, and the program warned about the start of the dive in 5 seconds. Sanchin felt the familiar sensations in his body again. As if in a dream, the boy heard someone calling him to wake up. Only after a few seconds, Sanchin opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a not very comfortable position. His appearance had changed, and now his hair, although still black, had golden eyes and a bruise on his cheek. The guy sat up and realized that he was in a cart with boxes. After he had a rough idea of where he was, he turned his gaze to the street. A fierce battle appeared before his eyes. Sanchin couldn't believe that he was in the middle of a fight, but he was distracted by a voice that persistently brought him to his senses. Sanchin saw a man with blonde hair and a beard, whose name was Roman, and he was the captain of the mercenaries. Getting out of the cart, the brunette apologized and thought that his cheek hurt because Roman had hit him. The captain called the guy a stupid insect and ordered him to take up arms. In an instant, the game froze, and signs with different weapons appeared in front of Sanchin, which he could choose himself. Suddenly, the guy saw a pop-up message asking him if he wanted to complete a bow challenge. San-hyun didn't have time to notice how 5 viewers connected to the stream, but the guy was unhappy with such a small number. The guy asked what was wrong with a bow, and the commentator explained that it was easy to miss with it, because the arrows bounce off enemy armor and their number decreases. The commentators said that it would be best for a beginner to take a sword, but San-hyun still chose a bow. Despite the comments ridiculing him, the guy noticed that viewers are not so negatively disposed towards him and continue to watch the stream. Sanchin looked back and said that he had chosen a bow, but he did not see one nearby, and at that very moment a man fell next to him. The bow that the man had previously held in his hands flew into the air. Sanchin didn't have time to notice this, and simply looked at the dead soldier. The bow fell neatly into Sanchin's hands, which surprised him greatly. The guy received a notification that he had received 20 arrows, but he was not happy. He was very scared, which made the commentators laugh. Roman was fighting at that moment and ordered Sanchin to come to his senses and join the fight. The captain said that the guy wouldn't hit anyone like that, but the commentators told Sanchin not to pay attention to him, because Roman always has a sharp tongue. The guy had no intention of giving up and simply pulled the bowstring with an arrow and took aim. With one precise shot, he hit the enemy's head, which surprised the spectators, but there were also those who said that beginners are lucky. Sanchin thought it was similar to traditional archery, but was somewhere between traditional and modern archery. The guy asked if arrows kill in one hit, and the commentator answered that this only happens if you hit vital points. The same person wrote that one shot to the head is usually enough, so Sanchin replied that he would spend 1 arrow per enemy. The commentators just laughed at his confidence, and it even made the guy grin. Sanchin decided that he would prove to them that he was right in practice. In the end, it all depends directly on his shooting skills. Quickly running his eyes over the battlefield, the guy noticed that there were about 20 bandits, and the guy has exactly 20 arrows, which means that it is possible to pass the test with a bow. It turns out that he has 1 arrow for each enemy. Sanchin pulled another arrow and said that he would quickly deal with everyone. One after another, the boy fired arrows right at the target. He thought he might miss because the targets weren't static, but it turned out to be much simpler. Sanchin's attention was drawn to the bandit with a shield who was fighting Roman at that moment. The captain launched many blows, but all of them were blocked by the shield. Sanchin assessed the situation and thought that it would not be easy, but it was worth the risk. The main thing was that he had enough arrows. Roman continued to strike one blow after another. At some point, the bandit had to move his shield back a little to repel the captain's attack. Because of this, Sun Hyun was able to see the bandit's body completely. The guy grinned and took an arrow out of his quiver. Pressing his fingers to the bowstring, Sanchin began to aim. Finally, he managed to catch the moment when the bandit opened up. With one shot, Sanchin was able to defeat this enemy as well. This concluded the test. Sanchin looked around and noticed that the bandits were gone, and the shield bearer was the last one. The guy looked at the stream chat and didn't notice any messages, which made him think that the viewers weren't impressed with his shooting. A few moments later, a single message appeared in the chat asking what had happened. After him, the chat was filled with a bunch of messages in which viewers were delighted with his performance and did not understand how a newbie could do so well. Because of the comments, Sun Hyun thought that the boss couldn't be killed, but he was told that he simply couldn't be killed. The guy reminded him that he was told that a headshot kills the enemy immediately. The commentator replied that you can't do that with the boss, so he doesn't understand how Sanchin managed to do it. The guy was told that because of the shield, the boss can only be killed with a full draw, and Sanchin said that with a full draw it is not so difficult to play. The commentator responded that it was very difficult to aim with such a stretch, so it became impossible. A few moments later, Sun Hyun saw a comment from a viewer asking if the guy had really been playing at full tension the entire time. Sun Hyun was distracted from the chat by Roman, who called him. The captain came closer and asked if the last shot had really been fired by the boy. When the stream ended, a chat opened with discussion of this stream in open access. The video lasted just over 20 minutes, and an anonymous viewer decided to watch it again. The viewer saw the game character firing one shot after another. The last one killed the boss without any difficulty. After this, Roman approached the player and put his hand on his shoulder. Roman spoke lines that were unusual for this character, praising the player's abilities. The viewer, on the advice of the commentators, rewinds the video to the very end to find the player's nickname at the very end. At the end of the dialogue, Roman asks the player for a name to report to the mercenary commander. The player thinks for a moment, apparently choosing a name for the character. After thinking for a bit, the guy calls himself Almond. An unknown viewer starts looking for information about this streamer and says that he will definitely remember him. The Kingdom Forum had a gloomy atmosphere, as did the game itself, as interesting events did not happen very often. That was until a post about Roman praising a newcomer turned everything upside down. The video from the stream became the most discussed topic in Kingdom. Commentators suspected that the player had used a bite, since Roman had never spoken to anyone like that before. Players insisted that the account was either fake or that a professional had created a new body and was replaying the game. The author of this post claimed that this account definitely belongs to a newbie because the stream name was automatically generated. Sun Hyun read all these comments and couldn't even think that the stream needed a name. One of the comments said that even streamer Electron couldn't handle the boss. Sanchin immediately recognized the name, as he had seen it at the top when he was searching for information about professional players. The brunette is surprised that he has started to be compared to a former professional player. Sun Hyun was shocked that he only did one stream, but he is already being compared to a top player. Commentators began to worry that if they continued to compare, Almond might quit the stream. However, Sanchin himself was very pleased with their comments, because he did not expect anything serious from this game test. The guy was distracted from the discussion on the stream by a phone call. Taking the phone, Sun Hyun didn't understand why Ji-hyuk was calling him so early, but he answered the call anyway. Ji-hyuk was at lunch at the time and asked his friend how his first stream went, and Sun Hyun said it was good. Seo-kyun asked the brown-haired man to ask if the capsule was working properly, to which Sun Hyun replied that there were no problems. Ji-hyuk asked if there were any viewers on the stream, to which the brunette replied that there seemed to be. Sun Hyun said there were about 20 viewers by the end of the stream. Ji-hyuk answered a little thoughtfully at first, but then jumped up in place, asking again. Only later did the brown-haired man remember that he was in a cafeteria and had scared people with his scream, which is why he had to apologize. After that, Ji-hyuk quietly asked Sun Hyun what the guy did on the very first day to attract so many viewers. Sun Hyun was snacking on nuts at the time and replied that he was lucky because he chose a good game. Ji-hyuk asked why the brunette had joined their company if he had such talent. Sun Hyun only asked if Ji-hyuk would agree to transfer to a large organization if he was offered, to which the guy replied that it was a fair remark. So the friends chatted about nothing for a long time. At some point, Sun Hyun said that it was time for them to finish, since he still needed to prepare for the stream, which greatly surprised his friend. The brunette said that now there are no lunches or dinners for him, since streaming is his job. His words made Ji-hyuk freeze for a moment, but after a while, a smile appeared on the brown-haired man's face. He noted that Sanchin never worked during lunch, even in the office. Before Ji-hyuk could finish speaking, Sun-hyun heard his boss shout through the receiver. The man was unhappy that Ji-hyuk was eating while his younger colleague was having problems. The brown-haired man quietly apologized to his friend and turned off his phone. Sun-hyun sat and looked at his phone, thinking that his boss was still the same. After some time, the guy approached the capsule and launched it. While the capsule was loading, Sun-hyun wondered if he should have eaten something more substantial, rather than just nuts and milk. But the guy always felt like he was just wasting his time instead of working. San-hyun sat in the capsule and thought that he just wanted to start as quickly as possible. Ever since he read that forum, his heart has been unable to calm down. He hadn't felt this pressure of comparison, this tension of being discussed, for so long. San-hyun smiled, as he couldn't believe that he was so inspired by people's interest and appreciation. The guy sighed and said that at heart he was a true athlete. As soon as the message was sent out that Almond was starting a stream, people immediately started joining him. There were a lot of people asking all sorts of questions and wondering why the guy decided to stream at that particular time. Someone said that they luckily came across his page right now, so they are looking forward to what will happen on the stream. Sun-hyun noticed that the chat was moving much faster than yesterday, which made him want to know how many people were watching it now. When he looked at the number of connected viewers, the guy was shocked, as there were 189 of them. The guy couldn't believe that the number of viewers increased ninefold in just one day. Sanchin didn't expect that forum to attract so many people and create so much noise. The guy has never been in such a situation, so he is a little nervous and does not know how to react to it. Sun-hyun decided to wait a bit before responding to the commentators and catch his breath. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, imagining that no one was around. San-hyun reminded himself that none of this was real, and that it was just a game he was playing in third person. The guy began to immerse himself in the game and thought that he liked this feeling. When he is transported to another world, all nervousness evaporates as if by magic. Sun-hyun gathered his courage and greeted the audience, saying that he would continue from where he left off yesterday. At this time, Ji-hyuk was in the office at his desk. In reality, it turned out that nothing serious had happened to his colleague, but his boss still distracted him from his lunch. To calm down, Ji-hyuk bought himself a coffee, but was distracted from drinking by a notification on his phone. In the message, San-hyun thanked his friend for his help and promised that he would buy him a drink next time. Ji-hyuk looked at the message with a smile and was glad that his friend was working hard. But suddenly his face changed as he remembered something. Ji-hyuk called San-hyun because he wanted to tell him something, but he completely forgot about it while they were talking. When Seok-hyun was helping with the delivery of the capsule, he asked Ji-hyuk to pass on some important information to the guy. The brown-haired man was distracted from his thoughts by an employee who reminded him that the guy had a meeting in the third conference room. Ji-hyuk replied that he would come now and again, plunged into thought, trying to remember what he was supposed to tell San-hyun. Meanwhile, San-hyun was already immersed in the game and streaming. Ji-hyuk only remembered that this information was somehow related to body optimization or something like that. Last night, San-hyun searched for a lot of information about how popular streamers manage their audience and about controversial situations. One article said that you shouldn't mention the number of viewers because it can disrupt audience engagement. San-hyun decided to point out that he remembered all of yesterday's viewers and listed their nicknames, thanking them for joining him again. These words flattered the commentators, and they began to write even more messages in the chat, calling San-hyun a streaming genius. At this point, the guy decided that it was time to start playing and began full immersion. After some time, San-hyun was transported into his character's body and opened his eyes. This time, awakening found him right on his horse. San-hyun said he went straight to what he's good at, and it might be because he finished streaming yesterday and played a little more. Sanchin had previously asked Roman to introduce him to the leader of the mercenaries, and so he now has a new quest. The guy needs to tell the viewer about everything he does, so he told him that the quest involves accompanying a nobleman. Viewers wrote that the game is very realistic, and that mercenaries always worked as bodyguards. San-hyun thought that the game was indeed very realistic, as he felt like he was riding a real horse. Roman's voice came from ahead, asking if this was the first time Almond had sat on a horse. The guy responded automatically that he hadn't had many chances to ride it, and the way he said it made San-hyun think that it was a basic phrase. Roman began to turn to the guy, and said that he needed to get used to this as quickly as possible. Sanchin was already expecting another caustic comment, but the capital smiled and said that in the future, the guy would have to ride a horse a lot. Roman laughed, and it made even Sanchin freeze for a moment. The chat was flooded with comments about Roman behaving in a way that was unusual for the game. Many commentators asked what Sanchin did to their Roman, but the guy didn't understand what he could have done wrong. One of the viewers asked what kind of quest the guy was going through since he had never seen him at the beginning of the game. The commentator said that bandits on horses should appear around this time. San-hyun was distracted by the comments and stopped looking around. It was at this moment that the sound of hooves and shouts came from the side. As it was written in the chat, the squad was attacked. A multitude of mounted bandits approached the delegation. Roman took out his weapon and ordered the mercenaries to attack. At this moment, the leader of the bandits had already approached the procession quite closely. With one blow, he cut off the head of the nearest mercenary. Roman reported that the vanguard had been broken through. The captain ordered to defend themselves and help those who found themselves at the back of the line. San-hyun watched this from the side, taking out a bow from behind his back. The guy reads the comments and sees that many people like this situation, but there are also those who want the guy to lose. This is a typical reaction in the casual world, so the guy is used to it. But now he has to focus on the game. San-hyun decided that the best way to silence the malicious commenters was to complete this quest at the highest level. The guy got ready to shoot and said that there were about 50 robbers. San-hyun drew his bow and thought that a good result in the battle would attract even more spectators to his side. The guy said that this time it wasn't even an ambush, but the mercenaries still managed to start losing. To begin with, San-hyun decided to deal with the bandit who led the squad into battle. The guy fired a bow without getting off his horse, and shooting, rushed between his allies. The arrow did not hit any friendly characters and accurately hit the enemy's head. The robbers, who were following their leader, stopped in fear. Roman and the mercenary squad also looked at what was happening in shock. The bandits froze in place and did not continue to attack the mercenaries. They said that this could not happen, that their leader could not die so easily. Comments in the chat also said that San-hyun had done something impossible. San-hyun read all the comments and didn't understand why the viewers were so surprised, because for him it wasn't something difficult. The number of viewers increases with each passing minute, and San-hyun thinks that they really like it. The guy once again pulls the bowstring and says that it's time for them to continue because the battle is not over yet. San-hyun is happy enough that he will leave the battlefield as a winner. One by one, the guy killed all the bandits with a precise shot to the head. San-hyun completed the quest with absolute calm, without being distracted by the comments in the chat. One after another, they hit the target right on target. Not a single arrow went wide or crooked. The bandits looked scared, while the commentators became increasingly convinced that this was not a fake account. The bandits felt that they could not win this battle, so they decided to retreat. The spectators were amused by this situation, and San-hyun once again pulled the bowstring and said that he would not let a single robber escape. The guy apologized to the robbers, but once again let go of the bowstring. It was another accurate hit that excited the spectators. The comments continued, but there was one who pointed out that something had changed in Almond. This viewer wrote that the player's pose changed. The bandits began to retreat, but Roman ordered the mercenaries to catch up with each of them and kill them. At this point, a notification came from the game that the task had been updated. Now the task was for San-hyun to catch up with and destroy all the bandits on horses. Without delay, the guy rushed into battle and told the audience that it was time to end the quest. The next day, an anonymous user logged into the Kingdom website and saw a ton of chats discussing Almond's stream from the night before. The user decided to watch the sensational video, and was surprised to see that the player was holding a bow in his hands. The guy was curious about who this newbie streamer was that wanted to play this unpopular game. This user is one of the gaming streamers with the nickname Acorn Jelly. The guy launched the video from the stream and watched what was happening with interest, thinking that Almond might be similar to him. However, what he saw shocked him. Acorn Jelly jumped up from his seat and asked what it was. Absolutely all the bandits were killed with a single arrow to the head, without a single miss. A simple headshot is not enough to instantly kill, and these enemies died in an instant without even realizing what happened. Acorn Jelly's hands began to shake and he couldn't believe that such a perfect shot actually existed. He actually saw the perfect shot for the first time. In Kingdom, an enemy will instantly fall if you hit their vital point, but this only works for enemies of a certain level. In other words, if you have a boss in front of you, even a critical hit won't kill him in one hit. Everyone knows this, but in reality, there is a hidden system in the game. The only hit that can beat a critical hit and has higher accuracy is the perfect shot. But not even all professional players know about it, because no one has used it before. Acorn was wondering if it was even possible to activate the condition and attack in the first 1.5 seconds and hit the exact center of the enemy's vital point. Judging by the stream, Almond used this attack not only once, but also killed all subsequent bandits using this method. Acorn thought that it might be some kind of code that helps to pass the game, but immediately dismissed this thought, since no one in Kingdom needs it. The guy decided to look for information about Almond to see what other games this guy plays, and what exactly he does. After doing a little searching on the internet, Acorn was in complete shock, because this player is actually a newbie. Meanwhile, we return to the stream that San-hyun hosted the day before. He is currently in the process of chasing the escaped robbers. Roman told Almond that a bow was not the best weapon for attacking from horseback and suggested switching to a spear or club. The commentators supported Roman, but Sanchin had no intention of changing weapons, as he likes archery. Almond told the captain that he would not change weapons, and everything would be fine. After a few moments, Roman accepted his answer and did not insist. With sparkling eyes, the captain said that if Almond did it, he would succeed. This behavior of Roman caused the chat to explode with incoming messages about discrimination of players by the captain. Sanchin thought about how he had never ridden a horse before, and that this would be his first time shooting at a moving target. The guy takes the arrow and pulls it back, wondering if he can do it. It's only at this moment that Sanyun realizes that no matter how much he imagines it, his hands continue to shake. But despite this, he cannot give up so easily. The first shot hit the robber in the neck but still killed him. Commentators were surprised that the guy did not change his weapon as recommended, and after the hit, they called the guy a horse archer of the Joseon dynasty. However, the guy was not happy with the shot, as he was aiming for the head but still hit the neck. Sanchin focused on his feelings and decided that he needed to adjust to the horse's rhythm. He needs to be much faster than his opponents, but he also needs to be even more precise than before. The arrow flew towards the bandits at great speed. This time, she accurately hit the head of one of the enemies and killed him. The other bandits were horrified by such accuracy. The chat was filled with messages about how the guy had repeated that perfect hit right on target, and had even gotten even better. After this time, Sanchin was able to adjust to the pace of the chase and continue to release one arrow after another. They all hit the target right on target, this time without a single miss. After some time, the field was littered with the bodies of enemies killed by a precise hit to the head. Roman came closer and said that he couldn't believe that so many enemies could be killed in the blink of an eye. The captain turned to Almond and said that the boy was an archer sent from heaven. The captain's words were supported by the other mercenaries, who said that they had never seen anyone shoot like that before. Everyone was happy that Almond joined them and nicknamed him Robin Hood. The commentators in the chat also said that Sanyun is great and they don't understand what he's doing in a game like Kingdom. Suddenly, the screen with the control panel lit up differently, which caught Sanchin's attention. The guy received a message that Acorn Jelly sent the guy 100,000 won, saying that all his shots were perfect. After some time, the quest came to an end, and the nobleman gave a speech of gratitude to Roman and Sanhen. The man said he would definitely remember Almond's name. At that moment, the guy himself was studying the notification about the received donation. Seeing the reaction of the audience to the donation from Acorn Jelly, Sanchin guessed that this person is quite famous. Messages started coming into the chat asking why the guy wasn't reacting to the donation, and some wrote that the guy was shocked by the amount. Sanyun didn't understand what the audience wanted from him and decided to ask how he should react. Commentators said he should shoot a bow, or at least pretend to do so. Sanchin said he would do it and raised his bow up, pulling the string. The guy pointed the arrow upward and fired. The arrow shot into the sky at great speed. Sanhyun looked up and saw nothing, and the commentators were again unhappy with his reaction. The audience started saying that it was very stupid of him, but Sanhyun didn't pay attention to it. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that the arrow had disappeared. However, the next moment, the arrow sent into the sky returned and pierced Sanchin's own head. After that, a notification came that the game was over. This made all the viewers laugh, because they had never seen such an epic suicide for a donation. When the guy was an athlete, he only shot blunt arrows, and now he is glad that the audience liked it. But at that moment, the capsule turned off. The capsule's lid opened, but Sanchin couldn't understand why this happened. The guy was sweating because the capsule had no cooling system and attributed the sudden shutdown of the capsule to the fact that it was an old generation. Sanhyun immediately picked up his phone to see what was happening with the stream. Even though the broadcast was cut off, the chat didn't close. So the guy explained what happened, but they asked him to return to the game. Someone wrote that the guy has incredible talent, and he was flattered by this, because the guy thinks that this is not bad for a beginner streamer. Sanchin decided not to explain his tactics, and simply wrote in the chat that there would be no more broadcasts today. The chat was flooded with negative comments from viewers who were unhappy with the sudden interruption of the broadcast immediately after the donation. Sanhyun decided to search the internet for information about Acorn Jelly and found out that this user was popular. The guy decided to study this user's playing method by watching several videos from the broadcasts. After just a couple of videos, Sanhyun realized that this guy is truly amazing. All the bow tests were not very good, but the other videos were pretty good. Sanhyun couldn't understand what such a famous streamer was doing on his channel. Soon, a notification about an incoming message arrived on the phone. The message contained a greeting from Acorn Jelly. After learning more about Acorn Jelly, Sanhyun found out that the guy is a versatile streamer, and he would like to become just like him. In the message he sent, Acorn wrote that Sanhyun's game really touched him, and he suggested that they meet up sometime and exchange life hacks. Acorn suggested doing a collab, but pointed out that he wasn't putting pressure on the guy, and if there were any questions, he would be happy to answer them. A collaboration with such a versatile streamer could help Sanhyun in the future. However, viewers may perceive this as an attempt to rise in the chats by using another streamer's fame. Sanhyun rubbed his head and couldn't figure out what he should do, and there was no one to ask for advice. At that moment, the phone lying nearby rang. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy saw that Ji-hyuk was calling him. When the guy answered the call, his friend said he had just watched his stream and asked if his nickname was Almond. Sanhyun confirmed that it was him, and Ji-hyuk then asked how the viewers reacted to him. Sanhyun said that everything was fine, but Ji-hyuk didn't like such a simple answer and asked why the guy was so calm. The brunette said that he had become accustomed to increased attention since childhood, so it was not a problem for him. It sounded like bragging to Ji-hyuk, so he angrily squeezed the soda bottle. Sanhyun asked if that was the reason for the call, but his friend replied that there was something else important. A few moments later, Ji-hyuk announced with a laugh that he had also quit the company. His words left Sanhyun dumbfounded, after which he began to ask why his friend had made such a decision. Ji-hyuk took a sip of his soda and replied that he had just gotten into a fight with his boss. Shaitan said that he should have thrown an ashtray at his boss when he was leaving the office. Now it has dawned on Sanhyun that Ji-hyuk can now sign a contract with another company after playing for a certain period of time for his company. While Sanhyun was thinking, Ji-hyuk continued to talk about how his boss had been driving him crazy for a long time. At that moment, Sanhyun was only thinking about whether he should ask Ji-hyuk to be his manager. However, the guy quickly dismissed this idea, since he still wouldn't be able to pay his friend for the work and didn't know what he would need to do. Sanhyun's thoughts were brought out by Ji-hyuk's words that from now on he would become his manager. A friend said he was looking forward to working with Sanhyun. Not receiving an answer, Ji-hyuk asked if the guy was against the idea, but Sanhyun began to convince him that he really wanted it. Sanhyun said he was concerned about his friend's financial situation, but his friend changed the subject. Ji-hyuk recalled that the first time he used the capsule, the boy burst into tears, and these words greatly embarrassed Sanhyun. Sanhyun's excuses were cut off by a friend who said that he became thoughtful when he saw the brunette in such a state. At that moment, Ji-hyuk realized that Sanhyun really liked archery. When the brown-haired man saw his friend in such a state, he realized that he had never done anything like this. Ji-hyuk said that he also wants to find out what he really likes. Sanhyun told his friend that if he did this, it could affect his career. Ji-hyuk replied that nothing would happen if he took a year off before looking for a job, but they would be able to get a good contract in time. Ji-hyuk asked if the brunette doubted him, to which the guy replied that he was completely confident in his friend. Sanhyun told his friend to quit right now, and then he would let him roll in money. The brunette said that Ji-hyuk can start work starting tomorrow. For some time the guys discussed various work issues. Upon learning that Sanhyun had received a collaboration offer, Ji-hyuk said that choosing offers was his specialty. Sanhyun asked if everything would be okay, and Ji-hyuk replied that they couldn't miss such an opportunity. The brunette reminded him that he was making a bad impression on people, but Ji-hyuk said to leave it to him. Ji-hyuk has an idea, and he suggested to show what they are capable of. The next day, it was decided to meet with Acorn Jelly's manager. The manager, a girl with long light brown hair named Nayeon, was concerned that they had chosen a less than presentable place to meet. Acorn Jelly, whose real name is Do Jemuk, responded that he chose this place because the guy has potential, but Acorn is still a superstar. Nayeon reminded that the last time they collaborated with a certain streamer, Jemuk almost fainted. The guy was not happy with this caustic remark and changed the subject, saying that Almond had the best physical attributes in the country. Jemuk said that investing in a guy like that could be good for their future. The girl said that in this world, everyone looks at abilities and asked if Jemuk had met Almond in person. The guy turned away and answered negatively, which made the girl doubt that her protege was really a professional. Nayeon started hitting him and saying that the guy might have been wrong about Almond and would then whine if the stream was cancelled. The guy and the girl were distracted from their fight by a voice that asked if the guy was Acorn Jelly. Nayeon and Jemuk were distracted and looked at the person who approached. They froze in surprise when they saw Sanhyun standing in front of them. The guy was dressed in a suit and greeted Jemuk and Nayeon, introducing himself formally. When Nayeon saw the guy, the first thing she thought was that the guy was very handsome. Jemuk quickly stood up from his seat to shake hands and greet Sanhyun. While they were exchanging greetings, another guy in a suit approached them from behind. Jemuk immediately noticed him and asked him to introduce him too. Ji-hyuk introduced himself as Sanhyuk's manager and handed the guy his business card. When Nayeon and Jemuk accepted the business cards, Acorn thought that the boys were very sociable and friendly. Jemuk wanted to learn more about his new acquaintances and decided to pay attention to the business card. After reading the information on the cards in detail, Nayeon and Jaemook were shocked because Ji-hyuk used to work in a large company. While the brown-haired man accepted the praise with a smile on his face, Sanchin wondered when his friend had managed to make business cards. Nayeon was very embarrassed and said that compared to Sanyun's manager, she was an ordinary person. The girl bowed low and said that she looked forward to working together. Jaemook suggested that the boys sit down and begin the discussion. Nayeon handed out sheets of paper to Sangyun and Ji-hyuk and explained that they contained the stream order and a list of questions. After some time, the guys finished discussing all the details. Jaemook said that they only had the financial side of the issue to discuss. Sanchin said that he was new to the field, so he offered to do without payment, as a simple cooperation would be enough for him. Jaemook replied that they were not living in a century of slavery, and Nayeon said that if they did that, it would cause a storm of negativity towards them. Sanhyun wanted to say something, but Ji-hyuk interrupted him and told the guys that in that case they could pay them the minimum amount. Jaemook reminded that their work does not have an hourly rate, so this is not entirely possible. However, he already had a plan in his head, which he had discussed with his manager in advance. Jaemook offered to give half of the donations that they would collect during their joint streams. This proposal greatly surprised Ji-hyuk. He was delighted and turned to Sanhyun to see his reaction. The brunette did not expect that they would make him such an offer, because initially, they did not intend to receive any benefit from this offer, except for experience. After the negotiations were successfully completed, Sanhyun and Ji-hyuk went home. The manager was happy that they would get half of the donations, and Sanchin said that it would be quite a large amount. According to information from the internet, Ji-hyuk found out that the minimum donation amount for Acorn Jilai is 2 million won, so they should be able to get around 1 million. Sanhyun asked where the manager got this information from, after which Ji-hyuk sent him a message. Opening it, Sanhyun realized that Ji-hyuk had been recording the negotiations all this time, to be on full alert. The brunette thought that it was people like his manager who became heads of conglomerates. Ji-hyuk interrupted his thoughts and said that if Sanhyun earned 300,000 a month, then he would be entitled to 20% as a manager. Sanchin reminded that he had not yet earned even the minimum amount and asked the manager if this would be enough, to which he said that he had a lot of savings. Ji-hyuk said that he has plans for everything, and his words calmed Sanhyun down a little. The next day, Sanhyun started a stream, and many viewers immediately joined in and asked why there was no stream yesterday. Among the comments, the guy saw information that he would have a collab with Acorn Jelly, which made the guy nervous. By agreement, Sanhyun cannot reveal the information, so he decided to pretend that he didn't know anything about it. While loading the game, the guy told the audience that today, he would go after the leader of the bandits and try to destroy them all. There have been a lot of messages in the chat about how the boss cannot be killed with one headshot. Sanhyun decided to remind them that last time he killed the boss with one shot, but accidentally got his name wrong and received a few more laughing comments. Sanhyun was told that the leader of the bandits was not the boss, which made the boy feel uncomfortable about bragging. A message came into the chat where one of the viewers offered 100,000 won for Sanhyun to kill the boss with one shot. The guy thought it was a good offer, so he accepted it without thinking. However, it was only after Sanchin gave his consent that he remembered that it was impossible to kill the boss with one shot. Sanhyun decided to be shameless, so he thanked the viewer for the donation and said that he would definitely take the 100,000. After that, several more people sent donations with the task of killing the boss with one shot, as well as with other tasks. Sanchin hadn't yet managed to log into the game, but donations had already started coming in, for which the guy thanked everyone and said that he would do his best. The guy realized that even if donations determine the course of the stream, such communication will become an excellent source of constant income. Sanchin decided not to delay any longer and began to dive. The guy found himself back on the lawn where he finished his stream the day before. The guy's attention was drawn to a female voice. Turning around, he saw a girl with turquoise eyes and blonde hair named Amelia. The girl came closer and thanked the guy for saving her from the robbers, and said that she did not know how to thank him. Sanhyun thought that Amelia might be the main character of the game, and his answer might change the course of the game. Before the guy could answer, a table with answer options appeared in front of him. All the commentators advised him to answer so that he would hint at money. However, Sanchin chose another option, and said that it was not worth thanking, because it was their job. The girl still thanked Almond again for his help. In the comments, they started writing about another heroine named Rosanita. But the guy didn't have time to figure out what was going on, because he was distracted by Roman. The captain said that there was a risk that the remaining bandits were scattered throughout this mountain range, and suggested sending a special detachment to destroy them. Amelia replied that she would be very grateful, after which Roman went to give the order. The captain ordered the guards to remain where they were, and set up camp. As night fell on the streets, the clearing squad set out. Sanchin was part of this squad because his mission was to destroy the boss. After some time, the detachment managed to notice the enemy camp. The mercenaries hid in the bushes to assess the situation and come up with a plan of action. Sanchin looked around and tried to figure out from which place it would be more convenient for him to shoot. Roman meanwhile raised his hand up and gave a signal. The captain said they would get as close as possible and attack from the rear at the same time. It was on this mission that Sanchin felt more nervous than usual. The feeling of being fully immersed in reality is almost no different, so he can't just brush it off as a simple game. A few moments later, the fight began. From the camp, screams were heard, indicating that they were under attack. The bandits standing by the fire realized that they had been taken by surprise. Before one of them could do anything, an arrow struck his head. The bandits didn't have time to come up with a plan of action. One after another, the archer shot them down. The bandits tried to escape, but to no avail. Arrows caught up with them, even when they thought they had found shelter. Sanchin hid in the bushes in a convenient place for him and continued firing. Unfortunately, his attacks attracted the attention of bandits. When the enemy managed to discover his location, they decided to eliminate the archer first. Sanchin's attention was drawn to the achievement he received, which unlocked the skill of consecutive shooting after 3 headshots in a row. The guy decided not to hesitate and immediately test this skill in action. His bow began to emit a light green glow. Sanhen activated the sequential shooting skill and fired several arrows at once. All 3 arrows pierced different targets at the same time, hitting them right in the head. Commentators began to write that this skill previously seemed simply useless. But even with this skill, Almond continues to hit the target. Viewers wrote that even if it was sequential shooting, it shouldn't be that fast. Other commentators wrote that it's not about the speed of the skill, but that Almond is like that on his own. After reading the comments, Sanhyun said the bow was much cooler than he thought. The guy received another donation, asking him to say that Almond doesn't have a girlfriend, to which the guy immediately fulfilled the viewer's wish. Sanhyun was a little tired, but was still happy with the result of the stream. And it wasn't just about the chat and the realistic feeling of full immersion. Sanhen was very drawn to the reaction and joy of the people. While the guy was catching his breath, Roman crept up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. The captain said that at this rate, the guy would soon become the best in the empire. At that moment, a donation came in asking where the boss had gone, and that really made Sanchin think. Suddenly, the guy heard the cry of one of the mercenaries, who reported to Roman that they had found the boss's corpse. When they raised the head of the bandit leader, everyone could see that he had been killed by 1 arrow to the head. In the comments, people started writing that this couldn't be true, and that the boss definitely didn't die from a headshot. At that moment, a message came from Acorn Geely that a perfect shot could even defeat a boss, and sent Sanhyun a donation of 100,000 won. Looking at the chat, Sanchin realized that the audience was divided between those who didn't believe it and those who praised Almond's skills. However, the guy himself had only one question. What does a perfect shot mean? There was a lot of noise in the chat due to Acorn Jelly's comment about the perfect shot, as many people didn't understand what it meant. The audience agreed that the perfect shot was just a fairy tale, which greatly angered Jemuk. Unfortunately, Acorn cannot back up his words with action, so he hopes that Sanchin himself can do it. However, what shocks him most is that the guy himself does not understand how difficult a shot he made. Acorn sent another donation and asked if the guy really knew nothing about the perfect shot. Acorn couldn't understand how this could happen, since Sanchin had been performing this blow flawlessly all this time. Jemuk didn't know how to explain everything to the brunette. However, he was not upset by this. He was genuinely surprised by this guy's abilities. Acorn thought that Sanhyun was really a pro, and the timing was just right. Jemuk sent another 100,000 won and invited Almond to stream together tomorrow. Sanhyun realized that Acorn was trying to subtly suggest a collaboration. The guy decides he should play along, so he pretends to think about the offer. The chat was flooded with comments recommending that he refuse, otherwise the guy would be cursed. Despite the seemingly negative comments, all viewers were looking forward to the joint stream. At that moment, another viewer sent 100,000 won and wrote that he would send another 100,000 won if Almond repeated his shot in a joint stream. Sanhyun realized that this message was the starting point, and the brunette accepted Jemuk's offer. The guy said that it would be an honor for him to do a joint stream with Acorn Jelly. Jemuk looked pleased with the situation. After the announcement that Acorn would be contacting Almond, a ton of excited comments poured into the chat. However, Sanhyun thought that Acorn made up the story about the perfect shot to get more views. Commentators wrote that Almond received a fairly large donation from Acorn, but he said nothing about it. Sanhyun read this and raised his bow, while the commentators realized where this was going and asked not to end the stream. The boy raised his bow again, aiming at the sky above his head. Sanchin thanked everyone for their donations and said that it was time to end the game for today. The guy again spread his arms out to the sides and said goodbye to the audience. The next moment, the arrow fell right on his head again, ending the game. When the stream was over, Sanhyun came out of the capsule and sighed with relief. He thought he was going to die from the heat. The guy wondered if there was anything wrong with the fact that he ends his streams like this every time, because he doesn't feel very well. At this point, Ji-hyuk wrote a message saying that he liked Sanhyun's stream. The guy reminded Sanhyun that they had agreed to meet, record an interview and play on stream. The brunette looked at himself in the mirror and only now remembered about the interview. The friends agreed on a meeting place, and Sanhyun went to read the comments on the stream on the Kingdom website. The guy glanced at the messages about his and Acorn Jelly's collab, and stopped at the video recording. Someone in the audience slowed down the stream recording so that you could clearly see how the arrow killed the boss in one shot. However, there were people who did not believe it and accused Sanhyun of shooting 2 arrows. Many people cited the fact that nothing could be seen in the video due to the distance. Sanhyun came across a comment that everything would become clear on tomorrow's joint stream. When they started discussing his appearance in real life, the guy lost interest and looked at his watch, thinking that it was time for him to eat. As Sanhyun was about to leave the room, his attention was caught by the ringing telephone. The guy picked up the phone and asked why Ji-hyuk was calling him if they had just talked. The manager told Sanhyun to watch a video of him on Altub, but the brunette said that he doesn't have an account on that app. Then Ji-hyuk told him that Acorn himself posted a teaser of their upcoming joint stream on his channel. Sanhyun was intrigued by this, so he immediately ran to watch the teaser video. The video featured clips from Almond's previous streams. There were plenty of perfect shot moments that took out everyone from the weakest enemies to bosses. Each of the strikes was accompanied by commentary from Acorn Jelly. The video was made at the highest level, which is what you would expect from a professional. The video also included moments from today's stream. A new skill with several arrows flashed, and also the final blow, which killed the boss with one shot to the head. The pictures change and then disappear, with Acorn Jelly asking if the perfect shot exists. The streamer suggests joining their stream tomorrow and finding out. There were a lot of comments under the video that said that everyone would be eagerly waiting for this stream to meet the newcomer that had caught Acorn Jelly's attention. Everyone who watched the video that day was delighted with the joint stream. The next day, Acorn Jelly's stream had a record number of viewers on all of Altube. The next day, Sanhyun and Jae-mook met up in the studio to do a joint stream. Acorn was already preparing for the broadcast, and warned Sanhyun that they would need to show their faces and introduce themselves. Jae-mook said that at the beginning of the stream there are usually 3,000 to 4,000 viewers, so Sanhyun can just stand aside for now. Ji-hyuk was also present during the broadcast, but he took his place next to Nayeon, watching everything from the viewers' side. Soon the guys took their places and the stream finally began. Although Jae-mook said that there were usually around 4,000 viewers, now more than 10,000 have already joined them, which greatly surprised the guys. Acorn began answering some questions from the chat while Sanhyun watched from the side. The guy understands that Jae-mook is doing this so that as many people as possible will join the broadcast. Acorn said that everyone already knows about their guest today, and that today they will be demonstrating the perfect shot and checking if it really exists. After his words, the number of connections had already reached 40,000, which gave a signal to Jae-mook to invite Sanhyun. Acorn extended his hand and invited Almond to join them. He introduced him as a popular genius archer. All the spectators were in anticipation, because they had never seen Almond's real face before. Sanhyun gathered his courage and walked closer to Jae-mook, sitting down in his seat. With a smile on his face, the guy greeted the audience and introduced himself again. The chat was flooded with messages saying that Almond was very handsome, and some even started sending donations. Jae-mook said that the guy was really handsome, and he himself was very surprised when he saw him for the first time. Many people started to rush the guys to start playing faster, but Jae-mook asked them to treat the guest with respect. However, under the influx of messages, he gave in and said that it was time for them to get started. To enter all the data, Acorn asked Sanhyun for the optimization code. However, the brunette doesn't even know what it is, which leaves Jae-mook stunned. Acorn said that the capsule's optimization code is needed to tune it to a person's brainwaves and body. Sanhyun said that he didn't know about it, and asked if it was really that important, which shocked Jae-mook. Only now did Acorn realize that all this time Sanhyun had been playing without optimization, which made completing quests much more difficult. At that moment, Ji-hyuk, who was sitting in the other corner of the room, jumped up in place. Seokhyun had already warned Ji-hyuk about this, but he had completely forgotten about it. Coming closer to Acorn, Ji-hyuk told him that Sanhyuk really didn't know anything about it, since he forgot to tell him about it. Acorn couldn't believe it and said that he now even felt a bit ashamed. Jae-mook told viewers that Almond bought a used capsule, and simply played without thinking about the details. There was a flurry of comments about how this was impossible, with some suggesting that this was what was causing Almond to be kicked out of the game, After reading the comments, Acorn asked if this had happened before during the game, and San-hyun replied that it had. The brunette said that this always happens after he dies. But this amazed Jae-muk even more since the game starts over after the player dies. The commentators explained this by saying that the guy didn't die, but simply got hit in the head by his own arrow, thereby disconnecting from the game. Acorn called Sanshin a genius, to which he replied that apparently that was indeed the case. Jae-muk looked at the guy in shock and couldn't believe what was happening now. Acorn realized that San-hyun is the typical genius that everyone wants. Plus, he looks like he has experience dealing with people. Looking at the brunette, Jae-muk realizes that he is perfect for the stream, which makes him happy. Acorn suggested creating optimization code for Sanshin first, to which he immediately agreed. After a while, the scan was completed, and it took less time than Sanshin expected. Jae-muk joined him in space and asked how the boy was feeling. San-hyun said that he felt very light, as if there was no body at all. And Jae-muk said that it should be like that, because this world is in their minds. Acorn came closer and said that they had completed all preparations. Now it's time to start the game and finally find out if the legendary perfect shot exists. Jae-muk announced the start of the game and the guys began to be transferred into the game. The boys found themselves in the game and immediately heard that Lady Amelia had assigned another task to the mercenaries. Roman said that there is a goblin cave not far from here, because of which the farmers have no life. So they must find this cave and destroy all the monsters. The captain said that they had not received such a good assignment for a long time, so they should try hard. The road was not short, so it took quite a long time. They had to travel in a cart, but it was convenient for Acorn and Almond. Acorn said he would tell the boy the conditions for the perfect shot. Jae-muk said that the game has a scoring system, and depending on where the hit lands, points are awarded. And the condition for a perfect shot is to hit the exact center. It was very similar to archery in competition, so Sanshin asked about the second condition. Acorn said it was very difficult to perform, because it meant you only had one shot to hit the perfect shot. Sanshin didn't take it seriously, and said that he understood everything. Now he knows why this shot is called perfect. Acorn was shocked by his reaction, because San-hyun acted as if he didn't care about it. Jae-muk thought that the guy was reacting like that because he had managed to make a perfect shot before, so there would be no problem. While Acorn was thinking about his own, Roman came up behind him and hit him on the head, which greatly surprised Sanshin, who had never encountered such behavior from the captain before. Roman asked why Acorn hadn't come out yet, even though they had already arrived at the place. Roman looked at Acorn with anger and continued to scold him and threaten him with violence. At some point, the flow of abuse stopped and the captain froze for a moment. The next second he turned his gaze to Almond and smiled again. Roman wished Sanshin good luck, to which Acorn complained, because they speak to him differently. Soon, a squad of mercenaries approached the cave with goblins. Acorn hid in the bushes nearby and asked if the audience was ready to see the show. But before he could finish speaking, Roman hit him on the head with his fist again. The captain ordered Acorn to shut up if he was going to help them. Roman asked Almond to show the newbie what a real surprise attack was. For a while there was silence in the air, broken only by the sounds made by the goblins themselves. Sanshin crept through the bushes to a convenient area for him. The guy felt that due to the optimization, his body began to move more easily, and that unpleasant feeling completely evaporated. Sanshin hid in the bushes and pulled the bowstring, preparing to fire the first shot. Acorn watched him from the side in surprise, and did not understand why the guy chose this particular position. However, no matter how impossible it may seem, Acorn is confident that the guy will cope. And for good reason, as Almond once again demonstrated a perfect hit. Acorn was genuinely amazed by what he saw, because now he was watching all this not through a computer screen. For Sanshin, this shot was not unusual, so he continued shooting without thinking. All subsequent arrows easily hit the goblins in the heads, killing them on the spot. Watching from the sidelines, Acorn noticed that due to the optimization, San-hyun began to play even better than before. The brunette even managed to make his shot quieter in order to shoot from an ambush. Acorn was truly amazed by Almond's abilities. In addition to his monstrous physical characteristics, the guy has a special trait that can be seen in his speech and behavior. Now Acorn sees that the guy seems to be standing in rays of light. Finally, Almond finished his series of strikes, killing the last goblin in sight. Acorn is confident that thanks to the optimization, Sanshin no longer has a problem making the perfect shot. After some time, the game announced that all the goblin guards had been destroyed. Roman praised Almond for his work, while Jae-muk couldn't get over what he saw. The guy thought that at this stage all the mercenaries should have worked together, but this time Sanshin managed alone. Jae-muk turned to the audience and said that every shot was perfect, but the commentators didn't believe him. Roman ordered the mercenaries to start a fire and seal off the exit from the cave, so that all the remaining goblins would suffocate inside. The mercenaries moved closer to the entrance and began to make fire under the clear direction of the captain. Before they had time to block the entrance to the burning cave with stones, a menacing roar was heard from its depths. A large monster was emerging from the depths of the cave towards them. The goblin boss's eyes glowed red in the darkness of the cave. This monster was much larger than its minions, and surpassed any man in height. Frightened by the sudden appearance of the boss, one of the mercenaries who had been making a fire fell and began to crawl back. Roman ordered everyone to prepare for battle, while some commentators got excited about the stream and wished for Sun Hyun to hit the boss with a perfect shot. The goblin boss approached the mercenaries' first line of defense and prepared to strike. In front of everyone stood Jaemuk, who with a smile on his face told Sun Hyun to hit the target on the first try and right in the center. The commentators were eagerly awaiting the outcome of the battle. Sanchin did not get distracted from the game and took an arrow out of his quiver, taking aim. However, the shot never happened, as something unusual caught the brunette's attention. He lowered his bow, causing indignation and questions from the commentators. Viewers wrote that Sun Hyun was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope. But the problem was that the goblin had an iron mask on his head. The guy realized that there was no point in aiming at the head, since it was protected, so he thought about choosing another point for the strike. However, after thinking about it, Sanchin came to the conclusion that no other point on the body would produce a perfect shot. In this case, the guy made another decision, which he considered correct, and pointed the bow upward. Sanchin launched an arrow into the sky, which raised a lot of questions from the viewers, and someone even asked if they had been sent a donation of 100,000. The arrow continued to rise high into the sky, just like it had done before when the guy interrupted his streams. Having reached the highest point, the arrow turned downwards and began to fall. Sanchin looked at the arrow and thought that in order to make a perfect shot, he had to hit a vital point. Contrary to the expectations of the audience, this time the arrow flew not towards the guy, but towards the goblin. The arrow approached the boss from behind, because a vital point can be hit not only from the forehead, but also from the back. Thanks to his excellent skills, Sanchin was able to hit the back of the goblin's head precisely. The commentators, like Roman and the mercenaries, watched what was happening with bated breath. Jaemuk looked at the boss and waited to see what would happen next, whether the monster would fall or whether that shot had killed him. Sanchin looked at the goblin and did not take his sharp gaze away. After a few seconds, the monster began to fall backwards. Under the surprised gaze of the mercenaries, the goblin fell dead. At the place where he fell, a hole formed in the ground. The mercenary squad with Roman and Jaemuk approached closer to make sure that the goblin was destroyed. The next moment, Jaemuk fell to his knees and screamed joyfully, and commentators began writing that his wish had finally come true. One of the viewers sent the guys a donation of 200,000 won with congratulations. While Jaemuk continued to cry with joy, Sun Hyun thanked the viewer for the donation. Notifications started coming one after another, which greatly surprised the brunette. Viewers started sending donations of different amounts one after another. After a while, the guys finished the stream, and after waking up, Sun Hyun noticed that he was still sweating heavily. The guy suggested that even the expensive capsules don't have a proper ventilation system. While Jaemuk went to brag to Naeun, the boy happily jumped around the girl, who stood as if she had no chance of leaving, and endured Jaemuk's childishness. Naeun reported that the stream was cut off due to overload caused by the chat and the flow of donations. Ji-hyuk approached the guys and said that the game was frozen, but the stream was still going on, so they could continue the interview and get even more donations. Jaemuk liked the idea and was eager to make it a reality. Sun Hyun asked her to wait while he went away and dried his hair, but Naeun said that the guy looked good as is. A minute later, the guys appeared in front of the cameras again and greeted the audience. Acorn now looked pleased that he had been able to prove his theory about the existence of the perfect shot. Sun Hyun smiled at the camera and said he actually knew nothing about the perfect shot. Someone wrote that Jaemuk was crying after the game screen went black, but the guy denied it. At that very moment, a lot of donations poured into the chat, which greatly surprised the guys, and Acorn said that he wouldn't have time to read them all. Instead, Jaemuk decided to thank them all at once. Away from the guys, Naeun and Ji-hyuk were watching what was happening. Ji-hyuk noticed that more than 1,000 people had already left donations, but he couldn't even imagine a specific amount. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the room changed. A viewer with the nickname Seo sent a donation of 1 million won. Sanchin froze, because he had never seen anyone send such an amount as a donation. His manager couldn't believe what he saw either. Along with them, Jaemuk was also surprised, since in his entire history of streaming he had never received such an amount. However, the donation included a message asking people to tell Elmond that he was handsome. The next moment, the viewer sent another donation with the same amount and message, which surprised the guys even more. Commentators began to laugh at the fact that all the donations went exclusively to Almond. Before the broadcast, Jae-mook made a list of questions and put it to a vote. But he was not very pleased with the results, since all the first places were taken by questions about San-hyun's personal life. While Jae-mook was indignant, San-hyun began to answer questions and said that he does not use any special care and does not use tint either. Despite all these strange questions, although the guy felt awkward, he liked this attention. Being in the center of all these events, the guy felt very good. For a while longer, San-hyun and Jae-mook answered questions from the chat and had a fun time discussing the game. During all this time, San-hyun realized that he really enjoyed playing games on stream. The guy thinks it suits him very well. When the sun began to set, the guys decided it was time to finish. Nayeon handed a towel to the sweaty San-hyun and said that he was sweating so much because he didn't have a proper cooling system. Jae-mook disagreed with her and suggested that it was because San-hyun was concentrating so much while playing. Jae-mook once again thanked the guys for their cooperation and said that this is the first time he has seen such a response on the stream. Ji-hyuk thanked the guys in return and handed them a gift in honor of their cooperation, which made Nayeon and Jae-mook happy. San-hyun thought that his manager was really good at collaboration, because he himself would never have thought of this. Jae-mook said that they needed to talk while Nayeon prepared everything. Turning the tablet towards San-hyun and Ji-hyuk, the guy showed them the total amount he received from the stream. There was silence in the room for a while, but then it was filled with surprised cries, because the total revenue amounted to 5,360,000 won. Sanchin expected that the amount of donations would be large thanks to Acorn, but he did not expect the amount of 5 million. Ji-hyuk asked if the guys always managed to get such an amount, to which Jae-mook replied that it was the first time he saw such a thing. At this time, Nayeon brought the boys drinks and said that if they split it in half, they would get 2,700,000 won each. Ji-hyuk and San-hyun were shocked by the amount. The boys immediately started bowing and thanking Jae-mook and Nayeon for their work, but the guy replied that it was all thanks to them. Jae-mook said that even 500,000 won on a joint stream was already a big jackpot, and these words made Ji-hyuk convinced that donations were not the main source of income for gamers. Ji-hyuk decided to ask the guy directly how he makes money. Jae-mook replied that the main source of income is advertising, and the income depends on the number of viewers. Nayeon, in turn, is engaged in attracting third-party advertisers not related to gaming activities. Pointing to a t-shirt with the logo on Jae-mook, the girl says that he advertises not only games, but also clothing and gaming equipment. Ji-hyuk compared it to what celebrities do in normal times, to which the girl agreed. Nayeon said that the handsome guys get most of their income from donations, but the likes of Jae-mook are left with nothing but advertising. Jae-mook and Nayeon started arguing again while Sang-hyun watched them, and Ji-hyuk tried not to laugh too loudly. At some point, the girl turned her attention to San-hyun and said that he can sometimes act like a celebrity. Jae-mook looked at Nayeon and didn't understand why she was saying something that was different from what the girl had said before. San-hyun thanked the girl for the compliment and said that he would like to only do games in the future. The girl calmed him down, saying that she had only suggested options on how he could earn money. Jae-mook said that if San-hyun is into streaming, then increasing his side activities is also important. For example, a streamer with the nickname Horn, in addition to streaming games, also works in the entertainment industry and appears on various shows. Jae-mook also suggested starting a channel on Altub to stream as fan service for communication. Nayeon said that streamers can be divided into two groups, with the bulk of them focused on creating content for Altube. There are also streamers who occupy a narrower niche, as they stream on Tribi. Nayeon advised San-hyun to consider moving to a wider field while he is currently occupying a small niche. Jae-mook said that in order to run such streams, you need to have a good editor, but Ji-hyuk has no experience in this area. Jae-mook advised them not to rush in this case and try to find an editor on the side. The guys sat in the cafe for a while longer and exchanged ideas and shared experiences, but soon they decided to go their separate ways. After going down to the parking lot, Jae-mook and San-hyun shook hands again and thanked each other for their cooperation. Jae-mook suggested that the guy organize another joint stream in the future. Jae-mook thought that the next time they met, San-hyun would already be much ahead of him. But the guy wasn't upset by this. He would have been glad to see it, because Sanchin appeared before him as an amazing person. Jae-mook and Nayeon stood in the parking lot for a while, watching the car. The guy said that he was as far away from San-hyun's talent as he was from China, and Nayeon complained that she was cold and suggested going inside the building. After some time, Ji-hyuk gave San-hyun a ride home, for which the brunette thanked him. As San-hyun was about to leave, the manager called him, forcing him to stop. Ji-hyuk saw that the brunette was thinking hard about Altube and Tribi, but he recommended his friend not to rush into making a decision. The guy said that San-hyun is very talented, so he will definitely be successful in everything he does. The friend's words encouraged the brunette and made him smile. San-hyun thanks Ji-hyuk for his advice and heads towards home. This area of the city was densely built up, so Ji-hyuk was unable to take San-hyun directly to the house. The guy had to walk up the stairs to his house. Sanchin said it was starting to get cold. The brunette remembered how he saw his grandmother off, because in winter the stairs are covered with ice and it is very difficult to climb them. These memories made Sanchin think. Looking down at his feet, the boy told his grandmother that he had earned 2,700,000 won today. Despite his words, Ji-hyuk did not take a penny from this money. Grandma was not there with Sanchin, but he continued on his way saying that he would continue doing this because he liked it. Besides, the main reason for streaming was that it stopped his hand from shaking. But no matter how much the guy wanted it, he could only feel it when he was in the capsule. That car accident was a terrible memory not only for Sanchin, but also for his grandmother. The boy remembers his grandmother's wrinkled eyes when she cried alone, hiding from everyone. She didn't know that every time next to her, out of her sight, Sanchin was also crying bitterly. His right hand is more than just a nightmarish memory. She is the most hated part of the body, which caused Grandma a lot of pain, and at the same time, she always accompanies San-hyun in everything. But now, thanks to the games, the guy can pull her bowstring again. San-hyun raised his head and said that Grandma would faint if she saw him now. Now the guy is surrounded by many good people who help him, and it feels like they were sent to him by his grandmother. A tear ran down San-hyun's cheek, as the boy doesn't know how to repay them all for all the good things they do for him. The boy stopped to wipe the tears from his face. San-hyun is going to do everything he can, but he thinks that it might be too late. At some point, a memory of his grandmother beating him and telling him that if he was late, he should work harder popped into the boy's head. These memories made San-hyun smile and say that he will try his best. But the guy feels very sorry because his grandmother will no longer be able to see all of this. And this is what San-hyun regrets more than anything else in the world. After some time, a video from the stream was posted online, which caused a stir in the comments. Seeing the comments that included both surprise and criticism, Jae-mook thought that it really was a good stream. Jae-mook said that this is the first time that a post about this game has made it into the top 10 on the forum. Nayeon said the video was really good, but the guy didn't understand what she was talking about because they didn't post anything. Nayeon responded that a video from the stream had appeared in the editing community and offered to send a link to it. After watching the video, Jae-mook was even more surprised. The guy knew that San-hyun was a very lucky person, but he didn't think he was that lucky. Sanchin's main problem was that he didn't have a good editor. But such a person himself became interested in the brunette and made a video. The next morning, birds were chirping under the windows of Sanchin's house. The guy had just finished taking his morning shower. San-hyun wiped his hair and thought about how he had put all the information they had been able to obtain yesterday into order. Thus, streamers have two main schemes for earning money. The first part consisted of donations from streams, and the second consisted of profit from advertising, proportional to the number of viewers. There is also an option to upload edited videos to YouTube, and then it will bring you a profit. Among all the options, Sanchenu is most suited to the so-called star style, which is often practiced on the Altuba. Ji-hyuk also thinks that San-hyun is not very similar to Jae-mook, and would be better able to handle what Horn does. That day, on the way home, Ji-hyuk was already fired up with the idea of promoting San-hyun in a star-like style. However, according to the brunette, Horn's style is fundamentally different from his, and most likely, the manager was talking specifically about his style of earning money. All these thoughts had been swarming in Sanchin's head since the morning, so the guy walked around the apartment with the same words. The guy came to the only conclusion that he needed an editor, so he sat down at the computer and started looking for information. Thus, San-hyun came across a movie about an archer from Kingdom that had been trending for 17 hours already. It was only after the guy started the video that it dawned on him that the video was about him. The first thing Sanchin noticed was the nickname of the author of the video. His nickname was Seo, which made the brunette wonder if this was the same person who sent the $1,000,000 donation. The video that San-hyun watched was very different from anything the boy had seen before. The music in the background slowly faded in to match the footage from the game. The video started with San-hyun accompanying a nobleman as part of the mercenaries. Roman's voice in the background informed Milady that the bandits were scattered throughout the mountain range. The mercenary captain suggested sending a squad to destroy the bandits. At this moment, the leader of the first attack of the mounted bandits appeared in the frame. He was rapidly approaching the detachment with the aim of breaking up their formation. San-hyun watched with bated breath as ordinary footage from the game was transformed into a masterful film. The guy noticed that the background music, the color rendition, and even the editing seemed to complement the plot. It seemed as if Sanchin was watching a movie about himself. The shots of the bandits were tinted with redder tones, creating a contrast with the soft blue tones framing the shots of San-hyun. They flowed smoothly, creating a feeling of complete immersion in the Kingdom universe. Each bow pose was meticulously crafted not only through San-hyun's skills, but also through clever editing. Every single element, even the smallest one, was played out correctly and fit into the concept of the video. The candors followed the released arrows softly. Each of Sanchin's hits was played out from different angles. They conveyed the lively atmosphere of the game and turned the cold and indifferent look into a bright and dynamic one. The last card was with Sanchin catching his breath after a perfect shot. After watching the video, even San-hyun himself couldn't believe that it was him in the footage, as the acting was top-notch. Many commentators were interested in the game, but those in the know wrote that there was no point in starting to play, since only Almond could shoot like that. All the comments on the video were pretty good, which prompted San-hyun to call Ji-hyuk. The guy reached out to the phone lying nearby, but didn't have time to dial, as a notification came on the phone. The message was from Ji-hyuk, with an attached video that Sang-hyun had just watched. San-hyun was worried that he didn't have enough money to pay the manager yet, but Ji-hyuk told him not to worry about it. The brunette chuckled, as his manager was truly an amazing person. San-hyun got up to warm up before the game in the capsule, as he couldn't throw the game away when he had such a reliable manager. Having warmed up well, Sanchin sat in the capsule and launched it. The guy looked at the recommendations and realized that his physical data was very different from other players, which means that he needs to work on it. The program asked what difficulty level Sanchin chooses for training, and he indicated the maximum. 3 hours later, his training was over. The guy was sweating heavily again, and decided to drink some cold milk. San-hyun looked at the time and realized that he needed to eat quickly and start streaming soon. He had no choice but to quickly snack on some nuts. While the guy was having a snack, he thought that there should have been a lot of comments about the joint stream with Acorn by now. However, Sanchin was concerned about what the audience's initial reaction might be. After a while, the guy sat back in the capsule and started the stream. Meanwhile, in the office of the game developer's main building, the atmosphere was oppressive. The developer of the Game Kingdom was saddened that the game was not rising in chats. The Punk Company is the largest domestic distributor of games. Even at the creation stage, the developer understood that this genre would not be commercially successful, but did not expect that everything would be so bad. However, according to experts, everything should have improved. The man thought that it would be possible to make an event to attract new players, but no one would do that for a game that doesn't sell. The only chance to get out of this situation is to find some top player who wants to play in Kingdom. The man sighed because there would be no such player, since this game could not even be included in the list for esports. The man decided to look for information about the latest events in the Game Kingdom to understand how the game could be revived. The first thing that caught my eye was a video of Archer Almond. The man saw it for the first time, so he decided to see what was so famous in the kingdom lately. The man noted that the quality and editing were amazing, but this man's acting was inimitable. His skills are unmatched. The man started looking for information about this player, because he had never seen him on the list of streamers before. The man soon realized why he had never heard of Almond before. This streamer was new to the game, and his first game was Kingdom. The guy was not only a capable but also a talented streamer. The guy's popularity grew incredibly fast. The man also watched a video of Almond and Jelly's joint stream. Thus, the man learned that the guy was not only talented, but also very handsome. The man realized that this was what he had been looking for a long time, and out of emotion he hit the table, thereby frightening his colleagues. The man decided to watch the newcomer for a while and was happy to learn that Almond had decided to start streaming right now. The developer was happy with this opportunity, because he would be able to watch the guy play live. The first thing that caught the man's eye was the number of spectators. At first he found it strange that the chat was so lively. However, this was explained by the fact that in the first seconds, more than 1,000 viewers connected to the stream. Viewers asked why Almond remained silent, but he could not get over what he had seen. During the time he was silent, a couple hundred more viewers joined him, and they continued to come. Ji-hyuk watched the stream from home and thought that it didn't matter what exactly gave him such a boost. The main thing is that once they crossed the 1,000-person barrier, San-hyun became a full-time streamer. The chat was going crazy as San-hyun remained silent. The guy remembered that they had 50,000 viewers on their joint stream, and everything went without problems, which meant that the guys organized everything well. Because of this, San-hyun began to worry about whether he would be able to handle all of this alone. The guy collected his thoughts and greeted the audience, thanking them for the warm welcome. Reading the comments, San-hyun realized that most of the viewers were newcomers who came just to see the guy's face. Longtime subscribers of the brunette reported that the guy always streams without a camera. At that moment, a message from the manager with a link to the photos arrived in the personal chat. The file contained photos of San-hyun from the stream. Each of the photographs was commented on by many viewers. San-hyun was called a talent that major agencies lack. The guy told the manager that he most likely just wanted to attract attention. But San-hyun admitted that he really liked it, and the manager told him to just turn on the camera. The guy gave in to persuasion and turned on the camera on the stream, greeting the viewers. One after another, donations started coming in with messages that the guy was handsome. Sanchin read everything out loud and thanked the audience. The guy said they didn't have time, so it was time to start the game. Sanchin was transported into the game and found himself at the moment where Emilia praises Almond for his abilities and thanks him for destroying the goblins. The girl was beautiful, which was supported by commentators, who said that their hearts trembled before Emilia's beauty. San-hyun decides not to take all the credit for himself and says that there were still people with him. However, the girl did not listen to him and took his hand, saying that Roman had told her everything. Commentators began writing a lot of messages about the fact that Emilia had never held anyone's hand before in the game. Squeezing Almond's hand in hers, the girl said that she had one more task for the boy. Sanchin asked why the girl didn't tell Roman about this, but she replied that she and the captain wanted Almond to go on the test alone. Emilia pointed towards the majestic castle, and the guy thought that if this was a solo mission, then everything shouldn't be that difficult. However, the next moment the girl's face changed, and she said that Almond must kill the lord of that castle. Sanchin was shocked by such a difficult task, and did not understand how everything came to this. Sanchin asked how often the lord left the castle, to which the girl replied that the guy needed to get inside the castle. The commentators were also surprised by this task, and thought that the power level determinator was broken. A moment later, the girl grabbed the guy's hand again and said that she believed in him. Following her words, several commenters sent donations with words of support. A sign appeared in front of Sanchin asking whether he wanted to accept this task or refuse. At this time, the developer was watching the stream and thinking about the current situation. The man has played Kingdom many times, but completing this quest with a bow is simply impossible. Commentators wrote that San-hyun would not be able to handle this task, and the man agreed with them. Sieges in Kingdom are famous for being incredibly difficult, as you have to climb walls. The artificial intelligence of the enemies is so advanced that as soon as they detect the player, he will immediately find himself surrounded. But even though capturing a fortress is more difficult than crossing the border between North and South Korea, there is another difficulty. Lord Talleyrand is clad in armor from head to toe, making him impossible for an archer to kill. However, the developer wondered what would happen if Almond actually managed to pass this test with a bow. Almond is undoubtedly talented and handsome, but in this field that alone is not enough to become a star. To do this, he needs a little magic. Sanchin thought about the task for a while, then accepted it. Emilia said that she had known his answer for a long time. The commentators supported Sanchin and said that now they had to go to certain death. The guy thought about the fact that he needed to complete this quest to achieve success, because if he was going to retreat, he would not have started at all. Sanchin said that historically, medieval castles are not as big as they are commonly believed to be, and there are about 50 people in them. Emilia continued to look at Almond, waiting for him to take action. San-hyun looked towards the castle and said that he could handle this task, causing the commentators to start making fun of him. However, Sanchin was more interested in why the girl gave the order for someone's death. Even though the girl is a game character, she doesn't seem like the type of person who would hate or harm others. San-hyun's character himself asked the question about what the lord of this castle had done wrong. This was part of the game's story, so San-hyun had little control over the character's actions at that moment. Emilia replied that Lord Talleyrand had enslaved his people. He gave people money on security at extortionate interest rates and forced them to repay the debt, thereby turning them into slaves for the rest of their days. Talleyrand was not ashamed to do this not only to men, but also to women and children. Emilia believes that if the Lord dies, her family will be able to take care of the people. The girl would prefer to start a war, but there is no compelling reason for her to do so. After a moment of silence, Emilia asked if Almond was satisfied with this answer. The guy bowed to the girl and said that he understood everything. He promised Emilia that he would complete this task. To capture the fortress, Sanchin had to wait until late at night. Hiding in the bushes, the boy asked the audience if the game could detect when he was talking to himself. The comments said that this was possible and recommended that the guy change the game settings. The guy was determined to make the game as realistic as possible, so he decided not to change anything. All this time, the boy was in a cornfield, not far from the castle walls. Coming out of hiding, the guy headed towards the castle. Commentators were amazed at how silently the boy moved through the cornfield. Longtime viewers noticed that the guy began to move much better than before. Some began to speculate that it was due to good optimization, but others insisted that the guy had an innate, extraordinary ability to concentrate. Sanchin thought that he too felt changes in his movements, and only the guy himself guessed that this was connected with the 3-hour training he had done before the stream. After some time, he managed to get closer to the castle walls. The cornfield was almost flush with the walls, thus creating a reliable shelter from the eyes of the guards on the wall for Sanchin. As soon as the guards passed along the wall, The guy silently jumped out of hiding and ran closer to the stone wall. San-hyun pressed his back against her and stopped to catch his breath and come up with a plan of action. The guy has already gone far, and now he needs to figure out how to get over the wall unnoticed. From the lights on the wall, Sanchin realized that there were 2 guards nearby. But if the guy attacked thoughtlessly, they would call for reinforcements. In one book, the guy read that you need to sneak up on a guard from behind, clamp his mouth, pull him aside, and then kill him silently. San-hyun has a reasonable assessment of his abilities, so he is not confident that he can handle another type of weapon. The guy pulled out an arrow, after which the commentators asked him if the guy was really going to shoot a bow. Viewers wrote that at this rate he will be exposed quickly, unless he has the ability to kill 2 guards at once. Sanchin raised his head to the sky and thought about their words. At that moment, an idea came to him and he said that he had a plan. The guy pulled the bowstring and said that there was one way to get rid of the guards at once. Sanchin has the ability to kill them with 1 shot to the head. Commentators started writing that he wouldn't be able to pull it off because he was playing in Kingdom and not filming in Hollywood. Sanchin ignored all these comments and moved away from the wall, taking aim. The guy didn't think that something might not work out for him. He was confident of victory. San-hyun decides to kill the guard on the left first, so that the arrow's trajectory is longer and its landing is slower. The guy pulled the bowstring as tight as possible to make the shot very powerful. Before the audience could figure out what exactly Sanchin was planning, the arrow had already taken flight. Sanchin watched the movements of the guards on the wall carefully. Seizing the moment, the guy took another arrow from his quiver and aimed at the guard on the right. The guy waited for the moment when the first arrow would turn in the air and head downwards. All this time, he stood in combat readiness and aimed at the second guard. Finally, the first arrow began to fall right towards the guard's head. It was this moment that Sanchin chose to fire his second shot. The arrows hit 2 guards with precision at the same time, one from above, the other from below. Thanks to this, the danger was eliminated, and no one could signal an invasion anymore. Comments began to arrive in the chat admiring Sanchin's abilities. The guy, in turn, did not pay attention to them, and only looked at the wall to see if there was anyone else on it. Several viewers sent donations, for which Sanchin thanked them. Someone wrote that most likely even the developers did not expect such a turn of events. They were right, because one of the developers was now watching the game and couldn't believe what he saw. For the man, this was truly a complete surprise. The man has been working in the field of game distribution for many years and has seen countless players, but he has never met anyone like Almond. The developer immediately decided to contact management. He told the director that he wanted to arrange a meeting and said that he would send a dossier on the new streamer with all the details. The man sincerely believes that they cannot let the guy go and must get him at any cost. Sanchin, meanwhile, continued to move forward. It took him a long time to climb up the wall. Sanchin did not have any special equipment, which made the task much more difficult. Once at the top, it took him some time to catch his breath. Sanchin said that this game is pure hell, except for the archery that keeps it interesting. Some commentators suggested that the guy was training before the stream, which was the case. Sanchin said that they needed to remove the bodies first, but he was distracted by the sound of footsteps. Another guard was approaching him. Before anyone could notice him, Sanchin disappeared from sight, and the guard didn't understand where everyone had gone. The guard continued on his way, thinking that the guards had gone to bed somewhere again. However, the man was inattentive, because on one of the cannons there was Sanchin, ready to strike at any moment. No one noticed that the 3 guards had disappeared from their posts. This time the shot hit the throat, so that the guard did not have time to utter a word. San-hyun continued to put the bodies in a secluded place, and viewers wrote that everything was too easy for the guy. The guy agreed that even a good marksman couldn't handle close combat, especially when there were a lot of enemies. Sanchin walked to the edge of the wall and looked at the castle courtyard, trying to come up with a plan of action. After some time, an idea appeared in the guy's head on how to get through the yard unnoticed. The guy changed into the guard's clothes, but he didn't think it would be so uncomfortable. Sanchin approached the armory to replenish his supply of arrows and move on. Because the guy was dressed in a guard uniform, no one paid attention to him. However, as soon as he opened the door and entered the armory, one of the guards stopped him. The man wanted to ask what he was doing there, but before he could voice his question, an arrow flew straight into his head. These actions did not go unnoticed by the people on the castle walls. Commentators began to write that they had been exposed and the plan had failed. At that moment, Sanchin was overcome with nostalgia, because it all resembled the archery competition where he once shone. In those moments, he seemed to fall out of reality, completely concentrating on the target in front of his eyes. After this complex world acquired unprecedented clarity. Sanchin understood that in this world he had only 2 outcomes, hit or miss. Before the guard could give the signal, Sanchin's arrow caught him. The guy knew that until then, he had a choice between hitting and missing. he would develop to unimaginable heights. Sanshin put the bow behind his back and ran in the opposite direction from the warehouse. The guy's actions were no longer secretive, which caused a wave of indignation from viewers. Sanhen was discovered by another guard, but this time the arrow only hit him in the leg, forcing him to stop the pursuit. Spectators thought the guy missed because he became nervous and lost concentration. Several more guards ran up to the wounded man, and the commentators wrote that this was where Almond's mission failed. Sanshin continued moving in his direction, ignoring the comments and guards. Having run to the side, the guy tried to increase the distance to carry out the maneuver. Seizing the moment, Sanshin turned around on the spot and took out his bow to take aim. The first arrow killed the guard who was chasing him, hitting him in the head. The second guy was helping the man with a wounded leg to get up, so he didn't have time to understand what had happened. The second and third arrows quickly caught up with them, causing the spectators to realize that the shot in the leg was intended to be a decoy. After a while, everything outside was cleared, so all that was left was to get inside. Sanshin crept up the wall but was immediately spotted. Before the guard could do anything, an arrow hit him right in the head. The problem, however, was that there was not just one person on the wall, but several. The survivors immediately gave the signal for the invasion by blowing a horn. Another couple dozen guards arrived at the call. Weapons of various kinds were aimed towards Sanshin in an instant. However, despite all the comments that the guy lost, Sanhyun himself remained calm, as if everything was going according to plan. He was faced with a big problem that he probably couldn't handle alone. However, Sanhyun doesn't show a shadow of fear. The squad rushed towards the guy, who pulled back his bowstring, ready to enter the battle. Sanhyun was calm because he had a special skill called sequential shooting that allowed him to attack multiple targets at once. It was very inconvenient to take out one arrow at a time from the quiver on my back. Sanshin decided to take out all the arrows and stick them into the floor next to him. Thus, he further sped up his operations by simplifying the system of changing arrows. Thanks to this, the arrows hit the guards one after another, leaving them no opportunity to get closer. Seeing such pressure from the enemy, the guards began to panic. They no longer sought to approach the guy, and remained on the sidelines. However, this did not help them escape their fate. One of the guards saw how all his comrades fell dead from precise hits to the head. His hands began to shake, either from fear or from anger. The next moment, the boy called Sanhyun a monster and told the others to run away. No one wanted to stay near the archer, as he spared no one. When the guard looked back, he saw Sanshin chasing them. The guy collected the arrows and caught up with the fleeing guards. They, in turn, screamed and tried to hide from their pursuer. The commentators didn't understand why the guy was catching up with them, since it wouldn't be possible to shoot while running. However, we are talking about Sanshin, which means that nothing is impossible for him. The most important thing for him is not that his hand doesn't shake while playing, but that his concentration is unwavering. One after another, Sanshin continued to shoot arrows. Each of them unerringly reached their target, killing one guard after another. One of the sufferers looked back and was scared to the point of hiccups. Tears began to flow from his eyes and he was about to beg for mercy. But he didn't have time to say these words, because he became the next target. The arrow hit him in the head and the boy fell to the ground motionless. After some time, Sanshin managed to catch up with all the guards and eliminate them. The long run left the boy sweating and tired. However, he was pleased with the result and asked the audience what they thought of this turn of events. The chat was filled with many admiring comments and several donations, which made the guy happy. Sanshin thought that his business was now going well, but he has not yet completed the main task, so it is time to visit the lord of this castle. Sanshin headed towards the main entrance of the castle, with a trail of blood following him. The guy opened the massive door and entered the large hall. His gaze turned to the man in armor sitting on the throne with a large sword in his hands. Initially, Sanhyun thought that the lord would look like an ordinary man resting on his money. However, this man exuded the atmosphere of the game, indicating that he was the boss. Sanshin said that the lord looked like he was prepared for his arrival, but still did not come out to help his men. The commentators laughed at the fact that the guy himself gave away his plan. At the moment when something rushed past Sanshin at high speed, right next to the guy, a giant sword was sticking out of the wall, which miraculously did not hit Sanshin. It was the sword that the lord had held in his hands just a second ago. The boss asked if the guy really dared to come to him in splendid isolation. Sanshin thought that the man had monstrous strength, since he could easily throw a giant sword. Sanshin took out an arrow and pulled the bowstring, taking aim, but froze in place. The comments started laughing at him, because after all this time, the guy only now noticed an important detail. The problem was that the armor on the lord was impossible to penetrate. The lord raised his hand and made an inviting gesture. An unknown person in armor began to emerge from the shadows of the hall towards them. Several knights emerged from the shadows of the hall and headed towards Sanshin. Each of them was equipped in the same way as their lord, making them an unattainable target for Sanshin. The brunette stood in place and tried to come up with a plan for further action. Sanshin thought that the sword that the Lord had thrown at him not long ago would suit him, but he didn't know how to use such a weapon. The guy understood that all this was risky, because with a bow, he would not be able to break through and defeat the enemy. Sanshin did not give up, because if there is a choice of weapons, then there is a way to complete the task. The guy pulled the bowstring again and began to look closely at the knights. It was impossible to miss even the slightest detail, because they could contain a clue to the solution. All you had to do was focus on your opponent's movements. A few seconds later, a plan appeared in Sanshin's head. The knights quickly approached him, but did not understand why the guy was inactive. The Lord watched the proceedings carefully from his throne. Suddenly a smile appeared on Sanshin's face. One of the knights decided to act and approached the guy closely. The knight raised his sword, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, Sanshin easily dodged it, continuing to closely watch the knight's actions. Catching the right moment, the guy pulled the bowstring and fired. The arrow flew over the knight's head, hitting the helmet's ring, causing it to fly off the man's head. Commentators couldn't believe that the guy not only noticed such a small detail, but also quickly came up with a plan. The rest of the knights froze in place, not understanding how this could have happened. Sanshin took advantage of their distraction and fired a couple more times. The helmets flew off the knights' heads one after another. The helmet of the very first knight scratched his face, which made the man very angry. Driven by anger and a thirst for revenge, the knight rushed at Sanshin. The man swung his sword and struck with a backhand. However, Sanshin leaned back, dodging the blow, and pulled back the bowstring. When the blow missed, the boy released the bowstring, sending the arrow flying. She accurately hit the knight right in the forehead. The remaining knights rushed towards the archer, with the aim of eliminating him. However, Sanshin was faster, so for them it was already over. 2 arrows pierced their heads at great speed. The bodies of the lifeless knights fell to the floor. Now only Sanshin and the Lord, who continued to sit in his place, remained in the hall. Sanshin, in turn, was thinking about how to deal with the enemy. The Lord praised Sanshin and rose from his seat, revealing that his helmet did not have a loop like the knight's had. The Lord approached the archer, swinging his giant sword with ease. Sanshin, in turn, thought that the condition of 3 hits to the head had been met, and now all that was left was to make sure. Before entering the battle, the guy studied a new method, but he doesn't know if it will really work. Sanhyun prepared for battle by activating the sequential shooting skill. The boy stuck all the arrows into the ground again to make it easier to take them during the fight. Commentators didn't understand why he was doing this. The Lord walked to the center of the hall and prepared for battle. The Lord said that Sanshin was pathetic for thinking that his arrows could hit him. Commentators agreed with him and began to write that Sanshin had made a mistake in his choice of weapon. However, Sanshin was ready for battle, as he had already come up with a plan of action. On the Lord's armor, right in the area of the heart, the metal was worn away, which created a place for a blow. Sanshin took a stance and had no intention of responding to the Lord's words. The Lord walked slowly but surely towards the archer, telling him that he could not be defeated with a bow. The Lord made threatening speeches, trying to lower the opponent's fighting spirit. But in an instant, an arrow was sent straight to his weak spot in the chest area. However, this arrow flew to the side without penetrating the defense. The Lord did not understand what goal the guy was pursuing, but the arrows one after another hit the same point. Despite all the Lord's mockery, Sanshin did not stop. At some point, the force of the blows caused the Lord to lose his balance and step aside. Sanshin realized that his strategy was working, so he had to move even faster and be even more precise. Arrows must hit the heart directly to penetrate the armor by repeatedly hitting the same spot. At some point, due to the constant blows, sparks began to fly off the armor, which greatly angered the Lord. Commentators slowly but surely began to understand what Sanshin was aiming for, but no one believed that it would be successful. The Lord felt that the armor was beginning to crumble and decided to attack. The arrows behind Sanshin's back were slowly but surely running out. Viewers wrote that arrows were a very bad weapon against the Lord, but Sanshin was convinced otherwise. Another arrow was sent towards the Lord's chest. The boss was inevitably approaching, not paying attention to the fact that the arrows had almost reached their target. The arrow, as usual, bounced to the side, like all the previous ones, but this time, a gap was made. The Lord even froze for a moment, not understanding how this could have happened. The boss didn't have time to do anything, as another arrow was approaching him at high speed. It unerringly pierced the gap in the armor, causing the sword to fall from the Lord's hands. The arrow was fired with such force that it entered the flesh more than halfway. The Lord lost his footing and fell backwards. Sanshin remained in his place, and only 3 arrows remained behind his back. The comments exploded with congratulations and praise for his abilities, and donations poured in like a river. Sanshin was able to exhale, as he was tired and not 100% sure that he would be able to carry out the plan with the arrows he had. 3 hours of training and a quest of increased difficulty are very exhausting, but the feelings he gets from winning charge him with energy again and again. Having caught his breath, Sanchin scrolled through the messages about donations and read out the nicknames of the viewers, thanking them for their support. The guy said he fired about 40 shots at the same spot, causing the armor to give way and break. Sanyun was about to complete the quest to see Lady Amelia's surprised face. The guy's attention was drawn to a message about a donation of 300,000 won from Seo. San-hyun immediately realized that this was the author of the video, so all the remaining comments already lost their meaning for him. Meanwhile, we are transported to a crowded subway. The short girl with dark hair was pinned between people, but she could do nothing about it. While others were able to move around inside the carriage more easily, the girl was swept away by the flow of people due to her small height. After some time, she managed to get out of the carriage into an empty metro station. The girl was clearly irritated by the crowd of people and the noise they were making. It was already late outside, but the girl continued her way home in the dark. The girl didn't understand what she was doing at all, and why she had to do all this day after day. She was obviously upset about something, because her only desire was to dive into this boundless ocean where there was not a soul. The girl seemed to be frightened by her own house, but she didn't like people anymore. Walking into the living room, she sank to the floor in front of the TV, wondering if the broadcast had already started or not. Seeing that the streamer had just started broadcasting, a smile blossomed on the girl's face. On the TV screen, we saw Sanyun loading a game. The girl watched the stream closely and listened to every word Sanchin said. For the girl, the guy's streams were the only light in her life. Initially, the girl watched the guy's streams because his nickname sounded like her favorite snack, almonds. But then the girl got involved in this business because San-hyun's streams attracted her. The girl was surprised that the guy accepted a difficult quest from Amelia. However, all his actions were consistent and striking in their originality. The girl watched the guy's every action with interest. She liked what was happening on the broadcast. Some moments made the girl laugh. At some point, Sanchin managed to knock the shield off the knight's head. This greatly impressed the girl, as the situation at that moment seemed hopeless. Finally, the quest began to come to an end when the arrow pierced the lord's heart. The girl saw how the boss, who had the highest level armor, lost to the archer. Almond continued to sit in his place, resting after the intense attack. These shots were impressive and touched the girl. The girl was very happy that the guy was able to cope with this difficult mission without changing his weapon. The girl immediately began to think about how much money to send the guy as a donation. She thought about sending the usual 100,000 won, since this was not her first time sending a donation. But before the girl sent the amount, she decided that it was worth sending 300,000 won. The girl does not want to give in to anyone in this, and despite the fact that she has already spent a lot, she does not see anything bad in this, because she is investing in her happiness. The guy immediately noticed her donation and said that he already knew her nickname. Other commentators suggested that San-hyun should do a backflip to end the stream. Commentators started writing that the guy wouldn't succeed and would end up as usual, but San-hyun succeeded. After this, the game turned off and a notification came that San-hyun had died and was resurrected at the last save location. The guy suggested that he was kicked out of the game due to optimization. San-hyun said that he didn't succeed, so he thanked Seo again for the donation and said that he would end the stream. San-hyun ended the stream and opened the capsule. The guy thought that even if he died, the game would still not kick him out. San-hyun remembered a viewer with the nickname So and wondered what this person does in life. The guy thought about the fact that this viewer must be quite young to donate such amounts to the streamer. Sanchin is discouraged by this situation, but there is nothing he can do about it. Meanwhile, the girl with the nickname Seo was lying on the floor in her room and laughing, because today's stream was very funny. A few minutes later, the girl got up from the floor with the idea of making another clip on the stream. She scrolled through her playlist, choosing a song that would go well with the stream. The girl picked an exciting track, since today's stream had a good plot. Almond played better and better than ever before. These videos promised to be very exciting. The next day, San-hyun woke up to someone calling him. Picking up the phone, he asked why Ji-hyuk wasn't sleeping. The guy on the other end said he was having lasagna for lunch today, after which Sanchin hung up. A moment later, Ji-hyuk called back and apologized. He didn't expect San-hyun to just end the call. The brunette asked the manager what made him call so early, and he replied that they had some kind of problem. Ji-hyuk asked if San-hyun remembered someone named Seo, who had previously posted a video from the stream. Ji-hyuk said that this viewer has a private account, so he doesn't respond to their meeting requests, so Sang-hyun should ask him when he'll donate next. The brunette replied that he didn't want to do that, and then Ji-hyuk said that they would have to wait a very long time for an answer. After this, the manager ended their conversation and hung up. The boy spent the rest of the morning thinking about this situation. In order to get his head in order, Sang-hyun decides to first get his house in order. As he walked down the stairs, the guy thought that he walked up and down them every day, but still found it hard to breathe. Sang-hyun decided to ignore it and take it as a kind of training. The guy thought that all the difficulties were temporary, and he would be able to overcome them. But at that moment the door opened right in front of him and hit him on the head. The girl leaving the house was very scared, and began to apologize to the guy. Sang-hyun sat down on the ground and rubbed his bruised shoulder while the girl came closer and asked if he was hurt. The guy turned towards her and said that he was fine. The girl saw his face and abruptly moved away, causing the tablet to fall out of her hands and roll down the stairs. She immediately recognized the guy as streamer Almond. Sang-hyun didn't understand her reaction and asked if everything was okay with the girl. The girl remained silent, so Sang-hyun decided to leave her alone and go away. This time the guy got to the trash bins without incident and threw the bags into them. Sang-hyun felt much better after the walk, but he hadn't gone far before his phone rang. The guy took the call and asked the manager what happened again. Ji-hyuk said that another video from Seo was released and asked if the guy watched it. Despite the fact that the video was just posted, it has already collected more than 3,000 views and more than 100 comments. The video is trending at number 78, and at this rate it will gain all 200,000 views in less than a day. Ji-hyuk said that he left their contact information in the comments, and now all they have to do is wait for a response. When the call ended, Sang-hyun heard the girl's voice asking him to wait. The guy turned around and saw the same girl who had hit him with the door a couple of minutes ago. Sang-hyun began to feel his pockets, trying to figure out if he had dropped anything when he hit himself. His actions were interrupted by the girl, who quickly handed him a notebook. The girl covered her face with a cap, but it was clear that she was blushing from embarrassment as she asked Sang-hyun to leave an autograph. The guy was stunned and didn't understand what the girl wanted from him. Only after a few moments did the guy realize that the girl could be his fan. Sang-hyun asked if she really watched his streams, to which the girl nodded her head. The guy thought that he was not that famous yet, but he had already met a fan near his house. Since Sang-hyun didn't answer for a long time, the girl thought that he would refuse, but he happily accepted the notebook and asked her name. The girl replied that her name was Jia, causing the notebook in the guy's hands to shake. A moment later, the girl introduced herself with her full name, So Jia. The meeting that Ji-hyuk and Sang-hyun had been trying to arrange for the past few days finally happened. The guys invited the girl to a cafe, where Jia said that her main job was editing. Ji-hyuk said it's great when editing becomes not just a job, but also a hobby. Ji-hyuk said that they were looking for a girl, but they didn't think that this meeting would happen so accidentally. Jia asked why they were trying to find her. The manager said it was nothing serious, but then he took several sheets of paper out of his briefcase. Ji-hyuk immediately offered the girl to work with them, but Sang-hyun did not understand when the manager had time to prepare all the documents, because he had only recently found out about the girl. Jia didn't fully understand what Ji-hyuk meant. As an experienced negotiator, the manager immediately noticed doubts in the girl's behavior. Ji-hyuk decided that he had to put pressure on the girl, otherwise she would reject their offer and leave. Ji-hyuk said that the videos the girl posted had some problems with monetization. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about. And then the manager reminded her that she was violating copyright, and fan channels cannot generate income. Jia looked embarrassed and said that she sent the guy donations on streams. The girl began to defend herself and said that her videos were not made for profit. Ji-hyuk decided to get down to business and said that he was offering the girl to work with them and earn income from these videos. The manager saw that Jia was behaving in an unconventional way, because usually everyone is interested in money, but she apparently had a different goal. Initially, Ji-hyuk thought that the girl was rich, but it turned out that she sent donations because she was a fan of Almond. All the videos she made were built on enthusiasm. It is this enthusiasm that should be used to attract the girl's attention. Ji-hyuk said that Almond needs the help of an editor, and that only So Jia is suitable for him and no one else. Sang-hyun didn't understand what the manager was talking about, but he said that he had everything under control. The girl was touched by his words and asked if they really needed her. Ji-hyuk said that they had been looking for a suitable editor for so long, and Sang-hyun decided to play along and said that he would like to work as a girl. Sang-hyun said that he needed her help, and then the girl would continue to edit his videos the way she wanted. The girl thought about how long it had been since she had been needed by anyone. After all, she always felt like the odd one out. Jia was confused, so she asked if she could think for a moment before giving a final answer. The guys agreed to wait, but the girl interrupted their joy. Jia said that she had some problem. The girl said that the company she currently works for prohibits dual contracts. To officially become Almond's editor, she will have to quit her current job, but she will need to make a living. The girl is satisfied with her salary at the moment, and she is afraid to rely only on income from videos. Sang-hyun realized that the girl needed to be paid a fixed amount, but at the moment he couldn't even afford to pay Ji-hyuk. The guy turned to the manager and said that they should think about this issue again. However, Ji-hyuk did not listen to him and was determined. The manager opened the bag and said that he just happened to have one letter with him. Today they received an offer of cooperation from the Pank company, which includes payment for the editor's work. This letter made the girl cast aside all doubts and agree to this job. Sang-hyun thought that the girl had solved the issue of her livelihood so easily, which meant that she had not liked working at her previous place of work. Ji-hyuk said that the girl would be paid a base salary of 25 million won per year, plus 40% of the all-tub income as a bonus. The manager also suggested simply splitting the entire income in half, but Jia said that she liked the idea of a fixed salary better. After signing the contract, Ji-hyuk said that he would contact the girl after receiving a response from Punk Company. Jia asked what she should do with the videos she had previously posted on her channel, and the manager said that they would need to be posted on their official channel. The girl bowed to them and asked them to call her when all the details were resolved. When Jia had moved a sufficient distance away, Sang-hyun poked the manager in the side. The guy asked if the offer of cooperation from Punk was real, to which the manager replied that he had never been a liar. Sang-hyun was surprised by this offer, but he was not going to refuse, since the conditions were very favorable. Ji-hyuk said that Jia turned out to be very straightforward and meticulous, although the guy expected that it would be much easier to negotiate with her. Sang-hyun said that being a fan and working side by side with your idol are two completely different things. Ji-hyuk noted that she must really like Almond since she sent large sums of money. But in conversation, the girl was very cold and reserved. Lost in thought, the manager said that during the entire conversation, the girl never smiled once. Meanwhile, Jia ran home at breakneck speed and, running into the apartment, leaned her back against the door. Tripping over her own feet, the girl threw off her outerwear. Running to the bed, the girl jumped onto it and covered her head with the blanket. Wild screams and fussing could be heard from under the blanket. Jia couldn't believe that she had met Almond in person, and becoming his editor was completely out of the question. The girl looked through the contract she had signed in the cafe again, and still couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. Only now did it begin to dawn on the girl that she had finally managed to escape from that life. She remembered how the employees from her previous place of work mocked her, and told her that she would never be treated as well as she was treated there. The girl was mired in this, and could not find a way out of this nightmare that was eating her from the inside day after day. Jia couldn't believe that her talent was finally being recognized. The girl went to her page and decided to read the reviews on the video, and they all made her happy. Jia hugged the phone to her chest, and enjoyed the feeling spreading through her body. After some time, Sang-hyun also returned home and decided to start the stream early. When the guy got ready and sat in the capsule, he received a message. In the message, the girl sent music for the screensaver and attached instructions for use, which greatly surprised the guy, because they had recently gone home. Sang-hyun watched the opening credits and was amazed. Jia said that she didn't make the video in one go, but slowly in her free time from work. Sang-hyun thanked the girl and said that he would definitely use the screensaver in the right place. After a while, Almond began broadcasting. All subscribers instantly received a notification from the app. Some people were caught at home, while others were out walking with friends at the time. Some people were lucky enough to be in a gaming club at that moment. As viewers began to join the stream, Sang-hyun launched the intro. Some viewers were already familiar with Seo's work, so they asked if she had made the opening theme. As the intro drew to a close, the number of viewers increased. Commentators asked if the girl had really been hired as an editor. When the number of viewers exceeded 1,000, Sang-hyun appeared on the main screen and greeted everyone. The guy thanked the viewers for the welcome donations and suggested that they immediately move on to the game. Spectators noticed that all the bodies remained in their places. Sang-hyun said that they needed to report everything to Amelia, but they had one more thing to do. The guy said that if he could clear everything alone, it means he can take some resources with him. After inspecting the castle, Sang-hyun was faced with a difficult choice of several bows. The guy also managed to find a whole chest of gold. In another room, Sang-hyun found new clothes. She immediately caught his attention, and commentators wrote that the guy should definitely take her. Sang-hyun didn't even think of refusing this offer and changed his clothes to new ones. The commentators suggested that the guy take something else, but the limit had already been exceeded, so Sang-hyun couldn't take anything else. The boy came up to the stable and said that now he wouldn't die so easily. Taking the horse, Sang-hyun said that he was going to Amelia to complete the task. Time passes much faster in the game than in real life, so Sang-hyun reached Amelia's castle by dawn. Sang-hyun was happy with this turn of events, and the audience supported him in this. The boy dismounted and was tying his horse when he was called. Emilia was passing by in a carriage and noticed Almond. The guy came closer to the carriage and bowed in greeting. Almond said that he came to report to the girl about the completed task. The girl turned to her maid and told her to be left alone with the guy. The maid could not allow Milady to be left alone with the mercenary, but Emilia insisted. Milady got out of the carriage and invited Almond to come into the building. The guy followed her, and Emilia said that the guy completed the task incredibly quickly. The girl expressed her doubts, suggesting that the guy simply decided to refuse the task. But Sanchin said that he came to her because the task was successfully completed. Emilia was surprised and said that only 2 days had passed since she gave him this task. Sanchin said it took him 1 day to travel there and back, half a day to prepare, and another half a day for the mission itself. The girl was shocked by this development of events. Emilia tried to find inconsistencies in Sanchin's answers. She reminded him that she had ordered the murder of the Lord. Sanchin replied that the castle's security was very strong, so he had to kill them all. For a moment the girl froze in amazement. However, a second later she screamed in shock. The next second the girl pulled herself together, as she had to maintain her status. Emilia asked if Talleyrand Castle was really empty now, to which Sanchin replied in the affirmative. The girl was amazed that the guy was able to capture the impregnable castle alone. Her praise made Sanchin very happy, and he smiled back at the girl. Emilia became more serious and said that they had no reason to delay. The girl said that in order to protect innocent people, they must immediately annex the lands to the territory of Jeanneret. Emilia gave the order to move to Talleyrand Castle, because they needed to arrive before the greedy nobles took it into their own hands. Milady approached the carriage and thanked her maid for her help. Emilia was already climbing into the carriage when her attention was drawn to Almond, standing to the side. The girl turned around and asked why he was standing there, lost in his thoughts. Emilia invited him to join her, as she wanted to ask him a great many questions. Commentators began to write that such a warm attitude could only be achieved by achieving maximum favor. Sanchin could not refuse the trip, and there was no reason to do so. On the way, Emilia asked how the guy could be such a strong warrior, to which the guy replied that he was not as strong as she assumed. But the girl did not agree with him, because she had seen many valiant knights in her time. However, none of them can hold a candle to Almond in terms of skill level. Sanchin admitted that he was quite skilled in archery, causing Emilia to ask if those skills helped him defeat all the knights in the fortress. Sanchin answered in the affirmative, which made the girl freeze in amazement. Emilia said that this was surprising, since she had never seen a knight who relied solely on a bow. Sanchin reminded her that he was not a knight, but served as an ordinary mercenary. His words made the girl think about something. After some thought, Emilia asked if Almond had ever thought about becoming a knight. The girl said that they needed a reliable person who would manage the castle of Talleyrand when they annexed the lands. Sanhyun replied that even if he had some fighting skills, he was just a mercenary, so he had no reason to become a knight. After a short pause, Emilia announced that her father had expressed a desire to meet Almond in person. The Count is very pleased with how cleverly the boy resolved a recent difficult situation. Sanchin could not believe what he heard, since it seemed to him that the Count had left as soon as he gave the order to Emilia. The guy wanted to say something, but the girl put her finger to his lips, calling for silence. This gesture confused Sanchin, but he fell silent, looking attentively at Emilia. The girl told him not to pay attention to such things, as it was a sign of disrespect towards a noble lady. Emilia looked away at the window in embarrassment and said that they had already arrived at the place. The carriage arrived at its destination, and before Sanchin's eyes appeared peasants who were cleaning the castle. One of the peasants noticed the approaching people. The first thought that came to the man's mind was that these people were sent by Talleyrand. Emilia heard his words and answered negatively to his guesses. The girl said that they came from the Jeanneret family. The peasants froze in place, not believing their ears. The people in the castle were divided into 2 parts. Some said that they needed to drive out the strangers, while others were afraid to do so. Sanchin felt that people were still confused and at a loss. Sanchin and Emilia approached Talleyrand's banner, which indicated that the castle belonged to him. The girl turned around and looked at Almond with a smile. After an approving nod from the mercenary, Emilia grabbed the banner. With a light wave of her hand, the girl tore the enemy banner off the wall. After some time, the henchman hung another banner on the castle wall, this one bright yellow. Now this territory belonged to the Jeanneret family. The peasants could not believe that the lord had changed overnight. Many peasants were unhappy with the change of power, but some began to defend the Jeanneret family, saying that they were governing their lands much more sensibly. Sanhyun and Emilia heard all this talk, causing the guy to ask if they could really leave things as they were. The girl did not understand what he was talking about, but Sanchin clarified that people should know who they were serving from now on. Emilia didn't seem bothered by these conversations. Turning towards the working peasants, the girl said that everything would be fine. From the castle wall, a guy and a girl watched the local residents. Emilia said that people will come to terms with it and get used to it, but it will take some time. After this, a large cutscene started in the game. In just 1 week, the people of the area were able to pay their bills with their honest labor. and were allowed to receive a certain amount of money to live on. As a result, the workforce increased naturally, and the once lifeless dying territory began to slowly come back to life. In the long run, this should bring much more benefit and prosperity. Commentators asked if Sanchin intended to stay in the castle and become its lord. At that moment, Amelia approached the guy from behind and said that she had been looking for him. The girl asked if the guy had forgotten that they had an important meeting with her father tomorrow. Sanchin replied that he could not forget about it. Commentators were surprised and pleased with such a beautiful, happy ending. But the whole atmosphere was destroyed the moment the guards gave the signal for an attack. Sanchin and Amelia turned their attention towards the window with alarm. In the distance, an army could be seen approaching the castle. At the front of the line walked a knight in a blue robe. His face was hidden by an iron helmet. Sanchin suggested that they might be allies of Talleyrand, and Amelia said that they had come to retake the castle. Sanchin confidently replied that he could stop them. Amelia was worried, so she took the guy's hand. She asked Almond to be careful. After some time, Sanchin went into battle with the army of the Janare family. The guy stood in line with all the warriors and mercenaries. Roman led the army and said that today they would stand to the death, defending the castle of Talleyrand. The captain said they owed it to Lady Janaret, who had so generously accepted them into her service. Therefore, they must definitely win this war. Sanchin listened to the captain's speech and turned his gaze to the castle walls. Amelia stood on the wall and hoped that Almond would return safe and sound. Almond closed his eyes and listened to his inner feelings. The next moment, he was already fully prepared to fight and win. The game announced a new mission, which was to win the war. Viewers were surprised that Almond was able to complete the game up to the war in just a couple of days. San Hyun read the comments and found out that even streamer Bubblegum couldn't get to war in such a short time. The guy didn't like the fact that viewers started to speak negatively about other streamers and asked them to be more tactful. The audience responded positively to his remark, and order quickly returned to the chat. After the cutscene ended, San Hyun addressed the viewers and said that this was the end of today's stream. A lot of dissatisfied comments started coming in, because the guy decided to stop at the most interesting moment. Sanchin didn't pay attention to this, and said goodbye to the audience. The comments asked him not to leave and continue the game, but the guy was adamant and ended the broadcast. After some time, the guy rested and began to prepare for bed. But before that, he decided to read the comments on the forum. Judging by the comments, San Hyun chose the perfect moment to attract much more interest from the viewers. Acorn advised ending your streams this way, as it will cause disappointment to viewers, but will be beneficial in the long run. Sanchin looked through the posts on the forums with interest, and was pleased with the impression they made. One of the posts included a clip from a scene with Amelia, where she learned that Almond had taken over the castle on his own. Everyone started writing that San Hyun was playing incredibly, but the guy didn't understand how he deserved such praise. In his opinion, anyone, even if not an ordinary player, but a professional archer, could also complete this game. San Hyun remembers Jaemok's praise and wonders if he really has the talent to play VR games. The boy thought that it might be related to his high concentration, but that didn't mean that only archers had this skill. However, these thoughts quickly left San Hyun's head, and he continued to browse the popular posts. Suddenly, the guy's gaze caught on a post with an analysis of the skills of the archer Almond. In it, one person gave a professional assessment of Sanchin's abilities, which indicated that the author was definitely not an amateur. After some time, the guy found confirmation of his guess, because in the comments to the post, the author wrote that he himself is a former archery athlete. San Hyun's hand shook even more, because if they were involved in the same sport, then most likely San Hyun knew it. After a while, the guy put the phone down and sighed heavily. He didn't understand what was bothering him so much, because there was nothing interesting about it. Everyone involved in archery cut off ties with him 10 years ago, but Sanchin still wonders if he knows the man. The guy retired from the sport because of the injury he sustained in that accident, and no one else knows about it except his coach. Thinking about this, the guy does not notice how he falls into a dream, and it takes him to the distant past, to the time when he was still a schoolboy. He remembers a girl his age running up to him and asking if he really wanted to give it all up. San Hyun then told her that he was no longer interested, and these words deeply hurt the girl. The girl said that the guy can't just give up like that, because he has talent and everyone looks up to him. She was upset by the fact that despite having such abilities, San Hyun no longer wanted to practice shooting because he became bored. The guy, in turn, hid his hands in his trouser pockets and replied that he was serious and would not change his decision. For a moment there was an oppressive silence between them. After this, the girl turned around and started to leave, telling the guy not to come back. San Hyun didn't look after her, and it seemed as if he didn't care about the girl's words. However, she didn't notice that tears were running down the guy's cheeks. San Hyun didn't want to tell her the true reason for his decision, but her words still hurt him. The next day, The forum continued to chat about how Almond's next stream would go. Son Hyun went out for a walk to get some fresh air, but on the way he read all the comments. Among the comments, the guy noticed some negative ones, but since he still had few viewers, the guy was happy with them too. Son Hyun was walking down the stairs when he noticed Jiwoo coming out of her house downstairs. The girl was deep in thought, so she was surprised when the guy called her. San Hyun asked Jia where she was going, and the girl said that she didn't have far to go. The guy invited the girl to go for a walk together, and she happily agreed, since she also had something to show San Hyun. After some time, the guy and the girl came to a park near their residential area. Jia sat down on the bench while San Hyun went to get drinks. Sitting down on the bench next to the girl, the guy handed her a bottle of water. After taking a couple of sips, San Hyun asked what the girl wanted to show him, after which Jia took out her phone. Jia said that she had finished editing some videos for her new channel and asked the guy to watch them. San Hyun was impressed by such fast work and praised the girl, starting to watch videos for his personal channel. The intro to the first video stated that the account was created just one day before the streamer's career began. At the very beginning, San Hyun saw footage from his first stream, where he was just choosing a weapon to complete a mission. The chat laughed at the guy because the bow is very difficult to use, and you can even hit your ally with it. When San Hyun chose the most difficult weapon in the game, the audience just laughed at him. However, everything began to change the moment the first shot hit the enemy right in the head. The shots began to change rapidly, adjusting to the pace of the shooting, so as not to leave time for the audience to lose interest. The footage from the stream is accompanied by inserts of individual messages from the chat, spurring interest. San Hyun watches the created video with bated breath and is more and more surprised each time. The guy watches his own game, but now it has become more dynamic thanks to the processing. All this time, Jia sat nearby and was nervous, and when the video ended, she asked San Hyun if he liked it. The guy screamed and turned to face her, saying that this video was a masterpiece. San Hyun said the girl did an amazing job of including all the main points, adding graphics for ease of viewing, and making the ending perfect. Such a stream of compliments confused the girl, and she became very embarrassed. San Hyun waited for Jia to calm down a bit and asked if they could post the video right now, but she said no. The girl heard that it would be best to post 3 or 4 videos at a time. Jia said that if San Hyun didn't mind, she would continue editing the rest of the videos in the same format, to which the guy responded affirmatively. After this exhausting walk, the guy and the girl went home. Jia was very nervous, so she was very tired when she returned home. Sitting on the bed with her eyes closed, she remembered San Hyun's reaction to her video. She was very glad that the guy liked her work. The girl was very pleased to realize that someone noticed and appreciated her talent. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a message that came to her phone. The girl thought that no one should be texting her at a time like this, but the thought that it could be San Hyun made her grab her phone. However, as soon as she read who the message was from, her face completely changed. Just a moment ago, Zia was immersed in good thoughts and memories, but now there was no trace left of them. The girl clearly did not want to see and read the message from this person. For a moment, the room was plunged into oppressive silence. After coming to her senses, Jia dropped her phone on the bed. The girl began to come up with activities for herself to distract herself from bad thoughts. She wanted to do something, just not to think about the man who wrote to her. All day long, the forum only wrote about the fact that Almond would be participating in the battle today as a lone archer. Many were looking forward to this stream and were going to watch it no matter what the situation. Suddenly, the forum became more active as Almond's followers received a notification that the broadcast had begun. San Hyun greeted all the viewers, and more people started joining the stream. Many people started writing that the guy started early today, but he still looks very good. Sanchin was very afraid that he wouldn't make it in time. But in the end, even more people gathered than yesterday. San Hyun told the audience that he started early today in anticipation of the upcoming battle, as it could take a long time. The guy decided not to delay and entered the game, after which he found himself in front of the battlefield. For a while, San Hyun stood in his place, reading out comments and wishes from the audience. Roman approached Almond and said that the guy had come all this way, starting from the very bottom. Sanchin said he didn't understand what exactly the captain was talking about. Roman pointed towards the castle where Amelia was standing, and asked if Almond really didn't understand what they were talking about. San Hyun began to deny his romantic feelings for Amelia, but the captain continued to insist on his own and say that he envied the guy. San Hyun, like the viewers, noticed that although Roman had joked with the guy before, now there was a spiritual closeness between them. Roman thanked Almond for the big catch, and that it was an honor for him to now stand shoulder to shoulder with the guy. The captain decided to stop the pointless talk and told Captain Almond to look towards the enemy. Roman said that the man in golden armor with a helmet on his head was the key to winning today's battle. Sanchin looked towards the enemy and noticed that the boss was not going to go towards them. Roman said that this man was the type to command while hiding his rear, so Alman needed to get to him. After some time, Roman gave the signal to attack, and the army rushed into battle. The enemy soldiers did not keep us waiting and rushed forward to intercept the enemy army as it approached the rear. The mounted cavalry advanced forward, leaving the infantry behind. They rushed forward to gain an advantageous position by defeating the enemy cavalry. The enemy decided to use the same strategy, so now everything depended on the internal forces of the troops and their abilities in battle. Sanshin led a squad of archers and ordered them to shoot to kill. Immediately after his order, 100 arrows rose into the air towards the enemy army. Thanks to his actions, more than half of the cavalry was successfully eliminated. The dead soldiers fell from their horses and were trampled. Blood flowed like a river on the battlefield, creating a feeling of complete immersion in the events of the game. Sanyun set army command to auto-start and said that his main target in this battle was the boss in golden armor. A donation of 10,000 won was sent to the chat from a certain Shin, with the task being that the viewer would pay 10,000 for each corpse. Sanshin carefully read the condition from the commentator, and turning towards the enemy army, made some calculations. The guy wasn't sure if the viewer would have that much money, so he asked the commentators if everything would be okay. Sanshin thought that this man was probably very rich, so he accepted the challenge. After some time, the guy began to put his plan into action and slowly crept away from the battlefield. Viewers couldn't believe that Alman decided to sneak up on his enemies and abandon his allies. Sun-Hyun watched the chat and thought that the viewers' words had provoked the commentators, so the guy had no choice but to complete the challenge. The boy thought that he still had 8 gold coins of arrows left, and if the boy killed the same number of enemies, he would be able to get 1,000,000 won. Donation tasks have their own specifics, so they greatly affect the speed of character leveling. Sanshin understands that the most important thing is not only to destroy the boss, but also to participate in protracted battles so that the stream is more lively. The guy sneaked to a more convenient place and now, in the front rows, but unnoticed, he could observe the movement of enemy troops. At some point, Sanshin noticed several victims who were moving closest to him. The enemy squad was taken by surprise when an arrow flew at them from the side, killing one of the soldiers. Panic immediately arose in the ranks, and people began to look around in search of the source of the threat. Someone calculated the trajectory of the arrow and reported that the enemy had come from the left flank. However, as soon as the soldiers turned in the indicated direction, they discovered that there was no one there. The leader of the squad said that they did not have time to be distracted by every arrow and ordered them to continue moving. However, he didn't have time to finish speaking because another arrow flew at his head. The commander fell dead at the feet of his subordinates, who could not believe that this had happened to them. The detachment, no longer having a leader, stopped in rough terrain and tried to find the archer. Sanshin, in turn, sat in the distant bushes and watched with a smile on his face as people looked confused. As soon as they were distracted for just a moment, the guy again looked out from behind the bushes and sent another arrow flying. However, his appearance did not escape the enemy's attention, and he was spotted, which caused a storm of emotions in the chat. Meanwhile, a new leader appeared in the enemy detachment and took over the leadership. He ordered 20 soldiers to move towards the archer and eliminate him. The commentators suggested that Sanshin leave before he was killed, but the boy paid no attention to them and continued counting the arrows he had left. Having counted out 20 arrows, the guy stuck them into the ground for the convenience of quick shooting. By that time, the enemy had already gotten quite close. Sanshin said that there were only 20 enemies, and there were exactly 20 arrows, so there was nothing difficult. Even though the soldiers knew where the archer was, they still moved with great caution. However, it did not help them, because when they got close enough, arrows began to appear one after another, unerringly finding their targets. Around one of the soldiers, his comrades died one after another. The guy didn't have time to keep track of the situation, as the arrows were moving at high speed and continuously. The arrows flying towards them were illuminated with blue light. This indicated that Sanshin had used the skill of consecutive shooting. The enemies did not have time to coordinate their movements because they died instantly. One of the soldiers realized that the archer was only aiming for heads, so he signaled everyone to protect her. However, he did not have time to finish speaking, because an arrow hit him in the neck. In a relatively short period of time, Sanshin was able to eliminate almost all of the soldiers. But the guy had to shoot even faster, since the time for the sequential shooting skill was quickly running out. The game sent a notification that the skill would turn off in 3 seconds. The surviving soldiers quickly tried to escape back to their unit. Amid the sounds of the unfolding carnage, crows sat on the branches of trees and watched, waiting for their moment. The soldiers tried to shout to the main body, begging for reinforcements. However, no one came to their aid. A couple of seconds later, the sequential shooting skill was disabled, and by that time, there were no survivors left. A few seconds later, The promised donation of 230,000 won arrived from a viewer. Jia watched the battle closely and was very inspired by what she saw. The girl understood that everyone liked Almond because, no matter what, he always gave it his all. This love of the audience comes from an unshakable self-confidence. Sang-hyun never doubts himself and his abilities. And the guy doesn't just need to blindly believe in himself, because his confidence is based on his real results. This is what most amazes viewers who join his streams every time. People enjoy watching a guy set challenging goals for himself and move towards them no matter what. For this, viewers are ready to support Almond with their donations and give him increasingly difficult tasks that go beyond the limits of what is possible. This is the image of a true genius that people admire. Some time passed since the beginning of the battle with the detachment that separated from the enemy army. Sang-hyun fired an arrow and hit the 40th enemy in a row. In the comments, Shin, who had promised to send the boy 10,000 won for each person killed, began to beg for mercy. The leader of the enemy army watched what was happening from the side. He couldn't believe that Almond had killed all the soldiers that were sent after him. The knight in golden armor ordered 40 more knights to be sent after the archer. His order was immediately carried out and a larger detachment headed towards Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun still remained in his place and waited for the next wave of enemies. Shin begged and asked not to kill them, because he did not think Almond could kill so many, and he did not intend to spend so much money. Sang-hyun's eyes lit up when a commenter wrote that in order to place a murder order, a viewer needs to have at least 1 million won in their account. The guy asked Shin if this was true, and he didn't take long to receive a positive answer. Sang-hyun became even more enthusiastic about the idea, and said that he had to destroy enough opponents to take the entire million for himself. Shin, who had been upset by his thoughtless act before, was now in complete despair. Sang-hyun fired and hit the man in the head without fail. The guy was determined, so he activated the sequential shooting skill again to destroy the entire squad. The shots rained down in a non-stop stream. Shin tried to get Almond's attention with his comments and begged the boy to stop. The rest of the audience just laughed at his desperate attempts. Sang-hyun was too distracted by the shooting of soldiers in front that he did not notice the threat behind him. At some point, an arrow struck the ground next to Sang-hyun's foot. The guy was faced with a serious problem. He couldn't ignore the enemy archer, but he couldn't move either, as this would reduce the quality of his consistent shooting. Sang-hyun began to turn his head from side to side, trying to find out where he was shot from. At that moment, another arrow landed next to him. Thanks to this, Sang-hyun was able to accurately calculate the enemy's location. The guy instantly fired towards the enemy and 2 arrows collided in the air. It all happened so quickly that some viewers did not have time to understand what had happened. The enemy archer was very surprised that the guy was able to reflect his attack with another arrow. However, his surprise did not last long, as Sang-hyun could not afford to hesitate, so he eliminated the archer. Turning his attention back to the main battlefield, the boy continued shooting. After a while, silence fell on the field as Sang-hyun no longer fired. His opponents, of whom there were now less than half left, froze for a while, afraid to move. Sang-hyun had no intention of stopping, so he reached for another arrow. The guy pulled the bowstring and said that he had already earned 710,000 won. The soldier standing to the side gripped his sword tightly. He rushed towards Sang-hyun, raising his sword to strike, to avenge his kinsman. Sang-hyun was distracted by the main mass of the enemy, but managed to notice the approaching threat in time. In an instant, the arrow hit the enemy's head, eliminating the threat. The knights on the battlefield couldn't figure out who they were dealing with and why this guy was so incredibly fast. While one man was speaking in horror about the boy's abilities, a soldier next to him was struck by an arrow. Noticing this, the knight turned and fled, fearing for his own life. Sang-hyun reached his hand into his quiver to take out an arrow and kill the deserter. However, a moment later, his face became extremely puzzled. Sang-hyun discovered that he had already used up all 80 arrows and now had nothing to shoot with. While the boy was pondering what to do next, Shin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Almond would not be able to take the entire million won for himself. The fleeing knight was the only survivor of the massacre, only because he ran out of arrows. After a while, the man looked back to check if he had managed to break away, but when he turned around, he saw Almond pursuing him. The knight's face reflected extreme fear, bordering on madness. The man began to run even faster, begging Sang-hyun to leave him alone, but the guy's eyes had already spotted the arrow. As he ran past, Sang-hyun tore the arrow out of his enemy's head to use it again. Freezing for just a moment, the boy pulled the bowstring, aiming at the last survivor. With one precise shot, Sang-hyun eliminated the deserter. For a while, the clearing was plunged into silence, which even the birds did not dare to disturb. The lull was broken only by a soldier falling dead to the ground. Commentators marveled at Sang-hyun's shooting skills, while the boy said he had 20 more victims to find. After some more time passed, Shin gave in and sent a donation of 1 million won. and Sanhyun thanked him. The guy was distracted from his conversation with the audience by a signal announcing victory over the enemy. In the distance, Sanhyun saw a crowd of allied knights celebrating their victory. The knights of the allied forces admired the strength of the new arrival Sir Robern. The soldiers said that thanks to Sir Robern, they won this battle and called him the hero of this war. Commentators called them ignorant, because it was Almond who played the decisive role in this battle. Sanhyun rubbed his head and thought that even though he had destroyed 100 opponents, he still remained unnoticed. Roman approached Almond from behind and offered his deepest apologies for the soldiers' outrageous behavior. The man was clearly upset by the way the other soldiers treated the valiant mercenaries. Sanhyun didn't quite understand what exactly Roman was talking about, so he decided to ask him about it. Roman said that the knights tell the mercenaries to take their base pay and leave, while the mercenaries played a decisive role in this battle. The man was expressing his indignation, and did not notice how Robern approached them, and asked if that was why Roman was so indignant. The knight asked what was wrong with taking the agreed-upon amount of money that was honestly earned. Roman recalled that the agreement contains a clause on additional compensation for outstanding results. Robern scoffed at his words, saying that pathetic mercenaries could not have any outstanding results. All the knights laughed at Robern's words that mercenaries could not contribute to the battlefield where noble knights fought and died honorably. The knights said that mercenaries fight solely to save their worthless lives, claiming that this is their only value. Roman was very angry because of the insults directed not only at himself, but also at his people. While Roman's face expressed extreme anger and rage, Sanhyun remained calm. Robern asked what was wrong with their faces, because he hadn't said anything bad. Sanhyun watched everything from the sidelines, and noted that Robern was talking about the most common stereotype about mercenaries. However, if mercenaries act like this, they will not be trusted, and without trust, their community will not last long. Roman said that the knights blamed the entire fight on them because they recognized their skills, but all appreciation disappeared as soon as the battle was over. The captain pointed at Almond and said that the guy had killed 100 people on his own, so they couldn't say that the mercenaries were doing nothing. Robern didn't take his words seriously and even laughed, not believing that the guy could do it. The knight only laughed at his words, and the other knights joined in the laughter. The commentators did not like the knight's behavior, and suggested that Sanhyun should shoot an arrow into Robern's head. Viewers noticed that Roman was the most offended in this situation, but he continued to control himself. The mercenary captain managed to restrain himself and began to leave. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by a voice that demanded that the speaker go ahead. The leader of the enemy army in golden armor was heading towards the knights, and judging by the whispers from the side, there was a girl in the armor. She approached Robern and said that she admitted her defeat. The knight in golden armor said that their castle had been occupied without trial, and the soldiers had been mercilessly killed. The girl's words shamed Robern, which made Sanhyun decide that the man in the golden helmet was very influential. Robern tried to explain their actions, but the girl interrupted him and demanded that he bring Jeanette to talk to her. Robern didn't know how to answer this, so Sanhyun did it for him, saying that this meeting could not happen. The girl turned towards the voice to ask why she was being refused. However, the words stick in her throat when she sees before her the archer who killed 100 of her men. Sanhyun himself was scared by his own words, but he couldn't do anything about the automatic lines in the game. A knight in a golden helmet approached Almond and asked who he was. The girl assumed that the guy was a knight of Janaret. However, Sanhyun answered negatively, remaining a little to the side. The girl didn't like this answer, so she asked again, and this time Roman answered her, saying that the guy was a mercenary. These words made the leader of the enemy army laugh. The girl was not completely sure of her guesses, so she asked if Almond had killed 100 of her soldiers single-handedly. Sanhyun and Roman looked surprised that the girl was able to notice this during the battle. Robern was confused, as he did not believe Roman's words, but they were confirmed by the commander-in-chief of the enemy army. Viewers began to write that being recognized even by an enemy commander was a great honor. Robern still couldn't believe it, so he said it was too much even for a joke. He said that a mercenary archer who hides behind other people's backs is not capable of such a thing. The girl said that it was obvious, and the fact that they didn't believe it only showed that they were fools. The knight in golden armor began to remove his helmet, and asked if Almond really wanted to continue working for them. The girl said that these knights were not even able to appreciate his skills, so she offered Sanhyun to work for her. Previously, the voice was muffled by the helmet on his head, but now it was more audible, so viewers familiar with the game began to recognize it. Under the helmet was a beautiful girl with blue eyes and dark black hair, and her name was Rosanita. At this point, the game stopped, and a sign popped up in front of Sanhyun. It offered to either agree to Rosanita's proposal, or to say that he had already sworn allegiance to another. From the suggestion and comments, Sang-hyun realized that the girl in front of him was the second key character in the game. The guy noted that this endurance and grace, despite the defeat, was calming, but at the same time captivating aura, different from Emilia's aura. Even for a newbie to this game, it's obvious how much effort the developers put into this character. It seems that even the Knights of Jeanneret are completely and utterly enchanted by her. The chat was flooded with comments urging Sang-hyun to choose one option or the other. The guy looked at the sign again and wondered if he really needed to make a choice immediately. While the audience was arguing, Sang-hyun decided that he didn't want to change sides given his progress with Emilia. Even though this is a simple game and not reality, the guy has known the blonde since the very beginning of the game. He reached heights and improved his skills thanks to her missions. Rosanita was not going to wait any longer, so she asked how much longer the guy would make her wait for an answer. Before Sang-hyun's eyes, everything was mixed up from the large number of comments and difficult choices. Rosanita continued to look at him questioningly. Sang-hyun thought for some time about what he should do in this situation, because the further course of the game depended on it. After a couple of seconds, the guy said that this was the end of their stream for today, and that he was going to turn off the game. Without waiting for comments from viewers, Sang-hyun ends the broadcast at the most interesting point. Ji-hyuk was watching the broadcast at the time, so he saw all the comments on the stream and there were some negative ones. Among the viewers, the manager found nicknames of those who joined the stream at the very beginning, and such people are called fanatics. Such people quickly spread information from streams on different platforms, for which Ji-hyuk is grateful to them. Looking at the statistics, the fan base is mainly formed by men aged 20 to 30, and here, there are equal numbers of both sexes. Guys send donations more often, but girls send more money, so they get profit from people like Zia. The guy thought that with such indicators, Sang-hyun should play games from the Punk Company. However, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream that echoed throughout the apartment. At the threshold of his room, he saw his angry father, whom his mother was trying to keep in place. The man was very angry when he found out that his son had quit his job and was now able to reach his son in person. Father asked what all this meant, but Ji-hyuk didn't know how to answer, so he stood with his head down. The man started screaming even louder and asked if the guy was okay in the head. The father learned about his son's dismissal not from him, but from the company director, which could seriously affect his reputation. The man ordered his son to return to the company the next day. Ji-hyuk wanted to object, but when he raised his head, he encountered his parents' angry gaze. The guy seemed to be struck by electricity, and he could no longer utter a word. When the father was about to leave, he asked if Ji-hyuk wanted to say anything else, and the boy answered negatively. Lowering his head even lower, the boy said that he would do everything as his father said. When the man left the room, Mom approached Ji-hyuk and asked how he was feeling and if he wanted an apple. The guy's gaze warmed and he said that everything was fine with him. After his parents left, Ji-hyuk walked to his desk and thought about how it had already been a week since he started working as a manager. He and Sang-hyun earned 2,700,000 won, but despite this, the guy did not achieve anything outstanding. But he likes what he's doing now, and he sees a silver lining. Tears began to fall on the table, and Ji-hyuk asked himself if he had imagined it all. But all this was too real for an ordinary dream. Late at night, Sang-hyun was awakened by an insistent ringing of the doorbell. The guy wanted to ignore him at first, but the man wouldn't stop, so he had to get up and go open the door. Sang-hyun hadn't fully opened his eyes yet, but he could definitely guess who was standing in front of him. Seeing how Ji-hyuk looked, the guy immediately guessed that something had happened. Sang-hyun desperately didn't want what he thought to be true, but Ji-hyuk confirmed his suspicions by telling him that he had left home. Although Sang-hyun was not very happy to see his friend at such an hour on the doorstep, he still accepted him, and they ordered chicken. Ji-hyuk looked happy as he started eating chicken and beer. The manager ordered beer for both of them, but Sang-hyun refused to drink, as he prefers not to drink before streams. Ji-hyuk was happy with this news and decided to drink both cans of beer alone. Sang-hyun asked why the boy moved out of his parents' house, since he did it so hastily. Ji-hyuk became a little sad and said that it would take a long time to explain, so he would tell everything a little later. Ji-hyuk asked if he could stay at Sang-hyun's place for a while, and the guy didn't refuse him, saying that he had enough room for two. The manager was very grateful, and some more time passed in this mood. After some time, Ji-hyuk asked Sang-hyun what he was going to do next in the game. Sang-hyun didn't understand what he was talking about at first, but Ji-hyuk reminded him that there was a love triangle with Emilia and Rosanita in the game. The brunette thought for a while, then said that he did not understand why this choice was so important. Ji-hyuk was shocked, and asked if Sang-hyun had checked the forum after the stream, to which he replied in the negative. The audience began to quarrel because their opinions on which side to choose differed radically. Sang-hyun just looked at all the quarrels happening between the two sides with a smile, and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Ji-hyuk was very surprised, because among the comments there were also threats towards San-hyun. But the guy looked through the forum with a smile, as if he was not worried at all. After a while, San-hyun looked up from his phone and said that he wanted to talk to Ji-hyuk about something. Sanchin said that with his success, the end of the Kingdom game is just around the corner, and they haven't had time to choose the next game yet. The brunette's thoughts were interrupted by Ji-hyuk, who instantly took a computer out of his backpack. The manager guessed that the guy would have such a question, so he did his research in advance. Having found the necessary folder with saved recordings, Ji-hyuk connected to the 3D projector. After a few moments, an image appeared behind the manager. Ji-hyuk looked through all the famous games of the Punk Company and chose Battle Rage as the next game. The manager was obviously pleased with his choice and expected a good reaction from Sanchin. The game was famous enough that Sanchin had heard of it before, but had never played it. Battle Rage is an online game in which players compete with each other in real time. The ultimate goal of the game is to be the only survivor out of hundreds of players using a variety of weapons. Good aim and reaction are the keys to success in this game. Based on this, Battle Rage becomes the best game for San-hyun, as it suits his playstyle and general tendencies perfectly. San-hyun really liked the game because he thought it looked really fun. The guy thought that he should practice the game beforehand, since he was not used to playing in co-op mode. Ji-hyuk didn't like this idea at all, so he told San-hyun not to even think about doing it. The manager said that the guy doesn't understand at all what the audience wants to see. Ji-hyuk asked Sang-hyun what he thinks viewers want most from his streams. San-hyun suggested that everyone wants to see a good game, but Ji-hyuk said that anyone can do it if they are knowledgeable enough about the rules of the game. Nothing else came to the brunette's mind, so he decided to ask the manager for an answer. Ji-hyuk pointed her finger at San-hyun and said that everyone wanted to see the unrivaled genius. His words made the guy freeze, as he did not expect to hear such a thing addressed to him. The manager suggested the guy to remember his very first stream in Kingdom. The guy showed incredible results from the first time, despite the fact that he had not trained to play this game before. Ji-hyuk said that viewers go crazy for true geniuses. So the manager thought about having Sanchin repeat this with Battle Rage and show a perfect game without training. Sanchin was hesitant because everything in this game was related to weapons, and he didn't understand anything about them, nor about game mechanics. Ji-hyuk listened to his concerns, and quickly found a way to solve the problem. The manager said that San-hyun can easily hit a moving target even while riding a horse. The brunette said that everyone can do it, but Ji-hyuk replied that it's not as simple as the guy thinks. San-hyun thought about it and said that he had already encountered something similar to what Ji-hyuk was talking about. Before starting to stream, the guy completed a training session in the program that came with the capsule. Sanchin said the program is well optimized, so he trains with it every day. Ji-hyuk decided to check the results and asked how many points the guy was getting, to which he replied that it was about 12,000 points. The manager froze for a moment, not believing what he had discovered. Looking at San-hyun in shock, Ji-hyuk said that the simulator said that the guy was in first place. The brunette couldn't believe it, but the manager showed him the list of record holders and asked if his optimization code was at the very top of the list. San-hyun looked at the list more closely and confirmed his code, to which Ji-hyuk said that he was right about the guy. It wasn't just that the guy was good at archery, it was that the guy was actually a genius at it. These words flattered San-hyun, and he couldn't take his eyes off his phone. For the first time in a long time, the guy sees results from his training that satisfy him. Ji-hyuk, in turn, was determined to act quickly, so he suggested that San-hyun register for Battle Rage right now. When it was already getting late, Sanchin decided to start streaming, which greatly surprised the manager, because it was still light outside. San-hyun explained this by saying that he feels the time period that has the most views. Ji-hyuk walked closer to the capsule and wished his friend good luck. San-hyun wasn't used to the guy's behavior and hinted that he shouldn't do it again. Ji-hyuk started to get indignant, because he was just caring about his friend. But San-hyun didn't fall for his tricks, and told him to leave and not bother him. After a few moments, the capsule closed, and the guy began to be transported to another space. The stream started and the guy immediately moved to the last save location. Standing next to him was Rosanita, who had already lost her patience, and asked how much longer the guy was going to make her wait. Sanchin once again faced a serious choice of sides in the game. The chat was flooded with comments trying to sway the guy in one direction or another. Sanchin understood that the plot of the game depended on his further decision, so he answered Rosanite that he had already sworn allegiance to another, thereby choosing Amelia's side. Rosanita was upset by this choice, since the guy was not appreciated in Amelia's army. As she was about to leave, the girl said that she had never met a better knight than the guy. Rosanita was the leader of the enemy army, so she was taken under escort. San-hyun made this decision because it would end the game much faster, and that's what he wants. He is also truly devoted to Amelia, as the girl has been with him since the very beginning of the game. As Rosanita was taken into custody, Emilia appeared on the field. She called the boy's name, causing him to turn around. A cutscene started in which Almond did not expect to see a girl on the battlefield, so he was surprised. Emilia was very happy to see the boy alive and well. She couldn't resist and went to meet him. The knights tried to stop her, because the battlefield was still very dangerous, but she did not listen to anyone. Almond asked how the girl was feeling, but she didn't let him finish. Running up to the guy, the girl threw herself into his arms. Her actions caused viewers to start writing a lot of comments. After waiting for Emilia to calm down a little, Almond gently pushed the girl away. The guy said that they had emerged victorious from this war, so it was time to return. Emilia said that Almond did well and was going to confess her feelings to him. The girl touched his face and began to move closer to kiss him. These shots caused a storm of emotions among the viewers, but in an instant, the screen went black just before the kiss. A moment later, a scene appeared in which the squad was returning back to the castle. Viewers wrote that they were disappointed in Kingdom because the kiss was never shown. While the squad was on the way, one of the soldiers approached Almond and asked if he was the legendary archer who killed 100 enemies with the first shot. Sanchin answered positively, but Roman was outraged that the soldier had refused to believe this not long ago, and laughed at the guy. The man thought about how even his enemies immediately recognized Sanchin's achievements and skills, while their own people laughed at them. Sanchin said that he wouldn't have been able to handle it alone if it weren't for the captain and other mercenaries who fought on the front lines. Roman replied that the others would be glad to hear it, but the guy caught a hint in his words that Almond was no longer one of them. The captain confirmed his suspicions, but said that the guy was free to choose who he wanted to be next. Roman patted Almond on the shoulder and said that he was grateful to the guy, because thanks to him, each mercenary earned enough to forget about work for 4 months. After some time, the detachment arrived at the main castle of the Janneret family. Walking into the courtyard, Sanchin looked around with interest. Having dismounted, the boy followed Emilia inside the castle, and this was his first visit. Approaching the doors, which were guarded by knights, the girl said that Almond was an honored guest who would share a meal with her. The knights did not dare to disobey the lady and opened the doors for them. Sanchin heard a voice that was glad to finally meet a hero. The boy saw Lord Janneret, who invited the boy to sit down and said that he had heard a lot about him. The lord came closer and patted Almond on the shoulders, praising him for the work he had done. The man turned to the maid and ordered her to hurry up and bring the food. Sun Hyun received a notification from the game that he had successfully joined the meal with Emilia's family. After some time, the servants placed a large deep plate in front of the boy. There was water in the plate, and a line with several buttons appeared in front of it. Sanchin studied the strange task in front of him, not understanding what he was supposed to do. The guy didn't even notice how he accidentally pressed one of the buttons. Sanchin stood still for a moment, trying to figure out if something happened after that. At that moment, a running line of buttons appeared, which looked like a mini-game. Commentators said it was a bit of a hit-the-beat game, and that the developers were trying to show that mercenaries don't have table manners. Viewers wrote that this was to be expected from Kingdom, and that the guy should get used to it. The next step was for Sanchin to see a plate of food, but first he had to complete a puzzle. When the stew was served, the guy was also not left without a mini-game. This continued for a long time, which greatly tired Sanchin, who was used to a dynamic game. Sanchin asked if all future meetings with his father-in-law would be like this. Commentators said that this was his price for a virtual girl. Finally, the mini-games came to an end, and Lord Janneret engaged Sanhen in conversation. The man asked the boy what he thought about becoming one of the knights of the Janneret family. A sign immediately appeared in front of Sanchin with the right to choose whether to remain a mercenary or become a knight. The guy thought that most of the quests in this game were for a free mercenary, but now he can move away from the standard. Commentators started writing that this was already the end of the game. Sun Hyun thought that although he chose Emilia to finish faster, he didn't think it would happen so quickly. Viewers began writing their recommendations, and San Hyun became lost in thought. After some time, the guy decided to end the stream at this point and instantly disappeared, leaving the viewers in the usual ignorance. At this point, the guy ended the stream and opened the capsule. San Hyun noticed that if he wasn't fighting in the game, he didn't sweat as much as he used to. Ji Hyuk approached the guy and praised him for his work, as the stream turned out to be fun, as always. San Hyun said he didn't even fight today, but the manager showed him a phone with a discussion about the stream on the forum. Ji Hyuk said that brevity is the soul of wit, so San Hyun decided not to argue with him. The manager also said that the punk company contacted him and agreed to pay for the edit, which delighted Sanchin. Ji Hyuk said that it was only natural since the offer originally came from the company. The manager said that they would be meeting with company representatives tomorrow, and in order to be more active at the meeting, the guys decided to go to bed early. The next day, all of Almond's subscribers and viewers learned important news. It became known on social networks that Almond became an official partner of the punk company. All of Almond's followers were discussing the fact that the guy could sign a contract with the kingdom. The largest distributor of games, Punk occupies a leading position in the market, without any specific strategy, and consistently maintains its strong position. However, recently, the company's performance on the market has been growing exponentially. In response, Punk focused on advertising, marketing, exclusive titles, programming, and strategy. One of these programs is called Streamer Partners. The program involves cooperation with popular streamers who are required to play games developed by Punk, and in return, they will be provided with comprehensive support. Many people have spoken negatively about Almond because he is still just a newbie, and some have already compared him to the streamer Bubblegum. There were those who defended Almond and wrote that the guy quickly achieved good results, and could rise even higher if he started playing more popular games. Many subscribers visited his page in advance to find out what the guy would play next. But San-hyun was busy with something else at that moment. San-hyun was with Ji-hyuk at the meeting with the company representatives, and many viewers assumed that the guy would be told what he would be playing from the start. San-hyun never started broadcasting at his usual time, but his followers continued to scroll through his page in anticipation. Everything dragged on for too long, and many have already lost hope that the guy will start a stream today. Meanwhile, the broadcast began on the new Altub channel. San-hyun introduced himself to the audience and said that he wanted to share some important news with them. San-hyun said that he created an account on Altub and became an official partner of Punk. The guy said that from now on, his broadcasts will be uploaded to this channel. All previously edited videos will be remade and uploaded to Altub. San-hyun, in turn, will continue to work hard and make more interesting content. After successfully introducing their new channel and sharing information about their partnership, San-hyun and Ji-hyuk decided to celebrate. The guys went to the bar and ordered beer and chicken, and the manager, in turn, congratulated his protege. Ji-hyuk said that it would be nice to invite Jia to join the celebration, but San-hyun didn't understand what they were going to celebrate. The manager was amazed at how quickly the girl edited the video, to which the guy said that she did it even before she signed a contract with them. Ji-hyuk was surprised by his remark, and asked why the girl barely responded when they offered her the job of an editor. San-hyun said that he couldn't answer that question either, so he decided to change the subject by asking what the manager wanted to tell him. The guy wanted to ask why Ji-hyuk ran away from home, but he didn't have time to finish because the manager pressed his head to the table. The boys froze in this position for a while as people passed by. San-hyun said that Ji-hyuk could have simply said that he didn't want to talk about the topic, but the manager told him to shut up. Shaitan said that their former colleagues had come into the pub, so they should be more quiet. San-hyun remembered that this establishment was located right between the Punk company and their former office where the guys worked. Ji-hyuk suggested that they leave quietly before anyone noticed them, to which San-hyun agreed. However, it was already too late, and a former colleague passing by recognized the guys. This man turned out to be the director of the department, who accused San-hyun of getting the job through connections. The man looked at Ji-hyuk with a smile and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Coming closer, the director noticed that San-hyun was sitting next to the brown-haired guy, but the guy immediately turned away. Ji-hyuk tried to defuse the situation and asked how the man was doing. The director acted as if the boys had made the biggest mistake of their lives and asked Ji-hyuk where the boy had gone from them. After this, the man started laughing and suggested that the guy worked in this particular establishment. Ji-hyuk guessed that the man was simply making fun of them and spreading rumors in the company after they left, so he decided to find confirmation that the guys still hadn't found jobs. Ji-hyuk already knows in advance what the director will think when he hears that the guy has become San-hyun's manager. The man turned his attention to San-hyun and said that he should say hello if he sees his boss. The brunette really didn't like this whole situation, so he asked directly why he had to greet him. The director began to get indignant, but San-hyun didn't pay attention to it, while Ji-hyuk turned pale and tried to distract his friend so as not to cause a scandal. The brunette recalled how the director insulted and humiliated him in every possible way during the time they worked together. San-hyun was very angry at the man, so he said that he didn't have to talk to a person who wasn't even his colleague. The director got angry and called the guy ignorant. The man said that it was because of this trait that San-hyun had always been an outcast, as he did not understand how society works. The director pointed his finger at the guy and said that no matter what kind of relationship they had to be polite and say hello. While the man tried to teach the boy and educate him, San-hyun only laughed. The director froze in place and fell silent, watching the guy ridicule him in front of all his colleagues. The man was confused and asked why San-hyun was laughing, and he replied that a man was not the kind of person who could tell him how to raise himself. The brunette said that the director himself approached someone else's table and began to interfere with what was none of his business, preventing people from resting. Sanchin pointed out that it is not very polite to preach morality when you yourself do not really follow it. The boy looked at the man again and asked if he was right. His words made the director even more angry, and he already wanted to attack the guy with his fists. San-hyun stood up from his seat, and due to the difference in height, towered over the man. Looking down, the boy asked what he did wrong. From such pressure, the man lost all his assertiveness and moved away from Sanchin a little. Behind the director, another employee screamed, accusing Sanchin of wanting to start a fight. But the next moment a smile appeared on the stranger's face. A plump, middle-aged man came closer to the boys and greeted Sanchin with a smile on his face. Just a few moments ago, Ji-hyuk was very scared, but now a smile appeared on his face. San-hyun was at a loss and greeted Director Woo, who came closer to them. The man came closer to the brunette and said that the number of views on today's video was amazing. The more details of the success Sanchin's former boss heard, the more shock showed on his face. The man heard that the director of the punk company wanted to have dinner with the guy, which was even more surprising, because the scale of this company was amazing. At that moment, enthusiastic responses towards Sanchin were heard from the other end of the establishment, who knew the guy as a streamer. After passing by the guy's former boss, several people approached San-hyun and asked for his autograph. Director Woo also wanted to get an autograph at first, but then changed his mind, because he remembered that he and the guy had already signed a partnership agreement. Looking at Sanchin from the side, the former colleague could not believe that the guy was a partner of such a large company. The anger that had accumulated in the man never found its outlet, as he saw that the guy had actually achieved success after leaving the company. The director turned around and told his colleagues that they were leaving here, but one of the young men drew his attention to the fact that they had already placed an order. However, the man did not care, and shouted that they were leaving immediately. Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief as their former colleagues disappeared behind the doors of the establishment. A few moments later, Ji-hyuk approached Director Woo and thanked him for his help. The man replied that it was not difficult, but San-hyun noticed that Director Woo had to lie. The man recalled saying that the directors were amazed and invited Sanchin to have dinner with them. The director agreed that he had embellished a little, but people like that man always get nervous when they hear big names. San-hyun bowed to the man and thanked him again for his help, but the director told the boy not to worry and to enjoy his dinner. When the man was about to leave, he remembered something and called Sanchin again. He told the guy to let him know when he was ready to have dinner with the CEO. San-hyun had a strange expression on his face, as he thought it was all a joke. When the boy voiced his guesses to Director Woo, he didn't know how to react. The next moment the man burst out laughing and said that it was not said as a joke. Ji-hyuk said that they didn't quite understand, and then the director said that he only embellished in what he said about all the directors in the office, and everything else was true. The man asked if the guys really hadn't seen the number of views on their videos. Only after these words, Sanchin looked at the information on his phone and was very surprised. When the guys were just signing the contract with Punk, they warned that popularity on Tribe does not mean that the videos will be popular on Altube. However, in reality, it turned out that the videos on Altube collected even more views, and now the most popular video has been viewed almost 100,000 times. San-hyun is standing at home, brushing his teeth and remembering that even Bubblegum failed the Altube, even though he was one of the best in Tribe. The guy remembered what Jemuk said about how popularity on Altube largely depends on the editor, so it's very important that he's good. San-hyun realizes how lucky he is to have met Jia, as her editing has greatly influenced the success of his channel. Ji-hyuk called San-hyun and said that their former colleague wrote that the director had been walking around angry and humiliated all day. The director believes that Sanchin was pushed to the top by some big shot, but the guy doesn't understand how the man came to such a conclusion. Ji-hyuk laughed and said that people like the director easily fall for various tricks and jokes. As soon as San-hyun vacated the bathroom, Ji-hyuk ran to the toilet, and the owner of the apartment himself said that the guy was acting as if he had been living in this house for more than a year. San-hyun understands that he needs to keep his body in good shape, so he goes for a run. With the move of a friend, the guy became addicted to chicken and beer, so he must pay even more attention to his physical training. San-hyun was running along the tracks and listening to music on his headphones when suddenly the phone rang. The guy stopped and took his phone out of his pocket to see who was bothering him. It was Ji-hyuk, who was really angry that San-hyun never checked his incoming messages. The guy made excuses by saying he was jogging, but that only made the manager even more angry. San-hyun even got a headache from his friend's lamentations, which is why he said that Ji-hyuk really is a manager to the core. The manager got down to business and said that one of the directors, Punk, wanted to have dinner with the guy, and San-hyun had to behave properly since Ji-hyuk wouldn't be attending. The brunette understood him and asked if that was the only reason the guy decided to distract him from training. Ji-hyuk said that wasn't the only reason, as he wanted them to do something together for Jia. The manager believes that they should be very grateful to the girl for doing a good job, so they should express their gratitude. Sanchin agreed with his friend and was about to offer to give her something, but his gaze caught on something. A second later, the guy told Ji-hyuk to forget what they had just talked about. San-hyun noticed that Jia was running towards him, but the girl was wearing a cap, so she didn't notice the guy. After finishing his conversation with Ji-hyuk, San-hyun approached the girl to talk. After some time, they came to the cafe, and after some time, the guy took the order, thinking that they had come at a good time. With a tray in his hands, San-hyun headed towards the table where the girl was waiting for him. Jia looked around awkwardly and looked sad. The girl only noticed Sanchin when he placed a tray of food in front of her. When a guy approached a girl on the street and asked her what she wanted to get for doing a good job, Jia was confused and said she was hungry. Sanchin said that if the girl wanted anything else, she should let him know. Jia replied that she really didn't need anything else, and then began eating her burger. San-hyun was very surprised when he saw that the girl opened her mouth wide without any hesitation to take a bite. Feeling the guy's gaze on her, the girl froze in place without even starting to eat. Jia said that it was very difficult for her to eat when the guy looked at her like that, for which San-hyun apologized. The boy and girl spent the rest of the time in complete silence. Sanchin ate potatoes and thought that he himself was not a man of many words by nature. However, it was nothing compared to Jia's silence, who had not said a word during this entire time. Sanchin noticed that the girl seemed to be avoiding conversations. The guy tried to start a conversation with her several times, but she responded briefly each time. Jia answered every question in monosyllables, which led any conversation to a dead end. San-hyun wasn't particularly worried since they didn't need to have a heart-to-heart talk. The guy thought that perhaps the girl was having a hard time at work. Jia seemed to sense some confusion in San-hyun's gaze and said that she didn't know how to hold a conversation. The girl said that even when she drinks, the conversation doesn't go well. But the guy noticed that the last time they discussed the video, Jia spoke calmly. Jia pointed out that the conversation was work-related. Therefore, she could speak directly, and there was no need to find special topics. However, when it comes to her personal life, she is unable to talk about it. The girl seemed to become even more upset and lowered her head even lower. She was afraid to look at San-hyun, but she asked him if he thought she was weird. From this question, the guy froze in place for a moment. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was told about this very often. The girl's speech was interrupted by a question from Sanchin about whether something had happened to the girl at her previous job. Sanchin said he understands how difficult it is to work in an office, because the company, in addition to its advantages, also has its disadvantages. Stirring his drink with a straw, the guy said that if you continue to suppress your feelings without saying a word, they will eventually come out. San-hyun asked if the girl agreed with this. The guy said that he didn't know what happened to the girl, but he could understand her, since he and Ji-hyuk had recently quit their jobs. San-hyun said he hoped the girl would someday be able to tell him what happened to her. The guy also added that he doesn't want to force her, so she can do it when she's ready. After a late breakfast, Jia slowly walked up the stairs to her house, following San-hyun. The girl thought that the guy was very mature for his age. Upon returning home, San-hyun launched a stream on Tribe and greeted viewers, who began congratulating him on his partnership with Punk. The guy decided to once again reinforce the information that he is now a streamer partner of the Punk company, because some of the viewers might not know this. Some viewers began to worry that the guy would stop playing Kingdom, and they would not be able to see the long-awaited ending with Amelia. San-hyun said that they would continue playing Kingdom today, but the audience couldn't shake the feeling that the guy would complete the game today. The guy got immersed in the game and said that they would definitely choose the knight's path. Time in the game passed much faster than before. After a short cutscene, we saw the castle of the Janare family, which was covered in white snow. Much time passed, which was spent preparing Almond to become a knight. Now the boy could finally kneel down and hand Amelia the sword. The girl happily accepted it and touched the guy's shoulders one after the other. Amelia solemnly said that she named Almond her knight. The guy looked at the girl with a smile. Amelia also couldn't contain the joy in her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed, but it certainly wasn't because of the cold weather. The audience asked if this was the ending, but then a cutscene played. San-hyun finally managed to control his body and realized that spring had already arrived. The audience noticed that time began to flow very quickly, but they did not understand what would happen next. San-hyun looked at himself and noticed that his clothes had changed and become more luxurious. The guy thought that this was due to the fact that he officially became a full-fledged knight. Sanchin didn't have time to do anything else because the game sent him a new special notification. The audience was eagerly awaiting what would happen next. A flaming parchment appeared in front of Sanchin, and text began to appear on it. Sanchin had one final task to complete in order to become a knight. Sanchin was surprised by this task, because it seemed to him that he had already become a knight, but his thoughts were interrupted by a servant boy. He looked at Almond in panic and realized that the guy was not dressed yet, so he might be late for the test. Sanchin asked what kind of test this was, and the boy turned pale. The servant began to shout at the boy, as something impossible had to happen for such an important event to be forgotten. The guy started dressing Sanchin and said that today the guy would have to defend the honor of the knighthood title. The servant began to worry about what would happen if Lady Amelia found out about this. It was at this moment that a lady appeared behind the guy and asked what he was talking about, which scared the guy a lot. Although the girl asked a question, she did not expect to receive an answer, as she immediately headed towards Almond. Taking the guy by the collar, Amelia pulled him in and kissed him. Sanchin himself froze for a moment because this was unexpected for him. Almond hugged the girl back, and she said that if something happened to the guy at the competition, then their future together would be in question. Amelia wished the guy good luck in the trials, for which he thanked her. The girl took Almond by the hand and led him out of the room. She said that it was his time to show everyone that he was worthy of being a knight. After a while, Sun Yun found himself outside, and the bright sun began to blind his eyes. Having become accustomed to the bright light, the boy saw that he was in a large arena. Sanchin noted that he had not noticed such an arena near the castle before. A man named Albert appeared in front of Almond and Amelia, and judging by the comments from viewers, he was not a positive figure. The aristocrat looked at Sanchin and began to laugh. The man asked what the Janarate clan was thinking about when they put such a person to the test. Albert said that the boy still had to prove his abilities to them, since he was not of noble birth. Amelia said that the guy still constantly showed them off, having captured the castle single-handedly. Albert just laughed at her words and said that the girl was too naive to trust absurd rumors. Amelia said that the man himself lacked the dignity of a knight. Albert became angry and ordered Lady Emily to watch her words. The girl ignored the man's curses and told Almond that it was time for them to go. Sanchin noticed Amelia's changed mood and how her eyes became sad. Almond asked the girl not to worry because he himself agreed to all this. The guy was about to enter the arena, so he was forced to leave the girl. However, she ran up to him and gently touched his back with her hand. Amelia said she wasn't worried. She just didn't like the way Almond was looked down upon. The guy smiled and replied that no one else could do that. The main goal in this test was to gain respect from the nobility. Sanchin was prepared for this, so he entered the arena without fear. The people in the stands already knew the guy, so they chanted his name. Sanchin turned to the judge and asked what the conditions for victory were. Albert announced that there is a special training that embodies the famous phrase about knights. The metal grate at the other end of the arena began to rise. Albert said that a real knight can stop even a troll in its tracks. Sanchin had never encountered such a creature in the entire game. The people in the stands, as well as the viewers of the stream, were worried, as such a test was too difficult. Someone in the audience said that Sir Almond only uses a bow and arrow, but no one thought that the troll could not be defeated with such a weapon, so the commentators suggested switching to melee weapons. Albert, with a grin, wished Almond a good try at the test. Sanchin turned towards him and discovered that he and his henchmen were already quite far away from Amelia. Sanchin said that these people didn't smell of knightly courage, after which he turned towards the troll. The monster had already begun to slowly circle around the knight. Some time passed, but the troll was still in no hurry to attack the man. The comments said that the guy should use a sword, but he decided to stay true to himself. Sanchin fired the first shot to see what effect it would have. Seeing the result, the guy turned the bow in his hand and smiled contentedly. The comments said that it was not so easy to lose weight from the troll, but contrary to expectations, the monster fell down dead. Sanchin did not change his habits and won this test very easily. Albert and his henchmen were shocked by what they saw. For a while the arena was plunged into complete silence, broken only by Sanchin's slow steps. The spectators in the stands watched the monster defeated with the first blow. Since Sun Yun hasn't been showing off his shooting skills in the last couple of streams, the commentators have already forgotten about the perfect shot. The next moment, the arena was filled with joyful shouts from the people, who praised Almond. All the applause was directed towards Lady Emily and her knight Almond, which greatly angered Albert. The aristocrat began to insist that the troll had been poisoned and demanded an autopsy. Amelia walked up to the screaming man and said that the test was over, and now Albert must acknowledge Almond as a knight. The girl said that if the man continued in the same spirit, his honor would be trampled and his life destroyed. Her words sent a jolt of electricity through Albert's body, but he still fell silent. Almond turned Amelia away from Albert and said that his knighthood was now confirmed. After this phrase, the final cutscene started, in which summer had arrived, and the law was covered in a sea of flowers. Footage from Almond and Amelia's wedding was shown, which touched some viewers. The girl's face was filled with a happy smile, which melted the hearts of the rest of the audience. On that fine note, the game ended. The melody of the final scene continued to play for some time, although the frames had changed to a white canvas. Sanhyun seemed to be in two bodies at the same time. He was acutely aware of his own body, but he was also aware of the body of the character he was playing as. The white image was replaced by the game credits, symbolizing the end of the story. Sun-hyun reached out his hand, trying to touch his virtual body, and noticed that it was shaking. His first VR game lasted only a week, and it changed his life forever. Watching the night silhouette leave, Sanchin said goodbye to him and thanked him for everything. The picture changed to a black screen with the words, "The End." Sanchin sat for a while longer and looked at the empty screen. With a sigh, the guy told his viewers that Kingdom was indeed over. A happy smile appeared on the guy's face and he said it was time to move on to the next game. Sanchin noted that many viewers write about the streamer under the nickname Electron and about co-op games. The guy would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous at all. Online games are different from story games because the guy will have to fight with real people, not bots. It doesn't matter how much time a guy spends studying tutorials, because there are a lot of people who already know how to play this or that game. That's why it won't be easy for Sang-hyun, because he will be among the newcomers anyway. If the guy is not careful, his image as a genius that everyone expects from him can be destroyed in an instant. Finally, Sang-hyun gathered his courage and thought that he couldn't stand still, just because he was afraid that people would be disappointed in him. Finally, Sang-hyun said that the next game they would play was called Battle Rage. Sometime after the stream ended, Sang-hyun and Ji-hyuk ordered chicken and beer, as per tradition. The manager said it was very frustrating to realize that the spectators who came to see Kingdom would leave if the guy changed his game. Sang-hyun tried to calm his friend down, saying that this was completely normal for streamers. Brunette said that when changing games, some streamers can change up to half of their audience. Ji-hyuk was surprised and said that in this case, players take a risk every time they change games, but it is beneficial in the long run. Sang-hyun said it was obvious because what viewer would want to continue watching a streamer who wasn't growing? Although Sang-hyun says this calmly, he is actually not very pleased. When it became known that the guy would be playing Battle Rage next, almost 900 viewers unsubscribed from him. The next day, Sang-hyun started streaming and said that as soon as the game installation was finished, he would start. Many were surprised that the guy would be playing this game for the first time, but there were also those who told everything and supported the guy. Sanhenu wrote that Battle Rage is a very realistic game, but more modern than Kingdom. After a few minutes, the download was complete, and Sang-hyun thought that this would be a lot of fun. The guy activated the capsule and entered the Battle Rage reality. The first thing the guy felt was a strong wind and loud sounds. The loud sound came from the rotating blades of the helicopter the boy was currently in. The captain of the detachment reported that they had arrived at the location and ordered preparations for landing. Sanchin, in turn, sat on the edge of the helicopter and realized that he was not in another body, as was the case with Kingdom, but in his own. The guy didn't expect the game to be so realistic, but now he fully felt how high he was. The captain ordered Sanchin not to hesitate and jump, but the boy froze in place. The guy didn't understand how he could jump from such a height, but the commentators tried to support him. Sang-hyun said he watched the tutorial for the game but didn't know it would be like this. While the guy was thinking, his neighbor easily jumped out of the helicopter. Behind Sanchin, 2 more members of the squad jumped down, leaving the boy alone with his fear. In the comments they wrote that the longer the guy delays, the worse he makes things for himself. Sanchin mentally agreed with this remark, so he tried to collect his thoughts. He cannot lose simply because of cowardice, so he is obliged to take this step. A few moments later, Sang-hyun was finally able to jump and his body rushed downwards. In just a few seconds, the helicopter from which the guy jumped was already far away. Sang-hyun, in turn, was extremely shocked and scared, as it didn't feel like a game at all. The helicopter turned around and flew in the direction from which it had arrived. Sanchin, in turn, could not open the parachute, so he was very scared. However, a few moments later, the parachute opened, saving the guy from falling. The parachute slowly released the soldier downwards, driven by gusts of wind. Sanchin, meanwhile, did not look happy. He only now realized that the parachute opened automatically. The boy took a deep breath and looked at the ground. However, according to his observations, it was approaching the ground too quickly. Before Sanchin could come up with a plan for a soft landing, he fell flat on the ground. After the unsuccessful landing, the brunette sat on the ground for about a minute and tried to catch his breath while the spectators supported him. Finally, the guy was able to come to his senses and looked around, asking why the action had started from the very beginning. Suddenly, the guy realized that there was some kind of chaos going on around him. Everyone is attacking each other. Someone is already lying on the ground motionless. Sanchin tried to understand what was happening, but did not dare to intervene yet. Some players saw the new guy and decided to kill him, thinking that he was an easy victim. Sanchin asked the audience how these players determined that he was new, and they answered that his spectacular landing said it all. Noticing a half-destroyed building ahead, the guy decided to hide there first. Having quickly reached the house, Sanchin entered and closed the door behind him. The guy chose this house for no particular reason, and now hopes that there will be a weapon in it. While the guy was looking around, his gaze caught on something. On a table in one of the rooms, he saw equipment that was very familiar to him. Right in front of the guy was a compound bow, with arrows and a quiver. The guy came closer and carefully examined the weapon that was familiar to him. As a professional athlete, the guy sometimes had fun with this. But who would have thought that it would come in handy here? Suddenly, Sanchin heard the sound of approaching footsteps. At first, the guy couldn't find a specific source, but after looking around, he understood everything. The players who had previously decided to kill him are now climbing the building via the outside stairs. They want to catch San-hyun off guard by entering the building through the second floor. But the guy is not going to give up, so he grabs a bow. After some time, the players actually entered the building through the second floor. After a quick glance around the second floor, one of the players assumed that Sanchin was on the first floor. The guys noticed this particular guy as a victim, since he was only hiding and did not try to engage in battle or look for a weapon. As they were going down to the first floor, one of the guys said that judging by the brunette's landing, he was new to this game. However, he did not notice how one of his friends was shot with a bow behind him. The friends only noticed this after the game sent them a notification that Almond had killed Keanu Reeves. The remaining two guys started looking around, trying to find where the guy was shooting from. The bald guy began to turn in the direction from which he thought the arrow had come. Behind the door of one of the rooms, the guy noticed a glint and took aim, intending to eliminate the enemy. However, he overestimated his abilities, as Sanchin managed to fire his bow earlier. Without a second's hesitation, the brunette pulled the bowstring again and took aim at the last guy. However, Sanchin was unable to locate the third player. Looking around more carefully, the guy realized that the third one had escaped. San-hyun asked the audience if he should catch up with him, but it was impossible to understand anything from the comments, because everyone was saying different things. The brunette decided to try to catch up with him, since he couldn't run far. However, at that moment, the same player ran out from around the corner and pulled the bowstring, intending to kill Sanchin. Sanchin was faster, so the guy didn't have time to do anything. Having received an arrow to the head, the player fell to the ground. San-hyun assumed that the guy thought he could kill him by copying his playing style. Looking towards the chat, San-hyun asked if it was really that easy to kill in Battle Rage, but he was told that these players were simply weak. Someone suggested that Almond was deliberately transported into a world with newcomers like him, and this gave Sanchin confidence. The guy was distracted by a strange sound that seemed to come from inside his head. San-hyun began to look around in search of the source of the sound. The signal stopped, but the guy still didn't understand what it meant. A second later, a sign popped up in front of Sanchin, notifying him that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Battle Rage is a survival game, and the strategy of hiding and waiting may be a good idea. But the game has a blue zone system that discourages such methods. Opening the map, San-hyun saw that he was at a disadvantage, as the building he was hiding in was on the edge of the blue zone. Looking out the window, the guy made sure that the other players had already started running away from here, so he should hurry too. After making sure that there was no one nearby, Sanchin came out of his hiding place and looked around once more. From the very beginning, he noticed that players didn't have many places to hide, so they had to act carefully. Hiding behind one of the destroyed walls, Sanchin listened and realized that a car was driving somewhere nearby. The guy didn't quite understand where the sound was coming from, so he just hoped that the car would pass by. Sanhina leaned slightly to the side, trying to find the source of the sound, and just at that moment, a bullet flew past his head and crashed into the wall. The guy screamed and fell on his back, dodging the barrage of shots. A few moments later, the shots stopped, leaving several holes in the wall where Sanchin had been hiding a few seconds ago. The guy looked at this and looked extremely scared, which caused laughter among the viewers of the stream. San-hyun tried to justify himself by saying that it was his first game, and that was why he was so scared, but the audience didn't believe him. A few moments later, the guy heard the car again and was now able to determine its location. The car drove out from behind a half-destroyed building located behind the guy. San-hyun decided to hide in the ruins so that the car could not get to him, and then he would be able to hide from his pursuers. However, as soon as the guy ran closer to the neighboring wall, the shots were repeated, breaking the wall not far from the brunette's head. Sanchin ran in the other direction, but couldn't hide his surprise that the players were able to destroy the wall with bullets. The guy continued to look for cover, and finally, the strongest wall appeared ahead. Sanchin ran faster, and having run close enough, quickly climbed the wall. The guy moved so fast that the opponents only had time to reload their weapons. Thanks to this delay, Sanchin was able to successfully take cover behind a thick wall, remaining out of the reach of bullets. The opponents continued to shoot at the wall behind which the guy was hiding, but all was in vain, since it did not collapse. The enemy couldn't understand why the bullets weren't hitting the guy, and said that he was going to die anyway, so he should stop hiding and come out. When the shots died down, Sanchin crept to the edge of the wall and peered out to assess the situation. The guy discovered that in the game, most people prefer to form groups at the early stages of the game, as the group pursuing him did now. However, even the spectators did not understand why this was happening, because Battle Rage is an individual game in which only one can win. Sanhyun didn't pay attention to the comments, since he was currently in a bad position. The guy listened to the steps and conversations of his opponents in order to understand exactly where they were at the moment. Sanchin waited for the right moment when one of the guys was distracted, and then immediately fired. The arrow hit the enemy's head, and the game immediately announced the kill, indicating that there were 88 players left in the game. Sanchin hid behind the wall again, amid the surprised cries of his opponents, and thought that it was to his advantage that they weren't wearing helmets. One of the opponents looked at his former ally and said that the bow shot did a lot of damage, but it was very difficult to aim. The guy continued to explain to his ally the arguments in favor of the bow, but did not finish, as another arrow hit him. The last guy from the enemy team hid behind a piece of wall nearby, not understanding what was happening. The player began to accuse Sanchin of deliberately setting himself up for kills in order to lower his rank and now playing with weak players. Sanchin tried to figure out where the guy was hiding, but having no success, the brunette aimed upward. The guy figured out that the arrow would fall where the enemy's voice was coming from. Listening to the enemy's curses, Sanchin adjusted his direction and released the arrow. The arrow, in turn, flew accurately over 2 walls and headed straight towards another player. A scream came from behind the wall, indicating that Sanchin had hit his target, which greatly surprised the spectators. Since the boy was screaming, Sanchin realized that he had changed his position at the last moment, which is why the arrow only grazed him. The brunette thanked his opponent for making noise and took aim again. Since the enemy continued to scream, Sanchin once again focused on the target. After just a couple of seconds, the arrow soared into the sky and, having reached the top point, turned around and headed downwards. Sanhyun hit his target again, and the enemy even went silent. But this time the game did not indicate that the enemy was killed, but said that he was incapacitated. Sanhyun, like some viewers, did not understand the meaning of this phrase, and the guy began to think that Snovan was able to kill the enemy. One viewer wrote that this inscription appears if you mortally wound an enemy, but not in the head. But this is a very big problem. The audience began to talk and make their own guesses, and soon came to one conclusion. In the comments they wrote that Alman made a mistake with the level selection, and went to the battle range section with team battles. At that moment, Sanchin remembered reading that in this mode, players can team up in teams of 4, but can also continue to play alone. The viewers said that teammates can bring team members back to life, and Sanhyun said that he knew about it, but he got the mode wrong. One of the viewers sent a donation of 10,000 won, and said that he would send 100,000 if Sanhyun won first place. Suddenly, the brunette wondered why the wounded player remained alive if all his team members were killed. Thinking about this, Sanchin realized that there was one more person left on his team. The guy immediately turned around to find the last player who should have already sneaked up on him. But it was too late. Before Sanchin had time to get his bearings, he was hit by a bullet. When 3 players got out of the car, the guy didn't know about the team fight yet, and thought that there was no one left. But he was wrong. From the force of the shot, Sanchin fell to the ground, dropping the bow from his hands. The guy pressed his hand against the wound, then brought it to his face, making sure that he wasn't imagining it, and that the gunshot wound really felt like it was real. As Sanchin lay on the ground trying to come to his senses, the shots continued. The guy wasn't going to give up that easily, so he picked up the bow and started rolling on the ground. Time after time, he successfully dodged the bullets that hit the ground but never hit him. Sanhyun tried his best, and tried to ignore the pain in his stomach area. He finally managed to roll back into cover, and his method of movement made some spectators laugh. Sanchin sat down more comfortably and tried to come to his senses and catch his breath. Paying attention to the taskbar in the game, the guy saw that his pulse had quickened and almost crossed the red mark. If the indicator turns red, the game will automatically pause the game to keep the player safe. Sanchin thought about how other players could take this risk, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The boy immediately pressed his back against his hiding place, but the audience called him a scared cat who was afraid for no reason. However, Sanhyun has a different opinion, as he clearly hears the sound of approaching footsteps. From the steps, the guy realized that the enemy was slowly but surely approaching his shelter, although he was still quite far away. Sanchin thought about how he had 0 chance of winning against a point-blank shot. The guy started thinking about how to get out of this whole situation, and after a couple of seconds, guesses appeared in his head. Sanchin thought that the enemy was not wavering in his course because he knew where the guy was now. Meanwhile, the steps continued to approach without changing their direction. After a few seconds, the enemy stopped, which confirmed Sanchin's suspicions. Peering out from behind cover, Sanhyun fired twice, killing an enemy who had moved in to heal an ally and a second player who was unconscious. The brunette smiled and said that he guessed that the enemy's goal was to revive his ally. Sanhyun said that he won, after which messages with congratulations and donations started coming into the chat. In the chat, the guy saw a lot of new nicknames, which indicated that the guy was gaining popularity. Sanhyun suggested that the audience collect resources from the killed enemies, and looking in their direction, he saw a rifle. It was well thought out and had a telescopic sight, which indicated that it was a very good weapon. At some point, Sanhyun wondered whether he should trade his bow for a rifle. The guy stood over the rifle for a while and thought about what he should do. Meanwhile, the audience was divided into two sides. Some were in favor of Sanhyun taking up a more serious weapon, while others threatened to unsubscribe if the guy stopped shooting from a bow. Sanhyun didn't understand how he should react to this situation, because in any case, there would be viewers who would not be satisfied with his choice. If the guy continues to use the bow and wins, he will establish himself as a one-content streamer, and the guy himself did not want to give up the bow. But how will people perceive the fact that the guy refuses to accept another weapon and still loses? A few moments later, a donation from Jia arrived and gave Sanhyun a task to win with a bow. At first the guy didn't see who the donation was from and was even happy. But after reading the nickname, he was a little confused, because he understood that the girl didn't have much money. Sanhyun accepted the challenge because it was beneficial for the stream, and said he would do his best to win. After some time, the guy was able to find a first aid kit and treat his wound. The audience recommended that Sanhyun go to the ranch to find himself a helmet, after which the guy began to look at the map. The ranch was far from his location, so the guy said it would be good to find a car. The spectators told the guy to look back, after which the brunette saw a car nearby. The only downside to traveling by car was that it made a lot of noise, which gave away Sanhyun's location. However, the guy had no other choice, as he urgently needed to get protective equipment. Sanhyun decided to set out and opened the map to better navigate the area. The guy didn't even try to dodge or hide, so he drove straight to his goal. One of the spectators asked if it was normal for the guy to drive so calmly through an area teeming with gamblers. Sanhyun didn't understand why everyone was so worried, so viewers wrote that the guy might get ambushed. As soon as the guy read this, someone threw a grenade from behind the bushes towards the car. The explosion was unexpected for Sanhyun, so he didn't have time to do anything. The car flipped over several times, and the guy was trying to protect his head at that moment. After a while, the street fell silent and the car lay overturned. Sanhyun was hanging upside down because he had buckled up and was very unhappy that the accident happened out of nowhere. After reading several comments, the guy learned that another grenade could arrive at any moment. As if on cue from the spectators, another projectile was thrown towards the car. There was another explosion, which was more powerful because the tank in the car exploded. Viewers began to write that this was the end of Almond, but the guy managed to get out of the car in time and said that it was too early to bury him. Sanhyun looked out from his hiding place and said that he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. This time, there were stronger buildings near the guy, which gave him the opportunity to assess the situation from the roof. Sanhyun quickly climbed up and knocked down the door leading to the roof. The guy carefully exited the room and looked around to make sure that there was no one on the roof except him. Due to the altitude, Sanhyun was able to examine the area more closely and saw something strange in the distance. He saw something flash, which prompted him to move closer to the edge of the roof and take a closer look. A second later, a shot was heard, but Sanhyun managed to hide behind a concrete fence. Bullets whistled over his head, indicating that the guy had already been noticed. The sniper team hid among the rocks, and one of them gave the order to cease fire because the brunette had already hidden. The shooter lowered his rifle and said he was disappointed that he hadn't succeeded. This squad consisted of 4 people, and their leader told 2 of them to enter the building. The captain and another player decided to stay put to cover them if needed. Meanwhile, Sanhyun was hiding on the roof, and the commentators recommended that he go back into the building, since he would become an easy target there. Viewers wrote that the team that Sanhyun faced this time did not look like amateurs. The guy decided to ignore the comments and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds around him. Before the shots, Sanhyun managed to notice 4 people, and judging by their steps, 2 of them are now approaching the building. The problem was that if the guy stuck his head out for even a second, he would be killed on the spot. Hearing the gunshots, Sanhyun tried to come up with a plan, and one finally came to him. The enemy sniper carefully observed the situation on the roof, but no longer saw the brunette. The guy assumed that Sanhyun wasn't moving because he had decided to give up. The 2 opponents decided that the guy would not stick his head out because they would shoot him. Sanhyun had anticipated their actions, and was now sitting in cover, listening to their footsteps and measuring the trajectory of the arrow. Even though the opponents were approaching rather quietly, the guy still heard them, and the final signal was that one player stepped on a branch. At that very moment, the arrow went in an upward direction. Sanchin in turn began to aim at the second player. The guy's target this time was not the head, but a weapon in the hands of another player. Sanchin listened to the sound of footsteps and measured out the required number in order to make it on time. The first arrow turned in the air and headed straight towards the players. The arrow hit the enemy's shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. The second player turned towards him when he heard loud sounds and asked what happened. While the guy was looking around, an arrow flew into his head, and the game informed him that there were 47 players left out of 100. Spectators marveled at Almond's unparalleled skills, unaware that he had learned these tricks only to entertain his friends during archery practice. In addition to shooting into the sky by changing the arrow's trajectory, Sanyun can also hit falling arrows. During his studies, the coach scolded the boys severely for such tricks, as they often damaged the equipment. But that was his youth, and at that time everyone does crazy things. Sanchin was distracted for a moment, but was brought back to his senses by the sound of footsteps coming from the side of the entrance door to the roof. The first player, wounded in the shoulder, had already managed to enter the building and was now climbing up to the roof where Sanchin was hiding. The boy realized that the enemy was coming from behind, but he no longer had time to run away. The opponent has a gun, so in a head-on fight, Sanchin has no advantage over him. When the enemy starts shooting point blank, the guy won't even have time to take out an arrow and pull the bowstring. But Sanchin cannot rely on mere chance, so he pulled the bowstring and prepared to shoot. The guy began to wait for the moment when the enemy would rise and open the door. The enemy had already managed to get closer and grabbed the door handle. Before the door swung open, Sanchin fired the first arrow in her direction. The audience began to be indignant, because for them the arrow went into a completely closed door. However, while it was flying, the enemy had already managed to open the door, which is why the arrow accurately slid through the crack. The arrow pierced the enemy's stomach with precision, causing him to freeze in place. The guy looked in shock at the arrow shooting out of his stomach, and didn't understand how this could have happened. The enemy turned his gaze towards the small gap that had formed when he opened the door. He was shocked that the shooter was able to hit him through such a tiny gap. Sanchin, meanwhile, decided to take advantage of the guy's confusion and fired another arrow. This time she hit the enemy's head with precision. The enemy fell forward, throwing the door wide open. Sanchin remained sitting in the corner farthest from the entrance and waited for the audience's reaction. The spectators were delighted with this shot, because Sanchin hit the target, shooting at the still closed door. Everyone wrote that no one would have believed that the guy was a newbie, since he even thought about the fact that the enemy could crouch when he opened the door. Sanyun was flattered by these words and said that there was nothing special about it, since he only had to calculate the right timing. Meanwhile, the other part of the team, sitting in ambush, did not understand why it was so quiet. Their teammate wrote in the chat and said that the guy on the roof did not belong in their rank, since he killed him as soon as the door opened. The commander said that his friend was simply not capable of anything, but the guy began to make excuses and say that he was shot through a small gap. The commander was angry and did not understand how Sanchin was even allowed into the low ranks of the game. Meanwhile, Sanyun continued to sit on the roof, reading comments and talking to viewers. The team Almond fought with consisted of 4 people and was called Monday is Love. It consists of talented players, such as a diamond-ranked sniper named Squidward, and other experienced players with experience in amateur tournaments. However, over the last year, the guys have left the games for various reasons, such as work and entering educational institutions. The reality turned out to be very far from the guys' expectations, so they returned to the games, but their ranks dropped and they were stuck at the bottom of the rating. A player named SpongeBob asked his friends to come and resurrect him, but the captain said that Almond would kill him faster than they could get there. SpongeBob replied that he had not been killed yet, since he had crawled to the 2nd floor. Squidward was sure that the enemy was luring them with the help of his friend in order to kill them during the resurrection. The second player, nicknamed Patrick, suggested that the captain not help SpongeBob, since the guy on the roof really is a real pro. The captain didn't like this, and said that it was stupid to run away and rank with newbies, and they risked losing face in this way. The ashamed boy didn't understand why Squidward was taking the game so seriously. The sniper meanwhile began to assemble his rifle and rise from the ground. Patrick said that he would go himself, and Squidward would cover him, but the captain said that they couldn't handle Almond alone. There was still no movement visible on the roof of the building. The 2 players emerged from their hiding place and began to slowly approach the building where their friend remained. They moved forward one by one keeping his gun aimed at the roof. As he passed their dead friend, Patrick said he felt very sorry for him. Patrick suggested speeding up, but Squidward replied that the guy was too stupid to suggest such a thing. The sniper kept his sights on the roof so that he could react at any moment if the brunette jumped out from around the corner. Patrick listened to him and also took aim at the roof. Meanwhile, SpongeBob managed to crawl out of the building onto the street and called his teammates. Squidward ordered Patrick to stay closer to the wall to reduce the enemy's angle of view, and told him to keep his eyes on the roof. The guys slowly approached the shadow of the building, ready to shoot at any moment. Squidward was more focused than ever because the guy on the roof was very dangerous. As the boys entered the shadow of the building, Squidward thought that they were almost there and in a blind spot, which meant they could relax a little. Patrick lowered his rifle and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Squidward continued to aim, which allowed him to notice the arrow flying towards him. She jumped out from around the corner of the roof and slowly turned around, falling down. Both guys immediately picked up their rifles and looked at the roof. They remember very well how the same arrow struck their friend as he approached the building. Squidward realized that the enemy had predicted their movements, which meant they couldn't get any further. The only thing left for the guys to do was to dodge, either running back or to the side, which is what they did. Squidward smiled at the fact that they were able to avoid being shot so easily. However, when he turned his attention to Patrick, he noticed that the boy had been hit by another arrow. The game announced the murder and said that there were 28 players left in the game. Squidward looked at his teammate in shock because the arrow hit him right in the eye. The guy continued to run along the building and think that there was no way the arrow could have hit Patrick from that angle. A shadow appeared in front of Squidward's eyes, which attracted the frightened guy's attention. Sanchin jumped off the roof head first and took aim at the running enemy. Squidward froze in place, not believing what he saw, and Sanchin was not going to wait and fired. The game announced a double murder committed by Almond. A lot of comments and donations were sent into the chat, and San-Yun landed and said that he made the right decision when he took the painkiller. Due to his carelessness, the guy broke his head and injured his hands, but thanks to the fact that his opponents had medicine, he was able to heal himself. Viewers wrote that this would not have happened if Almond had not recklessly jumped from the roof. Sanchin decided to take a short rest before moving on, and the game informed him that the blue zone would shrink in 30 seconds. Sanchin rose from the ground and said that there were only 26 people left in the game. Throwing back the bottle he had drunk, the guy suggested continuing the game, since he had almost recovered. Meanwhile, Squidward, who had already been knocked out of the game, could not calm down and decided to complain about Almond. The guy went to the official website of the game Battle Rage and wrote a post. Squidward was very angry, so he clicked the publish button with great force. He included clips from his game during the clash with Almond to show the guy's abilities. Squidward wrote that Almond easily took out his entire team of 4 single-handedly. However, his publication provoked negativity only towards his team, as everyone thought that these were guys of very low rank. Nobody believed that it was possible to win with a bow, so they took this post as an attempt to draw attention to the team. Squidward wrote that his team was ranked Diamond 1 a year ago, and someone should remember their abilities. After his message, many commentators began to recognize him, and rejoice that the Monday is Love team returned to the game. Now the commentators have switched to the side of the elite team, and are studying the pictures from the game with interest, trying to understand who the archer really is. One of the commentators wrote that he found this player and sent a link to his stream. Squidward decided to follow the link and watch the guy, and in the chat they wrote that since he was a streamer, now everything was clear. The guy was very angry and was going to expose the malicious deceiver who had destroyed his team by illegally infiltrating the low ranks while being a professional. Meanwhile, Sanchin was searching the building in an attempt to find anything that might be useful to him. However, all his attempts were unsuccessful, as someone had already managed to clean everything up. But the audience just laughed at him because there was a huge number of different weapons in the room, but the guy couldn't take them because he had a mission with a bow. Sanchin looked at the panel where his accepted tasks were displayed. The guy saw that the prize pool had increased to 400,000 won, and assumed that the viewers had started contributing after seeing his game. San-Hyun decided to see how many viewers were watching him at the moment, and realized that there were almost 2,000 of them. A smile began to appear on the boy's face, but San-Hyun tried to force himself to control his facial expressions, which caused his face to become funny. The guy covered his mouth with his hand, and said that since there was nothing interesting for him in this place, he would continue on his way. San-Hyun remembered that his viewership dropped to 1,100 after he changed the game, but now the numbers were on the rise again. At some point, after reading the messages in the chat, Sanchin noticed that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. Viewers wrote that they had filed a complaint against Almond, and now his days as a streamer were numbered. One viewer wrote that Almond was being unfair by fighting newbies by deliberately lowering his rank. San-Hyun was upset by the negative comments, but later thought that the haters are also viewers, and they will understand that all their accusations are groundless. A few moments later, an announcement appeared that the blue zone had been reduced. Immediately after this, sounds of gunfire were heard from the street. Sanchin said that clashes between teams have become more frequent. The guy came out of hiding and said that he could no longer sit back. They wrote something in the chat about a player killing 5 opponents at once and therefore getting into the top 10, but Sanchin didn't understand what they were talking about. The guy ran forward and thought about how many teams were left in the game at the moment. While he was thinking about thinning out the teams, a player ran out from around the corner and the guy collided with him. Sanhyun hit his head and moved a little to the side, rubbing his bruised forehead. Due to the surprise, the guy still didn't understand what he was dealing with. Sanchin looked up and saw a man in front of him with a rifle in his hands. Within a second, the player reacted and opened fire, but he still failed to hit Almond. Sanchin jumped around the corner and took out his bow, pulling the string back so he could shoot at any moment. The player began to slowly approach the corner of the destroyed building, where Sanchin was already waiting for him in ambush. The guy was ready to release the bowstring at any moment, so he just waited for the man to appear from around the corner. Before the player could even get into Sanchin's line of sight, a bullet struck his head. Sanchin froze in surprise, as he didn't think there was anyone else nearby. 2 players from the other team also did not expect the shot, but immediately realized that there was a sniper somewhere nearby. The 2 players hid in a trench and were now trying to find out where the sniper was shooting from. While they were distracted, Sanhyun came out from his hiding place and took aim, thinking that playing alone had its advantages. However, Almond's arrow was unable to kill the enemy, as he was wearing a helmet, which took the blow. The players crouched lower in the trench, and the one who was hit by the arrow said that the helmet would no longer protect him. While his teammate was being treated, the second guy asked who else was using a bow in the current competition. The guy replied that only a rat, but before that, they thought that there were only 1 or 2 teams left on the team. The guy barely had time to finish speaking when an arrow hit him in the head, this time piercing his helmet. The player fell to the ground in front of his teammate, and the game announced that the player was incapacitated. While the second guy was trying to figure out where the arrows were coming from, one of them pierced his shoulder. The player grabbed his shoulder and screamed in pain, not understanding how the stranger was able to reach them. The next and final arrow was not long in coming, and this time the game announced a kill and indicated that there were 6 players left. Immediately after this, the second player, who was injured first, was automatically eliminated from the game, as there were no people left who could resurrect him. A few moments later, it became known that another player had been killed, and now there were only 4 left. Sanhyun wondered if he could take first place if the remaining 3 players were from the same team. As was written earlier in the comments, now the report came not from 100 opponents, but from 10. As Sanchin tried to come up with a plan for his next steps, the game again announced that the blue zone was shrinking. The guy was once again unlucky enough to end up at the border, so he was forced to flee to a safe place, which did not make him very happy. Viewers had already raised their bets, and were now hoping that the blue zone would throw Almond out so that he wouldn't get all that money. The commentators wanted the sniper to kill Sanchin, and looking at the reduced combat zone, the guy thought the shooter had somewhere to hide. Sanchin turned around one of the walls and hoped that the remaining 3 players were as spread out as possible. As he approached the edge of the wall, the boy heard voices that said that they were very happy. 3 players stood a little further away and talked about the fact that there was only 1 player left in the game. The sniper sent 2 of his teammates on reconnaissance and said that he would cover their backs. Players began to walk through the ruins, trying to spot the enemy. They approached the edge of the area and said that the player had to pass through here to avoid damage to the area. One of the guys said that they had a very advantageous position, and the blue zone was on their side. As the game drew to a close, the blue zone began to shrink again. Sanchin was trying to figure out how to get out of this situation, since first place was almost in his pocket. Now the guy faces a fork in the road. He will take first place or finish 4th. In any case, the effect of winning solo and having a good introduction will be colossal. It is at such critical moments that true skill is revealed. In such competitive missions, you have to show that you are the best, and this is what Almond must demonstrate. The 2 opponents lurked in ambush, waiting for Sanchin to appear, and relaxed their guard, believing they had the advantage. The guy took out a bottle of medicine and took a pill to fully restore his health. Sanchin understands that it is worth attacking at the very moment when the enemy loses his vigilance. The enemy team noticed that the blue zone was starting to get closer, but they still couldn't see the last player. One of the guys with blonde hair said that they shouldn't get distracted because the guy would have no choice but to go out anyway. The blue zone was inevitably approaching, so the player would have to move away to avoid taking damage. Sanchin stood stubbornly, pressing his back against the wall, and looked at the blue field. A few moments later, the toe of his boot went beyond the boundaries of the play area. Sanchin's entire body was pierced by a strong pain, like from an electric shock, but the boy continued to endure it. One of the opponents began to doubt their plan, and began to look around. The players stood up and thought that they might have missed a player and that he was now somewhere behind. Sanchin continued to stand in cover and endure the pain, ready to look out at any moment and shoot at his opponents. The second player also turned around and began to look around. leaving the blue zone unattended. Finally, Sanshin caught the moment he had been waiting for so long. In an instant, the opponents didn't even have time to realize when the arrow pierced the blonde's neck. The game announced that the guy was out of action, which was a signal for the second player to turn back. The guy started shooting mindlessly at everything in sight, as he didn't have time to see the silhouette of the enemy. Having noticed one corner, the guy began to shoot at it and order the player to come out. However, he was so carried away that he did not notice Sanshin, who was on the other side, sneaking closer. The guy was still in the blue zone, but that didn't stop him from playing. Ignoring the pain of the damage dealt by the blue zone, Sanshin drew back his bowstring and took aim. The guy fired when the enemy came close enough. This time the hit was right on the head, causing the game to declare a kill. Only after this, Sanshin was able to calmly get out of the blue zone and breathe a sigh of relief. While the guy, kneeling, tried to catch his breath, viewers wrote that Almond had managed to do everything, remaining with 10% health. The atmosphere in the chat improved a little, but San Yun didn't pay attention to it. The guy got up from his knees and said that now he had only one opponent left. Now only San Hyun and the sniper are left in the game. Teammates remained lying on the ground within Almond's line of sight, in case the last player wanted to resurrect them. Sanshin treated himself and thought about how the sniper did not come out of hiding even when all his comrades were killed. The brunette was at the very edge of the blue zone, and had a rough idea of the sniper's angle of view, since he hadn't opened fire on him yet. The game again informed him that the blue zone was shrinking, and then Sanshin thought that it would be great if the sniper stayed in place. Suddenly, the guy noticed how the blonde guy from the enemy team started crawling in the opposite direction from him. San-hyun assumed that the boy was heading towards his comrade to have him resurrect him. So Almond decides to follow the blonde man so that he leads him to the sniper. But then Sanshin changed his mind, because the treatment will take a long time. And now victory is at stake, so everyone will act with caution. With the blue zone continuing to shrink, the opponents have the advantage, so there is no need to take risks. San-hyun continued to hide behind the wall, as he thought it was just a trick by the enemy team. They might think that the guy will follow the blonde guy and come into the sniper's line of sight. Sanshin lay down on the ground and assumed that the blonde's route was where the shooter had a good view. The guy decided to crawl along the blonde's route to determine the shooter's location. However, after a few moments, Sanshin froze in place. He looked around, but could no longer find anyone in the area. The angle wasn't very good, causing San-hyun to lose sight of the blonde. The blue barrier began to approach again, forcing the opponents closer to each other. San-hyun tried his best to find the last member with his eyes. The guy rose even higher to look at the fallen thicket. Finally, his gaze caught on the main target. The sniper, just like him, was lying on the ground behind several barrels and looking in the other direction. Sanshin crouched lower so that the shooter wouldn't notice him. The sniper, meanwhile, was looking for the guy in a completely different direction and did not expect to see him on the other side. Sanshin thought about how he couldn't pull the bowstring while lying on the ground. After thinking for a while, an idea came to his mind. The guy quickly rolled over onto his back, causing the spectators to start making fun of him, saying that he was lying down and basking in the sun. However, Sanshin was not going to just lie there. He put his foot on the bow and put an arrow on the string. Viewers wrote that they had seen something similar in movies and didn't know that it could actually be done. Sanshin rested his bow on his leg and pulled the bowstring with all his might, remaining in a lying position. The audience didn't believe it was actually possible, and Almond didn't know for sure either, but he saw no point in thinking about it. In any case, he only has one chance, so he has nothing to lose. Sanshin took careful aim at the sniper and begged for the arrow to hit the target. A few moments later, Almond released the bowstring, and the arrow flew at great speed in the direction of the sniper. At first, the enemy did not hear the approaching threat, so he did not take his eyes off the rifle sight. But then he heard the whistle of an arrow and turned towards it. The arrow hit his head, shattering his helmet. However, despite the fact that the helmet did not withstand the attack, the sniper still remained alive. When the opponent hid behind the barrels, Sanshin asked the audience if they remembered what to do in such a situation. After San-hyun stopped worrying about the sniper, he was able to calmly aim the arrow upward. The sniper, meanwhile, was restoring his health, taking into account the barrier between him and the archer. As before, the arrow reached its peak at the top point and, turning around, began to fall downwards. This time it passed through the broken helmet and hit the enemy straight in the head. The sniper didn't even have time to understand anything, since he didn't think that the archer could get so close to him. Meanwhile, San-hyun stood at the Sago edge of the blue zone with a bow in his hands and waited for the game to be announced. The last player in the competition fell to the ground, and the game announced that Almond was the only one left in the game in 100. Not many spectators believed that Almond could win in a 3-on-1 situation. In fact, even the blue zone was constantly pushing the guy and putting him at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the game. During the game, many people wrote that Almond had met his end at one point or another. But the longer Sanhyun held on, the more the mood of the audience changed. Each time, faith in the guy's abilities exceeded initial expectations. At some point, the audience even started to cheer Sanhyun on and support his spirits with donations. On this stream, the guy's longtime subscribers were able to see a new trick from Almond. They were genuinely impressed by his abilities. Now, the game has come to its end. Almond fired the final shot, killing the last remaining player. Thus, the first match of the game, alone, ended in first place, and Sanhyun received a donation of 460,000 won. For all the spectators and even for Sanhyun himself, this was an unexpected result. However, the donations did not end there, as some more viewers decided to support the guy with donations. Many viewers wrote that the guy was Robin Hood in his past life and swore eternal loyalty to him. Suddenly, a notification with a donation of 50,000 came into the chat from a viewer with the nickname Miko. Judging by the reaction of the viewers, Miho was quite famous in the circles of viewers. But the guy decided not to single her out and thank all the viewers who sent a donation. Suddenly, another message came from Miho with an offer to join the clan. Sanhyun was shocked, and from the reaction of the audience he realized that such offers rarely come to a newcomer. But the guy decided to refuse. Miho sent another 50,000 won, and wrote that the guy should contact her if he changed his mind, for which Sanhyun thanked her again. Sanhyun addressed all viewers and said that he was ending the stream for today. After thanking the audience, the guy quickly disconnects. As soon as Sanhyun came out of the capsule and wiped his face with a towel, the manager approached him and showed him something on his phone. Ji-hyuk decided to show the guy who Miho was. On the phone screen was a beautiful girl with soft pink hair. From some of the footage, it was clear that she was also a streamer. Both boys noticed her beauty, and Ji-hyuk said that the boy was right when he refused to cooperate. Sanhyun explained his refusal by saying that he is still a beginner, and therefore does not want to be compared to professionals. The brunette asked the manager what the overall reaction was to his performance, which prompted Ji-hyuk to offer a summary. On the Kingdom forum the reaction was positive, but everyone was rooting for the guy to return to the game, while on the Battle Rage forum the situation was sad. All the viewers were arguing because Almond had fooled everyone, including Miho herself, who had sent him a donation. Ji-hyuk asked why the guy didn't react to this, and Sanhyun said that it was inevitable if he had a private profile. Sanhyun offered to reopen his profile, but the manager said that this would lead to hackers laundering his donations. After this remark, the brunette said that it was worth leaving everything as it was, but Ji-hyuk saw an opportunity in this. The manager decided to turn everything in their favor, because even such an approach could increase Almond's popularity. However, everything got out of control because the administration blocked Sanhyun's account without even checking the information. While Ji-hyuk was running around the apartment in a rage, Sanhyun sat calmly at the computer and said that there were only problems all around. The brunette did nothing wrong, so he wrote an explanatory note to the administrators, but they never read his letter. Ji-hyuk said that there was no point in explaining anything to all of them, and then he exhaled and said that it was even for the best. They have already talked about the fact that all this is also part of fame, so Sanhyun must prepare, and if it comes down to it, they must become famous properly. Ji-hyuk said that Almond needed to pull himself together and make an important announcement. Sanhyun posted on another platform and informed viewers that due to the large number of reports on his last stream, his account had been suspended. The guy also noted that he wrote to the administrators to clarify the misunderstanding, but still has not received a response. While Sanhyun was reading the comments from viewers, Ji-hyuk was making more noise under the post to attract more attention. As expected, Kingdom fans stood up for Almond and wrote that Battle Rage unfairly banned the guy just because he plays well. The post began to garner a lot of positive responses supporting Almond. Many people started complaining that there are many dishonest players in the game, but the administrators ignore them, and they discriminate against the small streamer. People started demanding recordings from the stream to see what achievements the guy had achieved that got him banned and called a cheater, but the video had not yet been posted. Later in the evening, Mr. Jia from Pank Company contacted Sanhyun. The next morning, another post was made by Almond, stating that he had been labeled a cheater and banned after one match. People were very surprised by the current situation, and those who watched yesterday's stream confirmed that there was a lot of noise in the chat. Some didn't understand why this happened, or simply suspected that Almond was good because this wasn't his first match. Finally, a video from the match was released on Almond's official website. Everyone watched with interest, so as not to miss a single moment. There were a lot of comments under the video, and Ji-hyuk thought the reaction was good. The video said that at first most viewers were skeptical about the title of the video. However, as they watched the game, skepticism turned to amazement. Almond performed tricks with the bow that no one had ever imagined possible. Thanks to his abilities, the guy single-handedly dealt with his opponents and took first place in the team match. Some viewers watched yesterday's stream, but the edited version was also amazing. The video ended with a caption appearing stating that Almond had been labeled a cheater for playing like that. A storm of negativity arose towards viewers who, without reason, due to personal grievances, began to humiliate the newbie streamer, and towards the administrators who did not understand the situation. After the chat was closed, the 4,000 viewers, left alone with their opinions, took to the gaming forums to vent. Many complained about the administrators and felt sorry for Almond for being unfairly accused of using cheats. With discontent already simmering with Battle Rage's leadership, the incident quickly gained momentum, and a video of the broadcast made it into the official news of a popular gaming portal. While the scandal was growing more and more, there were showdowns at the Battle Rage developers' headquarters. The manager slammed his fist on the table and said that the administrators had gone crazy. He asked why they blocked the streamer's account without even checking the match history. The administrator explained this by saying that there were a lot of complaints about the guy. But this only angered the boss even more, since complaints do not prove that the player used cheats. The man suggested holding an online vote to fire the administrator, as viewers would be happy to hear it. The young man, who was the administrator, apologized, but the boss's anger did not subside. The man asked how many viewers Almond had, and the manager said about 1,000. The boss asked what was known about this streamer. The guy didn't quite understand what the man was talking about, to which he hit the table again, and asked if Almond had any patrons. The administrator was doubtful, but said that the guy had only recently started streaming, so there was nothing on him. The boss ordered him to call the community managers immediately, but the guy didn't understand why he needed to do this. The man became even more angry and said that they had to hide all this, so they needed to set up a meeting as soon as possible. The boss was unhappy that his employees were distracting him with trifles at such a crucial moment. The man angrily clenched his fist, which lay on the documents about the promotion and invitation to a second interview. After a while, we returned to Sanshin. It's morning, and now the guy is going through his morning routine procedures. The guy checked his phone again and made sure that there was still no answer from the Battle Range administrators. Sun-hyun thought his block would be lifted in a day or so, but he was interrupted by Ji-hyuk flying into the bathroom. The manager was shocked and with shaking hands pointed to the phone and said that everything was lost. Sun-hyun didn't understand what he was talking about, to which Ji-hyuk said that all of yesterday's posts about Almond had disappeared. The manager said that the Battle Range team had removed all information involving Almond from its forum, including posts and discussions. Search engine for the query Almond, nothing was found, since the managers of Battle Rage completely cleared out all information about the streamer. Ji-hyuk thought that they wouldn't admit their mistakes right away, but he never expected them to do this. The manager said that today's stream is in great question, since now, San-hyun cannot even return to Kingdom. The brunette reacted calmly to this, and got up from the table, saying that today he would have a day off. Ji-hyuk asked the guy what he had planned for today, and he replied that he had a meeting with the director of the punk company. The manager asked if the director could somehow help in this situation, but Sanshin could not give a clear answer. The brunette only said that he would ask him about it when they met in person. We go back to the distant past when San-hyun was just thinking about taking up archery. Then the boy's grandmother asked the coach if the brunette had talent, and he replied that there was no doubt about it. The coach said that because of his age the boy is not so strong, but his stamina and spirit are exceptional, and these are the most important qualities for an archer. Grandma sighed and said that she didn't understand anything about it. The man said that talent does not appear out of nowhere. It is honed over the years, and only after that can one become great. All this time, Sanshin was twisting the bow from side to side and clumsily pulling the bowstring, trying to make at least one shot. Finally, the guy managed to hold the bow correctly, after which the arrow hit the target with precision. Seeing this, the coach was very surprised because the guy didn't know anything yet. The man approached the boy and called out, drawing his attention to himself. When the boy looked at him, the coach clapped his hands and said that the boy's hand didn't even shake. Sanshin was surprised, but the man assured him that if his hands had been shaking, the guy would not have been able to hit the target, let alone the center. Patting Sanshin on the shoulder, the coach told him to stick to that course. The man said that even if a guy is at his limit and feels like he can't take it anymore, he must stay focused and believe that he can always try again. If a guy follows this path, then his arrows will always reach the center of the target. Sanshin accepted the teacher's instructions, but the man still wanted to tell him something. Then the coach said that it would be good if the boy started to practice archery professionally. The guy remembered these words: calmness and good concentration. He often heard these compliments when he was young. These were the qualities that made him a genius at archery. But at one point, they became unnecessary skills that couldn't even be included on a resume. Sanshin thought that life really is unpredictable. The guy was deep in thought, but he was brought back to his senses by the voice of Manager Wu, who greeted the guy. They were supposed to go to dinner with the director together, so they met early. As they walked to the meeting place, the man noticed that the guy looked thoughtful. Manager Wu stopped and called out to San-Yun, who continued on his way. The man guessed that San-Yun was one of those who always remained calm as a boa constrictor. The guy didn't quite understand what the manager was talking about. Manager Wu said that he was just saying this because even the most popular streamers get nervous when going to lunch with the director. San-Yun rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and said that he was quite reserved in life too. The man noted that during the game the guy behaved very boldly, and this surprised San-Yun very much. The manager said that he watches the guy's streams, and this shouldn't be surprising. San-Hyun was a little embarrassed by this fact, but still thanked the man. After some time, they came to a luxurious Japanese restaurant, but San-Hyun doubted that he would be able to pay for even one meal there. After a couple of minutes of waiting, Manager Yu said that the director had arrived and he would go meet him. The man asked San-Hyun not to deny himself anything, as he deserved it with his achievements. The guy looked at him in surprise, not understanding what achievements he was talking about. A couple of minutes later, the director, accompanied by Manager Yu, entered a separate room. San-Hyun stood up to greet the director with all due respect. The brunette bowed and introduced himself, to which the director replied that he was glad to meet him. Without fully straightening his back, San-Hyun looked at the man standing in front of him. The director's name was Han Tai-ho. He had blonde hair, and his age was only given away by his slight wrinkles. San-Hyun politely shook the man's hand and said that it was a great honor to meet the director. The brunette made a good first impression, as he was very different from most streamers. The director was still holding San-Hyun's hand, so he noticed that it was shaking. The man immediately had some assumptions about whether the guy was worried or something else. Everyone sat down at the table and the waiter began to explain that scallops are eaten with salt and wasabi, and that porcupine fish are doused with soy sauce. The director was the first to try the porcupine fish and said that it tasted very good. The man said the place was known for its sushi, but he liked the appetizers better, especially if they were on the house. San-Hyun watched the cheerful conversation with a smile, and then decided to try the dish when the elders started eating. After trying just one piece, the guy realized that the men weren't lying about the taste of the food. The director said that there was a very talented chef working at this place, and asked San-Hyun if he liked it, to which the guy answered positively. The man asked if the boy often went to such establishments, and San-Hyun said that he had visited several times. At this moment, Manager Wu leaned towards the director and said that San-Hyun used to work at a Soon company. The director said admiringly that San-Hyun was really very talented, but the brunette himself thought that he got into the company through connections. The men began to talk about how one of the bosses of the Asun company was a regular at this establishment. The director said with a smile that he studied with director Lee Chilson. San-Hyun didn't know this for sure, but it was easy to believe. The guy had previously assumed that the directors might be acquainted. Most often, directors are recruited from the elite, which means there is nothing strange in the fact that they have known each other since childhood. Judging by the director's reaction, San-Hyun assumed that the men were close friends, so he said that they were somewhat similar. Looking at the director, the guy guessed that they were not only close friends, but also proud of this friendship. The man sighed and said that Director Lee would be much more talented than him, since Asuna was known overseas, while Punk was inferior to foreign companies. San-Hyun noted that Punk is an active company on the world stage, so many people dream of working for them. The director smiled sadly and said that the guy spoke very well. The man put the cup on the table and said that he was worried about one very important question. Streaming is a good thing, but it's extremely dangerous to take risks like that right now. The director wanted to know the reason why San-Hyun left Asuna and decided to become a streamer. The question was too personal and seemed rude at first, but it was still a good sign. The fact that the man is asking about this means that he cares about the guy's future, which means he will help resolve the issue with Battle Rage and help with his career in general. San-Hyun thought about how he would have to be honest and tell his story to another person for the first time. The boy gathered his courage and told the director that he used to be a professional archer and quite successful. The men were surprised by this statement and decided to ask again. Manager Wu immediately noticed the director's reaction because he knew that this was a hobby for the man. The director was very surprised as he did not expect this from San-Hyun. The man decided to ask why the guy had given up this activity, after which the brunette became quiet. San-Hyun replied that it was due to an injury, and the director immediately remembered the boy's shaking hand during the greeting. The man asked what happened, and the boy replied that he had an accident while returning from the national championship, where he won a gold medal. The director asked the boy how old he was when he won the championship, and he replied that he was 17, which was a record. San-Hyun said that he kept it a secret for 3 years, but was never able to recover, and then, with the help of a coach's recommendation, he got a job at Asuna. The guy remembered the time he spent in the company and said that he got there not because of his skills. Sang-hyun wasn't very good at his job, so he was constantly getting scolded by his superiors. The guy said that it was then that he became interested in virtual games, in which he could easily control his hand. Sang-hyun said he was hooked on gaming, but needed to make money somehow, so he decided to try streaming. The guy said that while his grandmother was alive, he worked to get rid of regrets about his lost career. At that time, Sang-hyun didn't even think about the fact that in virtual reality, his hand could move normally. The director looked sad when he heard the boy's story. The man poured Sang-hyun's drink and said that in life things don't always go the way they want them to. The director says it's all a cliché, but that only makes it more interesting. There is no guarantee that life, in which everything goes your way, will be better. Because before, the director himself was an ordinary unemployed guy with a dream. But fate was on his side. The man likes who he has become, and that he can now sit here and eat sushi from a famous chef. The director said that everything would be fine for Sang-hyun in the future too, for which the boy thanked him. Manager Woo said that the guy would definitely succeed, and remembered that the guy had already started playing a new game. Sang-hyun was glad to change the topic and was about to tell his elders about his problem. However, Manager Woo interrupted him and began looking for something in his briefcase. While the man was distracted, Sang-hyun seemed to feel mental pressure from Ji-hyuk, who was sitting in his head and telling the guy to act. Manager Woo opened a tab with a rapidly growing graph and asked if Sang-hyun knew what it meant. The director himself did not understand what it was, but the brunette assumed that this chart was related to stocks. Manager Woo said that this graph shows the increase in sales of Kingdom after Sang-hyun played it. The man opened another tab and showed that Almond's name appeared in most of the reviews. Sang-hyun read a few of them, and most said they got into the game after watching Almond's stream. The director was interested in this, and the manager said that the sales volume was low, but the chart jumped the moment Sang-hyun started streaming. The man wanted to tell this at work tomorrow, but decided that Sang-hyun would also like to hear it. Manager Woo said that the boy had the makings of a star, and the director couldn't help but agree with him. The manager praised Sang-hyun for his work, and he could only accept his words with embarrassment. At that time, the director was watching the video from the broadcast and said that these were not just words, and that the guy would really succeed. The man knocked on the table and said that Kingdom was a single-player game, which meant it wouldn't be streamed for long. The director asked the guy if he had plans for other games, and Sang-hyun replied that it was Battle Rage. The director recalled that the game's audience is mainly 20 to 30-year-olds, and he himself often sees his son playing it. The man smiled and asked if the boy had any aspirations. Manager Woo maintained a good atmosphere among them and winked playfully at the guy. Sang-hyun took this as a call to action. The guy chuckled and lowered his head for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Then Sang-hyun looked straight at the director and said that he had one problem. After some time, we find ourselves in the office of the developers of the game Battle Rage. A middle-aged man named Seo Yun-bin runs to his boss because he was urgently called. We already know him, as this man ordered Battle Rage managers to delete all information about the streamer Almond. Manager So was in a good mood because he thought he was being called to announce a promotion. Approaching the office, the man knocked and asked if he could come in and was invited inside. The department head and the administrator with whom they had spoken earlier about blocking Almond's account were already in the room. Sitting down next to the guy, the man did not understand why Kim's assistant was also invited to the meeting. The leader said there was a reason he had gathered them today. The man asked if the staff knew where he had gone that morning, but they did not understand the question. The manager did not speak directly at first, and simply pointed his finger upward. To avoid any misunderstanding, he said that he had been called to the head office. Today, the CEO told the manager something strange. The man asked the staff if they knew anything about a streamer named Almond. Manager so immediately remembered who they were talking about. But he didn't think that rumors could have reached the management, because all the articles with the streamer had already been deleted. The manager raised his voice and asked again whether they knew him or not, to which Manager So replied positively. After receiving the answer, the manager said that he would not press any further, since Manager So and Assistant Kim would soon be leaving the staff. The man was shocked by this and asked why this happened because of some trifle. But at his words, the manager only laughed. The manager took the tablet in his hands and asked if Manager So really didn't understand how the director knew about this. Throwing the tablet on the table, the man asked how it was possible to hide information about the streamer, without even knowing information about him. What was on the tablet screen shocked Manager. So, streamer Almond, who was listed as a partner streamer for Punk, was looking at him from the screen. Manager So was very angry because he never thought that the guy would turn out to be an important person. The manager said that Almond popularized Kingdom, and their sales increased fivefold. So it is no wonder why the director was so angry. Although the game Battle Rage is popular among players, it is very difficult to get promotion from the Punk company. And instead of looking for opportunities, the game managers simply block Punk's streamer partner without clarifying the circumstances, and try to hide this fact. The manager said there was nothing unusual about covering one's tracks. However, he always said that all this must be done correctly. The manager noted that Manager So and Assistant Kim were not using their heads at all, so he wished them luck in their new life without work. Manager So was very scared and asked the manager for a second chance, but the manager shook his head. The manager ordered the staff to write a formal letter of apology and prepare for disciplinary action, and Almond's case would be transferred to another team. Just a few minutes ago, Manager So was happily walking into a meeting, promising a promotion, but now he is being told that he is fired. The manager picked up the tablet and asked what they were waiting for, and whether he should call security to help the former employees leave. For a few more moments, the manager sat in place, and then said that they were already leaving. When the door closed behind the former employees, the manager cheerfully called another department. He asked Team 2 if they had unblocked Almond, and when they answered in the affirmative, he praised them for their work. The executive said Almond and Punk were ready for publicity, but the team should prepare for some negative comments. When the manager and assistant were in the corridor, the man approached the guy. The man was angry because he had asked Kim if Almond had any connections. That day, the assistant replied that the guy had just started streaming, so he had no patrons. Kim didn't even bother to look up the information, so now he's the one left to blame. Manager So said that all this happened because of the assistant. Kim was very upset because he was also fired, so he asked why the man was only blaming him. The assistant said it was Manager So who made the decision regarding Almond, but that only made the man even more angry. A fight broke out between them, which attracted the attention of security. The next day, we found ourselves at Sanchin's house early in the morning. The brunette got up early and was having breakfast at the moment when a sleepy Ji-hyuk left the room. The manager didn't wait for Sanchin and went to bed early, so he asked how the guy spent his evening. The brunette shrugged and said that everything went well, which Ji-hyuk was definitely happy about. However, this answer did not quite satisfy the manager, and he asked for more details. San-hyun said that the director seemed to like him, and the manager asked how he expressed it. The brunette replied that the director asked him to teach him archery when he had time, and said that he would contact him himself. The manager had already imagined how much benefit they would get from Sanchin giving private lessons to the director. Ji-hyuk patted the guy on the shoulder and said that he was worried about the meeting, but San-hyun surprised him. The manager asked if he could hear anything from battle range, but the brunette replied in the negative. However, Sanchin said that one of their top brass said he would contact the people in charge. The guy's conversation was interrupted by a notification that came to the brunette's phone. The guys immediately interrupted their conversation and looked at the smartphone with interest. It was a message from the Battle Rage admins, apologizing and informing them that the ban had been lifted, and compensation had been sent for the inconvenience caused. Ji-hyuk said that they really liked the guy if they decided to take care of his issue early in the morning and contacted the authorized people. Sanchin looked at his phone and realized that the company's working day had only just begun. Ji-hyuk said that San-hyun was now obliged to make the director a great shooter, and the brunette asked what the manager himself had been doing since the morning. Ji-hyuk went to the kitchen and said that, unlike the brunette, he preferred a full meal for breakfast. San-hyun wished the manager good luck and said he planned to take a walk and stretch his legs. While warming up before a run, the guy remembered that he forgot to do something important. San-hyun had to share with his followers that his account had finally been unblocked. Jia was one of the first to learn of the good news, and was overjoyed that Almond's innocence had been proven. However, not all people were happy with the information, and Jia was able to find some negative comments as well. The girl also came across a video that said that streamer partner Punk was opposing the Battle Rage administration. Jia became curious and decided to watch the video. A guy in a bear mask appeared on the screen, greeted the audience and introduced himself as Small Long. The man said that the Battle Rage administrators had been acting strange for a long time, but they had never gone so far as to block a player after the first match. However, the guy asked if viewers knew why Almond's account was actually unblocked after just 2 days. The Punk company stood up for their player, since the Battle Rage administrators themselves would not respond to inquiries, because Almond is too small a streamer in their opinion. This Altuber's video has gained 100,000 views in just 3 hours. Initially, the guy thought that the audience's interest was caused by the dissatisfaction of most people about the inaction of the Battle Range administration. However, his hopes were quickly dashed as viewers began to complain that the guy hadn't made a proper cut with Almond. Most of the viewers were regular players who had learned about the situation and now wanted to know more about Almond. We returned to Sanchin's house, where the boys are now busy with breakfast. San-hyun is immersed in his phone, causing him to eat very slowly. Ji-hyuk watched this and thought that the guy just didn't like the food he cooked. Sanchin asked how many views Almond's videos get, and the manager replied that it was around 50,000. But after checking the official channel, he noticed that the latest video had been viewed 400,000 times. Sanchin said that other authors also have such viral videos. Ji-hyuk noticed that the brunette was too calm, and said that there must be a reason for such a high number of views. The guys agreed that such popularity was caused by the story with the blocking, which means that Ji-hyuk was right in his guesses about the possibilities. The manager started jumping around the apartment with joy, while Sang-hyun said that this does not mean that there will be an increase in viewers during the streams. Sang-hyun looked at Ji-hyuk with a smile and said that they would just continue fighting. Ji-hyuk froze in place at first, not quite understanding what the guy was talking about, but then agreed with him. The manager fell silent and calmly returned back to the table. Sang-hyun thought that he had a lot of expectations, but celebrity popularity is fleeting. One video is like a candle in the wind. You can't rely on it too much. After finishing breakfast, Sanchin approached the capsule and determined that the most important thing in the game was control. Coolness is the archer's main weapon, so the guy must be restrained. Sang-hyun started the stream and immediately noticed that the chat was moving unusually fast today. The guy barely had time to catch a glimpse of some of the messages before they were replaced by new ones. Sanchin looked down, and after a few moments, a loud crash was heard. After only a minute, the capsule opened again, causing Ji-hyuk to ask what happened. Sang-hyun looked very strange and raised his hand, saying that he accidentally hit the capsule when he moved. The guy sat for a while, and then closed the capsule again, leaving the bewildered Ji-hyuk alone. Sang-hyun started reading the comments again, but he was most attracted to something else. He certainly wasn't imagining things, because the number of spectators this time was 2,319, even though the introduction hadn't even finished yet. Sang-hyun received a message from the manager in which the guy laughed at the brunette because of his reaction to such volumes. Ji-hyuk laughed at his protege a little more, then reminded him that the stream had begun. The manager told Sanchin to calm down and start working. The guy thought that usually the number of views on Altub doesn't have much of an effect on the number of viewers on live broadcasts. But this whole situation clearly shows how much Almond has become loved by the audience. The introductory video was slowly but surely coming to an end, and the number of viewers was approaching 3,000. Sanchin took a deep breath and decided that he couldn't waste this opportunity. Now Sanchin felt the same as when he was a professional archer. The guy felt very good, even though the guy was now in another dimension. The intro ended and Almond appeared on the main screen. Sang-hyun read a few comments to himself, and then a smile appeared on his face. The guy greeted all the viewers, and they immediately responded in kind. The chat was flooded with questions regarding the battle rage situation, which made the guy convinced that the audience came from Altub. Ji-hyuk had prepared all the material in advance, so Sang-hyun could now tell his viewers about everything in more detail. After some time, Sang-hyun fully explained the situation with the blocking, which caused different emotions among the viewers. One of the viewers sent a donation as support for Almond, for which the guy thanked him. Messages began appearing in the chat indicating that Small Long was right in his videos. The number of spectators was approaching 4,000, and Sanchin realized that he could no longer simply talk to them. The guy abruptly changed the subject and suggested moving on to the main part, in which he would play. Before Sanchin could voice the game, one of the viewers sent a donation and wrote that the guy should play Kingdom today. The viewer was able to figure out a great moment to send a donation, which made others laugh. However, Sanchin did not fall for this provocation, and decided that today they would play Battle Rage. The guy started moving into the game, and the audience asked if the guy had chosen the right mode, or if he had gone back into team battles. Sang-hyun solemnly showed off the recording of the single-player mode. The spectators predicted victory for the guy, but Sang-hae himself understood that in this mode, you can never predict how the situation will turn out. Meanwhile, the spectators were divided, as some wanted Sanchin to change weapons, while others demanded to continue with the bow. The guy thought that even the strongest player in the rankings cannot win forever, although no one doubts his abilities. Sang-hyun looked at his hand and thought that he still had a lot to prove. One of the viewers sent a donation of 10,000 won and gave a mission to win the first game, promising 300,000. Sanchin didn't think long and simply accepted the offer. The audience asked if the guy was really happy with the donation, but Sanchin's eyes spoke for themselves. However, the guy had to come to his senses since the game had already started, and he couldn't just talk to the audience. Although the guy used to play Battle Rage, it was a team game, and now he is in single-player mode. Despite the fact that the guy is a newbie, he has already been sent a task to win. Sang-hyun must focus on the task at hand, as he cannot disappoint 4,000 spectators. Now the guy is 100% ready, just like he was during the shooting championship. Sang-hyun doesn't know if he'll become a star or just remain a niche streamer who plays well. Now everything depends only on his archery skills. The decisive moment in the guy's life has arrived. San-hyun froze in place as the game announced the start of the preparation phase. All Sanchin ever wanted was to be able to move forward. After some time, we saw the helicopter again, as a symbol of the beginning of the match. The captain was yelling at the players in the helicopter again, and one of them wasn't entirely sure that the captain was just a character in the game. Sanchin sees all this and remembers how he also jumped under duress for the first time. Then the guy landed in a less than ideal position and suffered some discomfort. But this time, he will choose his spot carefully. It is important that there is not much competition in this place, but there is an opportunity to find supplies. Sanchin waited for a while for the right moment and then jumped. Viewers who watched the guy's stream last time joked that he would fall and roll on the ground again. San-hyun landed masterfully in an epic pose, as if to show that this was a normal thing for him. Meanwhile, Jia and Ji-hyuk, who were watching the stream, gave the landing a 10 out of 10. For the great landing, one of the spectators sent Sanchin a donation, for which the guy thanked him. After this, Sanchin stood up and looked around. Looking at the lonely one-story building ahead, the guy suggested starting the game. Sanchin's first goal was to find weapons for self-defense and attack. Approaching the building, the guy kicked down the front door. San-hyun went inside, saying that fortunately there was no one there, but the spectators replied that it was unfortunate. The guy started looking around the room for supplies and noticed something off to the side. A composite bow and arrows were neatly placed against the wall, which pleased Sanchin very much, but disappointed some viewers. While the boy was distracted by the search for supplies, he heard a sound outside the door. San-hyun quickly turned towards her, but the audience didn't understand why he was twitching like that, because nothing had happened. Only thanks to his good hearing, the guy was able to hear another player approaching the building. Sanchin didn't waste time and immediately grabbed the composite bow. The guy ran towards the door, ready to shoot, and said that the first target was straight ahead. Sanchin decided to take advantage of the element of surprise, so he had to manage to overtake his opponent. When the door swung open, the player didn't even have time to understand what exactly had happened. The player was stunned, as he did not expect such abrupt actions. Sanchin pulled back his bowstring, causing his opponent to freeze. Apparently, this is the first time this player has seen someone use a bow in the game. This delay played into Sanchin's hands, because the arrow was fired before the bullet from the enemy's rifle. The arrow hit the opponent's head with precision. Thus, Almond opened the match by eliminating the first player. The spectators were amazed by the speed and reaction of the guy, because last time he was not so agile. Ji-hyuk was also watching the stream, but decided not to waste time and wash dishes at home at the same time. The manager thought the guy was stronger than last time. In the first round, Sanchin seemed awkward, because it was his introduction to the game, so he was getting used to it. He fell and got into unpleasant situations caused by his own shortcomings. However, now Sanchin is more confident, because even before the adaptation, the guy had already demonstrated a higher level than others. Meanwhile, the brunette had not yet had time to search the defeated enemy, when another one appeared in his field of vision. The player had not yet managed to obtain a weapon, so he decided to flee. However, Sanchin didn't care, because the game was about speed, not mercy. The brunette took aim and got rid of another opponent. Ji-hyuk sent a message that the composite bow was rarely used due to a number of difficulties, but San-hyun handled it with ease. One of the regular viewers made a donation and joked about the newbies who don't yet know about Almond's precise headshots. Sanchin thanked for the donation and asked not to tease the newcomers, and then suggested watching the movement of the blue zone. When he jumped out of the helicopter earlier, the guy thought that this time he would be further from the blue zone, but this was not the case. Sanchin found himself at the very border again, and discovered that he had to run quite a lot before the zone shifted. One of the viewers sent a donation and suggested that the brunette should look for some resources, but Sanchin doubted that there was a reason for this. The guy came into the room and said that in the last game he really needed materials to increase his health level. Sanchin found a couple of energy drinks in another box, and remembered that they had helped him a lot last time. Having taken them for himself, the guy continued to examine the boxes and shelves. In one of the boxes, Sanchin found an emergency first aid kit that restored 30% of health. One of the viewers asked why Almond didn't want to take what was in the back. Sanchin became curious. He turned around and his gaze fell on the shotgun. Many viewers were rooting for the guy to change weapons, as they were interested in seeing it. However, San-hyun froze in place, and someone even thought that the stream was frozen. A few moments later, the brunette began to move unnaturally and said that he could not see anything. The audience continued to be outraged, but Sanchin insisted that there was no shotgun, while looking away. Some people started to get angry that the guy was ignoring the audience, but San-hyun countered them by saying that he never ignores anyone. The guy tried to distract the audience, so he suggested moving on. After some time, Sanchin said that they found some supplies, but he still didn't find a bulletproof vest or helmet. The guy asked the audience if there was any pattern to their appearance, but they answered in the negative, saying that he was just unlucky. The game sent a notification that the blue zone was shrinking, but San-hyun wasn't quite ready for it. The guy was very late, so I had to run to a safe place. As Sanshin ran, he thought that next time he would do without searching for supplies. Sanshin enjoys scouting and finding high ground to pick off enemies from rather than waiting for the player count to drop. Spectators warned that the blue zone was already very close to the guy. The guy felt the familiar pain and thought that running a 4-kilometer race with the blue zone was too difficult. San-hyun was completely surrounded by toxic air, causing his health to drop by 1% every 5 seconds. The guy took out a bottle of pills while running and took one. Health was restored, but continued to decline slowly. Ahead of him, Sanshin noticed another player entering the blue zone. The guy thought that because of the barrier it was difficult to see anything outside the blue zone, so being outside might even be safer. San-hyun was so distracted by the guy running in front of him that he didn't notice the motorcycle approaching behind him. The player rushed forward at full speed towards the safe zone, almost knocking down Sanshin. The brunette was surprised that the enemy was driving at such speed and not crashing into anything. However, the problem was that the player had long since lost control and was now moving uncontrollably. It was because of this that the player crashed into a boulder at full speed and flew over the handlebars of the motorcycle. The first time, Sanshin fought mainly with experienced troops, but this time it was different. In the second game, he came across either absolute beginners or those who played terribly. Sanshin was very disappointed and could not find words to describe this level. The players were unadapted and seemed to not understand what they had to do in this game, so when they were injured, they called for a doctor. Unlike last time, there was a lively atmosphere near the blue zone. Many players did not quite understand the original purpose of the blue zone and simply ran in different directions. One of these guys thought that those running from the blue zone were pursuing him and started shooting without thinking. Following his example, everyone who already had a weapon in their arsenal began to shoot, and one of these stray bullets almost hit Sanshin. The brunette didn't quite understand what was going on, and viewers wrote that this was to be expected at the initial rank. At some point, Sanshin realized that he couldn't leave things like that, and decided to join the fight. The guy decided that in a garbage dump, it is worth following the rules of the garbage dump, so there is no need to attach much importance to reasonableness. When the guy started shooting from a bow, one of the players was very surprised because the brunette hit the target right in the head, continuing to run. In an instant, all the players within Sanhen's line of sight became frightened upon seeing their opponent's abilities. However, immediately after the fear, everyone realized that the archer had to be gotten rid of first. As if by agreement, all the players turned their weapons against Sanshin, and the spectators asked again if the guy had entered team battles. The brunette grinned and took a couple of arrows out of his quiver, saying that this whole situation reminded him of something. Sanshin drew his bowstring, taking aim at the nearest enemies. Every gun in the area was pointed at him at that moment. The next second, shots were heard from all sides. For a moment, we were transported back to the past when San-hyun lived in a sports camp for a while. Back then, the guy was much friendlier, so some of the older ones found him quite cute. The elders often approached the boy and offered to play together. The problem was that all the older ones were national team players in other sports, such as football or basketball. Although Sanshin responded with a smile, he considered their proposals to be quite shameless. Each of them was an order of magnitude stronger and more resilient than him, so the game turned into real torture. Despite the fact that his elders regularly praised and encouraged Sanshin, the game did not become easier for him and was very exhausting. At some point, even the coach forbade the guy not to play sports in his free time, because he spent all his energy on games. One of those days, taking advantage of the fact that Sanshin was very polite, they dragged him back onto the football field. In the midst of the game, the guy found himself in a disadvantageous situation, as he was surrounded by the enemy team's defender. Sanshin's teammates shouted at him to break forward because there was no one to pass to. But the guy couldn't imagine how this could be done. It was then that a teammate told Sanshin about the deceptive maneuvers that could be used during the game. In archery, there was never a need to feint, but in team sports, more sophisticated play was possible. The elder told San-hyun to remember that his comrades would not always be able to cover him, so the boy had to break through on his own. After the game, the brunette admitted that he wasn't that good at wielding a sword, but the elder said that it was quite normal, since the guy was an archer after all. But even then, the elder said that any person can be useful, even if only for a short time. The guy decided to immediately show Sanshin what exactly he was talking about. The older one ran up and jumped, giving the impression that he was going to hit a three-pointer. San-hyun looked attentively and did not understand what exactly the guy wanted to show him. However, the guy never threw the ball towards the hoop, but abruptly redirected it to the side. The ball landed right in the hands of a guy running past, who continued dribbling the ball in the other direction. Now Sanchin clearly saw what dribbling was, and how to handle the ball if there was no opportunity to play directly. The point of this maneuver is not to completely beat your opponent, but to make him think that he has already lost. Although Sanchin has understood the meaning of dribbling, his maneuvers will most likely not be able to deceive his opponents, because he is playing against professionals. The elder said that San-hyun needs to use all his abilities to deceive his opponent. A guy should look absolutely serious in every detail, from his look to the sequence of his steps. At the next game, Sanchin decided to follow the advice of his elders, who in turn watched him closely. Even the opponents supported the brunette, waiting for the results of their instructions. Several defenders from the enemy team were quickly approaching Sanchin, who had already managed to take possession of the ball. However, at the last moment, the brunette quickly moved the ball to the side. When the seniors demonstrated the maneuvers, there were other players on the team with them. But Sanchin performed the maneuver on his own. The guy went for the sword so quickly that the other players didn't have time to react and crashed into each other. With the opponents distracted by each other, Sanchin was finally able to see an opening in the defense. The brunette was very glad that all the instructions had not been in vain, and he had finally mastered the new technique. However, his joy quickly ended, because in addition to the defenders, there was also a goalkeeper on the playing field, who quickly blocked the road. After the game, the seniors praised Sanchin for the work he had done. However, the guy himself was not happy, because he still couldn't score a goal, even despite the perfect maneuver. The elder encouraged Sanchin, noting that he had managed to deceive even a national team player. The elder's words gave the brunette more confidence, because it was not only praise, but also instructions for the future. But Sanchin's joy did not last long, because all these instructions were useless for the archer. At least that's what the guy thought until today. We return to the present, and see that now the instructions of his elders have helped Sanchin emerge victorious from a seemingly hopeless situation. Instead of trying to shoot back at his opponents, San-hyun lay down on the ground, allowing them to shoot at each other. Realizing that the strategy they had adopted to defeat their strongest opponent was not working, the players began to argue. Remaining in an advantageous position, Sanchin drew an arrow and killed one of the loudest opponents. The guy remembered that he was still at a disadvantage, so he quickly found another target. Taking the second arrow, Sanchin turned sharply and shot at the last player. Within a few moments, only the bodies of the defeated players remained on the battlefield. Sanchin sat in the very center and looked around. The game announced that Almond had made 2 kills in a row, leaving 74 people left in the game. San-hyun got up from the ground and dusted himself off while the audience laughed at the whole situation. All this time, the guy continued to be on the border of the blue zone and felt discomfort. However, having dealt with the opponents, he was finally able to leave the danger zone and catch his breath. Sanchin's health was already approaching its minimum, which forced the boy to use the first aid kit again. The guy was upset that all the resources he had collected were almost gone, but they still did not help him fully restore his health. After some time, Sanchin was able to continue on his way and said that Battle Rage is not an easy game. At this time, Ji-hyuk watched the broadcast with interest and was amazed by the number of viewers. More than 5,000 people joined the stream, which will already allow Sanchin to earn good money as a streamer. When Ji-hyuk was leaving, he asked his seniors in the marketing department for some advice. One of the guys advised to make more noise, because it's a double-edged sword. But when you have nothing to lose, this is the best strategy. This time, Almond emerged victorious from the whole situation. But such excitement could quickly fade. Analysis shows that most of today's viewers are new to the stream and came through certain links, so now it all depends on Sanchin. At some point, the image of an angry father appeared in Ji-hyuk's head, but the boy tried not to pay attention to it. The guy shook his head from side to side and told himself that there was no need to be afraid of the future. Ji-hyuk continued to watch his friend's stream and thought that together they could overcome anything. San-hyun can handle all of this because he always does it. Meanwhile, Sanchin continued his path to victory. This time the guy had no problems moving forward, as his opponents were newbies. The guy fired another arrow, and this was already the 12th kill in a row. Sanchin approached the enemy's body and began to search it for useful things. But no matter how hard the guy tried, he only came across basic healing items that were of little use. Sanchin sighed and said that it would be easier if he had full protective gear. But the helmet never came his way. One of the viewers sent a donation and asked why the guy was looking for helmets on players instead of searching their houses. Sanchin thanked for the donation and said that he decided not to look for things anymore, because he comes across everything useless, so he decided to take things from other players. Sanchin said that now he will only hunt those who have helmets, and will let others go if they do not get into trouble themselves. One of the spectators asked the guy if it was safer for the other 23 remaining players to remain helmetless until the end of the game. Sanchin thought about his remark, and at that moment, a player without a helmet ran past him. The brunette acted mechanically, so without thinking, he eliminated the enemy with one shot. As he fell to the ground, the player pulled the trigger, causing a series of shots to ring out. The sound was loud and sharp, which scared the birds sitting on the tree branches. Sanchin realized that he had revealed his location to his enemies, and now thoughtfully rubbed his head. The brunette justified his actions by saying that the enemy was very noisy, so Sanchin did not spare him even despite the lack of a helmet. Sanchin approached the player's body and began to take his things, noting to himself that there were especially many donations today. The guy heard that in game streaming the percentage of donations is always lower than the number of viewers. Sanchin decided to check if this conclusion was true, and looked at the information about donations and viewers. Only then did the guy notice that 5,500 viewers had already joined his stream. For a moment, Sanchin stood frozen in amazement, continuing to hold the energy drink can in front of him. The guy immediately remembered Ji-hyuk's instructions. The manager told him that in order to make a stable income from streams alone, he needed to get 5,000 viewers. Then Sanchin asked how much money could be made per month with that many viewers. Ji-hyuk replied that it would be around 700 to 800,000 won per month. Sun-hyun was a little distracted by the good news, but quickly came to his senses. Now the guy regretted looking at the number of viewers, and decided that he would no longer do this during streams. Lost in his thoughts, Sanchin didn't notice how a grenade was thrown at his feet. Only after a couple of moments did the guy notice it. The projectile slowly rolled closer to Sanchin's feet. The next second there was a loud explosion. We learn about players like stream snipers, who intentionally target streamers in games and ruin their broadcasts. One of those players was hiding behind a tree at the moment. The guy was watching San-hyun from the side and said that judging by the broadcast, the streamer should be somewhere nearby. This guy's nickname is Punsna, and he is one of the stream snipers. And now he was deliberately tracking down one streamer to prevent him from dying at the hands of San-hyun. Punsna noticed that Sanchin was carrying a bow and wearing a bulletproof vest, but no helmet. The guy decided that one grenade would be enough to eliminate the brunette. There was 10 seconds left before the grenade exploded, so it was worth hurrying. When 4 seconds had passed from the start of the countdown, Punsna threw a grenade towards Sanchin. The guy was already experienced in his field, so he knew that at such a flight speed, the enemy would not have time to react. When the grenade reached Sanchin, there were only 2 seconds left before the explosion, minimizing the opportunity for evasion. Sanchin quickly noticed the grenade, but there really was very little time. However, the brunette did not lose hope, and pulled the bowstring towards the grenade. The guy was about to quickly throw the grenade in the other direction. Punsna no longer expected that Sanchin would have a chance to escape, so he returned to searching for his target. However, the guy relaxed too early, as evidenced by the strange sound from Sanchin. When Punsna turned around, he saw a brunette who deliberately thrust an arrow into the ground in front of him. However, there was no grenade, nor was there any explosion that should have followed. Punsna couldn't figure out where his grenade had gone, but it was already above his head. At that very moment, there was a loud explosion, which sent a shockwave that threw Punsna aside. The guy hit his back against the wall and screamed in pain. For some time, Punsna tried to come to his senses after what had happened. Looking around, he tried to comprehend what had just happened. He didn't understand why the grenade returned to him, but Sanchin had already managed to get closer. Unfortunately for Punsna, he was wearing a helmet, making him Sanchin's prime target. Only now did Punsna begin to understand that the boy had deflected the grenade with an arrow, but it was too late to stop him and beg for mercy. Thanks to the use of the bow, another kill was made with minimal noise, and only 20 people remained in the game. Sanchin happily posed for the audience with the helmet in his hands. While the guy was happy, the audience did not understand what had just happened, and began asking questions, and asking for an explanation. Sanchin explained that when he noticed the grenade, it was still too far away to kick, and there was not enough time to dodge. The guy had to make a quick decision. He had no choice but to deflect the grenade with an arrow. Some laughed at his story, but there were also people who asked why the grenade did not explode when the arrow hit it. Sanchin explained that there was no direct hit, since the guy launched the arrow at a 45-degree angle from below. Thus, the grenade hit the arrow coming out of the ground and bounced back to the enemy. The game sent a notification that the blue zone would soon shrink, causing San-hyun to decide to move on, even though the zone was quite far away. The guy ran forward and looked around carefully, since there had been less shooting lately. At some point, Sanchin's gaze caught on a silhouette standing behind one of the dilapidated walls. The guy didn't wait until he became a target, so he acted quickly. Sanchin turned around and fired, hitting his opponent's head with precision. The smaller the blue zone became, the closer all the players gathered. One by one, Sanchin eliminated more and more players. At some point, there were only 5 people left in the game. Sanchin was now standing next to several collapsed houses. The map showed that the guy was close to the blue zone. Sun-hyun sighed with relief and said it was time to finish. Not far from Sanchin, a faint rustling sound was heard in the bushes. A sniper sat in ambush and waited for the remaining 4 players to expose themselves to attack. The guy carefully examined the ruins for movement. It was exactly that streamer with the nickname Chewing Gum, who was hunted not so long ago by the player Punsna, and now the guy is waiting for those who will run from the blue line. Viewers laughed at the streamer because he wouldn't be able to hit the target with a rifle, and suggested that he attack the players with his fists. Chewing Gum was angry at the commentators and said that he would still show them what he was capable of. The guy was determined, because he had taken a place in the center of the blue zone, collected a lot of supplies, and now he had a good feeling. Chewing Gum really hopes that he will be able to take first place this time. After some time, the blue zone began to approach, which forced other players to come out of hiding. 3 players appeared on the horizon at once, running towards Chewing Gum and shooting at each other. Viewers wrote that if the guy kills all 3 opponents, he will be left alone with the last player. People have already started writing in the comments that Chewing Gum will really be able to win this time. However, there were also those people who wrote that the guy would miss again and then joke. Chewing Gum was very upset by these messages, and he was going to prove to the audience that he could do it. The guy took aim and fired the first shot, killing one of the opponents with 1 bullet. The audience was surprised, but Chewing Gum himself was even more surprised, because he did not expect this at all. However, the guy quickly came to his senses and happily began to aim at another opponent. The gum hit the target a second time, causing a stormy reaction in the chat. The guy became proud of himself and told the audience that he could do anything whenever he wanted. However, his pomposity quickly evaporated when he saw that his opponent had been killed by another player. The audience began to laugh at him, as Bubblegum was known for his hit percentage being only 0.04%. The guy got angry and started looking for the one who did all this, and saw a brunette with a bow in his hands. Bubblegum said that this guy stole his glory unfairly, so he can't forgive him for it. The guy watched the brunettes through the rifle scope, but at some point, the guys met eyes. A cold shiver ran through Chewing Gum's body. Despite the huge distance between them, the guy definitely felt that he had been spotted. Chewing Gum was shocked by this turn of events. The guy realized that he had been exposed, so he decided to act quickly and shoot the brunette before he got close to him. Chewing Gum noticed that the guy stopped and started aiming in his direction. But this made the guy laugh, because the distance was too great. Bubblegum stopped aiming and began to ridicule the brunette, saying that he didn't understand the distance. The guy started aiming his rifle at the brunette and said that he was clearly a newbie. Bubblegum said he would kill this guy and remain in the game one-on-one. The guy is sure that the rifle is superior to the bow, both in range and in the power of the shot. Chewing Gum fired a shot that accurately collided with the enemy's arrow. For a moment, the guy was confused, as he did not understand where the bullet flew. The idea came to the boy's mind that the arrow had somehow managed to block the bullet. Chewing Gum, like the rest of the spectators, believed that a mistake in the game was to blame. The guy took aim again and was about to shoot, which is why he noticed that the brunette began to approach. Chewing Gum fired a second time, but everything repeated itself just like the first shot. The guy realized that the second time in a row this could not be a mistake, but most likely a trick. Only at this moment, Chewing Gum began to guess who he had to face. The guy told the audience that the brunette was shooting down his bullets with his shots. The audience didn't believe it, so Chewing Gum fired another shot to prove he was right. Now the audience was sure that this could not be a mere coincidence. For just a few moments, Chewing Gum was distracted by the comments, and now he couldn't find his opponent with his eyes. The guy rushed from side to side in search of this man, and finally managed to find him. But as soon as he took a closer look, Chewing Gum noticed that the brunette was looking at him again and taking aim. Only now did the guy realize how close the enemy had gotten to him. Sanchin, in turn, was not going to hesitate, so he released the bowstring. The arrow hit the sight of Chewing Gum's rifle with precision. The speed and power of the arrow was enough for it to pass right through the sight and come out the other side. A second later, the game announced that Almond had killed Bubblegum, and now there were 2 players left on the field. At this time, the streamer with the nickname Chewing Gum was trying to come to his senses. Looking at the fact that he took 3rd place in the game, the guy was very scared by the whole situation, but he couldn't contain his joy at having taken a high place in the ranking. One of the spectators told Bubblegum to find out who the player was who killed him. The guy immediately got excited about this idea, because it is very rare to meet archers in games, and especially such capable ones. Bubblegum had 50,000 viewers, and he invited them all to come and watch Almond's stream. Meanwhile, Sanchin talked about how the firing speed of a sniper rifle and a bow is similar. That's why the guy decided to try to reflect attacks in the air, but many viewers did not understand why it worked. Sanyun was asked why he couldn't just dodge, to which the guy replied that then his life would depend on someone else's skill, and relying on someone else is not at all Almond's style. A lot of donations started to be sent into the chat, but Sanchin was focused. because there was still one more person left in the game. Sanchin looked around and was surprised that despite all the noise, the player still hadn't come out of hiding. The guy noted that this opponent was not inferior to him in endurance. Since the player had no intention of coming out into the light, Sanchin decided to find him himself. The guy knelt down and pressed his ear to the ground, picking up the vibrations. Sanchin needed to concentrate well in order to find his target. The guy gently placed his palm on the ground, trying to immerse himself in his feelings as much as possible. After a while, Sanchin was able to detect subtle vibrations. The guy suddenly raised his head and looked to the side, which frightened the audience. Sanchin looked carefully towards the dilapidated small buildings. The guy got up from his seat and began to slowly creep up from the other side. There was no one on the horizon, so the onlookers thought the guy could hear the sound of their footsteps. The comments said that Sanhyun sneaks around like a professional hunter. At some point, the guy turned sharply and pulled the bowstring, taking aim. In an instant, the arrow was released, but the spectators did not understand where exactly, because the enemy never appeared in sight. However, the arrow flew between the buildings and hit the last player. Hearing the enemy's cry, Sanchin thought that the guy survived not because of his endurance, but because of his advantageous cover. The player started cursing and saying that he should have held out a little longer. The guy came out of hiding and started shooting at random, hoping to hit the target at least by accident. However, all his attempts ended in nothing, as Sanchin easily dodged the bullets. Having seen the opponent in full, the spectators began to guess why such an incapable player remained in the game until the very end. This guy had the legendary helmet on his head, which means he can't be killed with a headshot. Sanchin was very annoyed that his search had been unsuccessful, and now some other player was causing trouble with the helmet. However, the guy realizes that the helmet is not just a small obstacle standing in the way of his goal. Sanchin fired an arrow and hit his opponent in the shoulder, making it impossible for him to hold his rifle in his hand. The brunette was already ready to deal with the enemy, whom he could not kill in the usual way. However, before Sanchin could fire, a loud bang was heard from the player's direction. Sanchin never released the arrow and watched the spreading cloud of smoke obscuring his view. The guy had to retreat back as the enemy began to use any methods to win. From the fog, a pile of various objects, from combat weapons to ordinary trash, flew towards Sanchin. In the general pile, Sanchin was able to find several grenades, which began to explode one after another. Viewers wrote that the enemy managed to clear the entire map, since he had such large reserves. Sanchin realized that the enemy wanted to buy time to heal, but he was only making things worse for himself. Although the smokescreen hides the player, his voice and coughing give away his location. Sanchin heard it immediately, so he pulled the bowstring, taking advantage of the fact that his view was not the only one blocked. Sanchin recalled one of the main advantages of the bow, which is its indifference, unlike firearms. The smokescreen began to slowly dissipate, revealing to the brunette a view of the enemy. Sanhyun really likes the bow mechanics in this game as it allows him to take advantage of all the benefits of archery. The guy fired another arrow, and it hit the enemy's left shoulder. The enemy pressed himself to the ground and tried to come up with a further plan of action. The player realized that he would not be able to continue shooting in this state, so he needed a grenade. The guy was about to reach out to the projectile lying nearby, but an arrow pierced his palm. The player thought that this was impossible, because the smokescreen was supposed to hide him from prying eyes. The boy heard a voice from above that told him how difficult it was to reach him. Sanchin said all these problems arose because of one legendary helmet. The player raised his head and looked towards the clearing fog, guessing that the guy was broadcasting. However, there was no one to answer his questions, since Sanchin had already appeared in his field of vision and was ready to shoot. A few moments later, the game announced that Almond had killed the last enemy. A congratulatory sign appeared in front of Sanchin, stating that Almond had committed 31 murders. For a moment, Sanhyun stood frozen in place, realizing that he had succeeded again. After that, the guy squeezed the bow in his hand with force. He raised his weapon in victory and read several comments from viewers. Viewers were happy with the streamer's victory, but some expressed their concerns that the guy could be blocked again. At this point, the game ended, and Sanchin found himself in his capsule. The guy said that he couldn't respond to donations properly before, but now they have come to an end. Sanchin thanked every viewer who sent him donations during the game. At some point, the guy was distracted from his work by a notification about another donation. This time, a viewer sent Sanhyun a donation of 1.5 million won. Sanchin froze at what he saw and couldn't find the right words. Ji-hyuk was in the same condition as his protege. Even taking into account the large donations from Ji, this was the largest donation in the history of Sanchin's activity. Ji-hyuk started looking for information about the viewer, because he had definitely seen him on the list of big donators on Tribe before. After some time, the guy was able to find this viewer's account. He has been active on Tribe for 10 years now, since the first games were released on the platform, which made it clear that these were adequate viewers. Ji-hyuk covered his mouth with his hand, realizing that such large donors came to San-hyun's stream. The guy laughed and remembered Sanchin's former boss, who said that the guy didn't know how to make money. Meanwhile, Almond came to his senses and thanked for the enormous support, and said that now he couldn't even shoot himself in the head. Viewers realized that San-hyun was hinting at the end of the stream and asked him not to do it. Regular viewers reminded the guy that he had to do a backflip if he was donated more than 300,000 won. Sanchin agreed and entered the game again, but instead of somersaulting, he started looking for something. After some time, he managed to find the bow and arrows he had left earlier. San-hyun took the bow and aimed upwards, while the audience realized what he wanted to do again. The audience began to beg Almond to stay, but for the guy it was already a matter of principle. The arrow was sent flying in an upward direction. Sanchin meanwhile threw away his bow and did 3 backflips. The audience knew how it would end, so they began to say goodbye to Almond. At the last moment, Sanchin straightened up and, spreading his arms out to the sides, said goodbye to the audience. The arrow hit the guy's head, but the broadcast didn't end there. Sanchin continued to stand with an arrow in his head, under the surprised gaze of the spectators. The guy didn't move and cursed his manager, who should have ended the broadcast there. However, Ji-hyuk was already busy collecting information at that moment, so he missed it. San-hyun had to think quickly about how to end the stream. The guy slowly lowered his hands and had already prepared another farewell speech. San-hyun asked if the audience really wanted to know why he only did 3 somersaults. Just before the stream ended, you could hear that the price had gone up. This ending, unusual for Almond, caused a storm of emotions among the audience. Meanwhile, San-hyun climbed out of the capsule, rubbing his head and saying that it hurt. Ji-hyuk approached his friend and apologized for the delay, explaining that he forgot how to turn off the stream. Since it was impossible to interrupt the stream, Ji-hyuk decided to simply turn off the capsule. San-hyun said he was going to take a shower, and the manager said he had already filled the shower with water for him. After some time, the brunette stood in the bathroom and thought that he had overdone it a little, because he was more tired than usual. The singles matches seemed easier than the team matches, but in reality, the difference between them was small. Sanchin considered the most dangerous moment in today's game to be when a grenade was thrown at his feet. Sanchin realized that he couldn't relax even at a low rank, otherwise he would be at the diamond rank. The guy took a serious look at himself in the mirror and decided that he needed to work even harder. Now for him, failure is an unacceptable luxury. When San-hyun came out of the shower, Ji-hyuk asked the guy if he knew a streamer with the nickname Bubblegum. The brunette said that he had watched his streams before, and then the manager said that the penultimate player was Chewing Gum. Ji-hyuk said that they made the video based on the streamer Gum's broadcast. The video featured a guy who was watching Almond's game with interest and commenting on his actions. Bubblegum was very surprised by Almond's abilities and praised him. The streamer also didn't believe the viewers who told him that the guy was playing Battle Rage for the second time. Ji-hyuk said that Bubblegum watched his stream with 50,000 viewers. San-hyun was a little confused, because this wasn't just a stranger. Previously, San-hyun himself watched Bubblegum's streams, and they were a consolation for him during difficult workdays. It was chewing gum that made Sanchin what he is today. San-hyun started to leave, and Ji-hyuk asked if he wanted to read the comments. San-hyun replied that he was very tired and was reading everything while lying in bed. Ji-hyuk didn't quite understand his reaction, but decided not to touch his friend. Sanchin searched for the nickname Chewing Gum, but didn't find any specific mentions of himself. The guy thought that it meant something only to him, and for the streamer himself it did not deserve recognition. San-hyun decided to watch the trending news for a bit more, and then go to bed, but something caught his attention. For a few more moments the boy lay there wondering if he had imagined it. He looked through the contents of the page a couple more times. After a few moments his eyes lit up. Sanchin found statistics on popular content, and saw that queries mentioning Almond took up almost all of the first lines. Meanwhile, Jia sat alone in her apartment in front of her computer. The girl thoughtfully watched San-hyun's stream over and over again. Lately she has been worried about a lot of thoughts, and in this way she tries not to think about the bad. The girl was distracted from watching by her stomach growling loudly. Jia looked at her watch and realized that she hadn't noticed how time had passed, so she had forgotten to eat. However, this did not bother her. She just continued watching the video stream, since the feeling of hunger would soon disappear, as would all the pain in this world. When Jia watches the broadcast, everything around her disappears. She even forgets about those people who made her life hell. At some point, the girl's face expressed surprise and delight. She was there when San-hyun used a trick to get out of a difficult situation when 4 people were targeting him. Jia watched Almond's performance with interest and noticed that he handled a difficult situation in a very interesting way. While watching the stream, the girl analyzed it into frames and made notes to create a future video for the official channel. The girl was distracted from sketching the frames by the sound of Almond's donation. Despite the fact that many donations came during the entire broadcast, the girl decided to pay attention to this one. When Jia saw the donation amount, her eyes widened. Because the amount was very large, the girl began to worry and look for information in the top donors. As Jia had guessed, she was now in second place in terms of the amount of donations, so she decided that she urgently needed to send more. The girl was about to donate, but something stopped her. Jia remembered that she was just an editor. The girl lowered her head onto the notebook with sketches and sighed deeply. Jia really wanted to be useful to San-hyun and Ji-hyuk, but she felt like she wasn't doing enough. Realizing her helplessness, the girl pressed her lips together. At some point, she suddenly stood up and became determined. Jia has already started working on her next video. The girl would really like to support Sanchin in his work. Since she can't support him with donations, she has to do what she does best. Jia decided that the new video would have a completely different atmosphere. Even without editing, there were plenty of impressive moments in today's stream. Jia has to edit the video and add brightness at the right moments. The girl decided to make a video so amazing that even those who watched the stream would be blown away. Jia was so engrossed in her work that she lost track of time. Morning came and it turned out that the girl had fallen asleep at work, never making it to bed. The girl was in an uncomfortable position and was sitting at the table, but nothing else bothered her. Jia texted Ji-hyuk when the video was finished and said she would take a nap while the video uploaded. Everyone who was subscribed to Almond's channel on YouTube received a notification about the release of a new video. There was a warning that the video would be viewable in 5 minutes, but the response was huge, and many were eagerly awaiting it. Under the video, it was written that already 1,450 viewers were waiting for the premiere of the video, which was impressive. San-hyun was surprised by how many people wanted to watch the recording first. The boys sat in front of the computer and waited. But it seemed that Ji-hyuk was the most nervous. The manager was very worried that they couldn't see the video in advance, but Jia started posting it right away. Jia, in turn, calmly made her way to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Ji-hyuk, in turn, was surprised that San-hyun looked calm and wanted to talk to the guy, but the video had already started. The boys turned all their attention to the computer screen. This time, Jia chose music in a different genre, which raised some questions among the guys. Previously, Ji-hyuk was unsure if this kind of music would be suitable for an action game video. To his surprise, the track works well with Almond's fluid movements. San-hyun was amazed because the video turned out to be even more exciting than the game itself. The music and editing are great at regulating the tension, and even Sang-hyun, who knows nothing about it, felt the level of Jia's skill. Now it has become clear that even those who did not watch the stream. At one point, the screen showed a scene where Sanchin was surrounded from all sides. Sanchin noted that from the outside, this situation really looks very stupid. But despite everything, the reaction in the chat was positive. But all the viewers were more like ordinary people. At one point in the video, emphasis was placed on the appearance of stream sniper Punzna. Viewers were already familiar with this player, and were very surprised that he had not been blocked yet. The video showed the moment when the stream sniper tried to get rid of Almond with a grenade. Everything happened in a short period of time, but Jia was able to play it out so that not a single moment was missed. At one point, the video stopped, and the author asked what viewers would do, run away, or push the grenade away. However, neither option was correct, as Almond fired his bow to redirect the grenade. Everything that happened greatly surprised the audience, as it seemed impossible. Commentators believed that the only way out of this situation was to die. However, Almond showed them a stunning picture. The video continued and it was time to meet the one San-hyun admired. Streamer Gum appeared on the screen. The meeting with Bubblegum didn't cause much of a stir in the community during the live broadcast. But will anything change now? Viewers began writing that the streamer was very unlucky to run into Almond. But the reaction was generally positive. San-hyun really wanted this video to be recommended on AltTube. But Ji-hyuk distracted him for a moment. The manager showed the guy that Bubblegum's fan site was full of headlines mentioning Almond. Ji-hyuk asked if this could be considered a huge success. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man named Park Sung-tae, who was the manager of the streamer Gum, was watching the premiere of the new video. He rubbed his beard and said that he didn't expect the video to cause such a reaction. The only thing that interested him most was that the man in the video was completely unfamiliar to him. The man remembers the streamer Zvachka, who has been working for a long time and rarely misses days except for pre-agreed weekends. The guy often meets other streamers in his work, but the consequences of this meeting outweighed all the others. The man was interested in why all the usual rules do not work for the streamer Almond. Sante sighed and said that that was the beauty of his job, never knowing when the shot would go off. The man decided to first look for some information on the internet, but came across something that shocked him. Santai learned that Almond had only been playing games for 3 weeks, and that this was his second Battle Royale match. From the comments on the thread with Almond, the man learned that the guy can reflect bullets with arrows. Some viewers thought it was edited, but Sante dismissed this as it wouldn't make sense since anyone can watch the original video. At one point, the man even began to get angry because Almond and Chewing Gum were being accused of staging the incident. However, Sante himself understood that it was hard to believe, even when watching this video, because the difference in talent is crazy. Sant immediately thought that this could be used to make interesting content. The guy initially decided to focus on who Almond really was, but decided that it wasn't enough. We had to come up with something that would attract a lot of people. Meanwhile, Sanchin was browsing through various streamer discussion sites and saw a lot of comments about Almond and Bubblegum meeting. The brunette was very pleased that the resonance of the abilities affected not only fan sites, but other resources as well. San Hyun was inspired by what he saw, and Ji-hyuk was amazed that even a brunette has favorite celebrities. San Hyun replied that Bubblegum is not a celebrity, but the manager reminded him that the guy has more than 50 viewers watching him, and this is no joke. Ji-hyuk said that he even envies the streamer, because with such a number of viewers, the guy can afford whatever he wants. Sanchin noted that Chewing Gum actually lives quite modestly. Under Ji-hyuk's surprised look, the brunette said that the streamer has 2 children, in whom he constantly invests money. Sanchin understands that now Chewing Gum is very successful, but not everything came as easy for him as it might seem. Bubblegum's humor was average, and his image was rather friendly, which did not attract the attention of viewers. Moreover, the guy's playing skills were very poor, so he lost all the time. From all this, we can conclude that Chewing Gum did not possess any outstanding qualities. The only thing that made the guy stand out from the crowd of streamers was his persistence, determination, and diligence. Instead of giving up after failing a couple of times, Bubblegum stubbornly kept trying. The guy always believed that if he took on something, he had to see it through to the end. It is because of this that Bubblegum was able to survive in this area. Watching this guy's streams, San Hyun felt a strange sense of nostalgia. It felt like San Hyun was remembering his strong but stupid older brother from his childhood. He remembered the one who always met him at the playground after work. San Hyun respected Bubblegum very much, but it wasn't because of his gaming skills. San Hyun took a break from his thoughts and thanked Ji-hyuk for making his meeting with Bubblegum attract so much attention. Ji-hyuk said that he had no credit for this, as the video had gained 80,000 views in just 5 hours after it was posted. San Hyun wanted to say that all this is very cool. He picked up the phone, then fell silent, and the joy completely disappeared from his face. In the comments they wrote that San Hyun is nothing special, because he won among weaklings, and therefore he is one himself. Ji-hyuk covered the screen with his hand and told the guy not to read such comments, because they were only aimed at humiliating or insulting. San Hyun turned away and said that he knew all this himself, but Ji-hyuk didn't understand why he continued to read it then. The brunette replied that all this was also part of the training of fighting spirit. Then Sanchin added that he doesn't care about anything they write anyway, because he doesn't have a family. It was at this moment that Ji-hyuk realized why his previous employer had disliked San Hyun so much. The man was very irritated by the fact that all his barbed remarks and teasing could not cause any harm to the guy. After a while, San Hyun said that he really should increase the length of his streams. Ji-hyuk was worried about the guy's physical condition, so he had found a hospital for him in case of an accident in advance, so his proposal scared San Hyun a little. Sanchin drew the manager's attention to the abuse on social media that Almond had fancied himself a genius as a rookie. This time, Ji-hyuk couldn't find anything to say against it. Sanchin stood up from the table and said that he would play until he established a more or less decent rank. After that, the guy went to his room and once again watched the video made by Jia from the last stream. Ji-hyuk watched the guy from the side and noticed that the guy's eyes even lit up. Now the manager understood what kind of fighting spirit Sanchin had spoken about earlier. Ji-hyuk decided that he shouldn't lag behind his friend either, so he also started working. The first thing the manager decided to do was check his mail for new letters and offers. As soon as Ji-hyuk read the letter that popped up, he instantly flew over and called out to San Hyun. San Hyun took it calmly, but when he heard that the letter was from the manager of the streamer Gum, he also jumped up. Chewing Gum's manager suggested launching a joint project called Chewing Gum Live. It was intended that Almond would help the gum improve its abilities. Seeing that San Hyun was excited about the idea, Ji-hyuk stopped him, saying that there was one condition. First, San Hyun needed to reach the diamond level in the game for the offer to be valid. Ji-hyuk already thought that San Hyun would give up, but the guy said that he would definitely do it. The manager replied that in that case he would agree to the offer. San Hyun thought that this only spurred his zeal, so he started streaming. The number of viewers quickly grew, despite the early hour when everyone was at work or school. After the opening credits, San Hyun appeared on the screen and greeted all the viewers. The chat was filled with questions about why the guy started so early. Sun replied that from today onwards he would begin his journey to the diamond rank. Some viewers were alarmed by the rush and openly asked if Almond was going to die. Sun hastened to reassure them, saying that there would be no deaths. He would simply increase his rank in the game. The guy thought for a while and decided to announce his plans to the audience. He said he was going to reach diamond rank in 2 weeks. All the viewers doubted his words, but the guy continued to convince them that all this was quite real. Sun knew he was just a little-known streamer who had only played Battle Royale twice. Taking this into account, the guy understands that his words sound more like madness to the audience. But unlike all these people, Sun understands his capabilities well. In this matter, even statistics are on his side. Sun doesn't know how hard streamer Electron tried, but the brunette's results on the training field were higher. Most people would be impressed by Almond's record, but in his case, it's different. Breaking records is a given for Sanchin. Taking all this into account, the guy understands what he can achieve and what he cannot overcome. Due to his injury, Sun thanks life for giving him the opportunity to test himself. The guy had not yet forgotten the excitement and tension that had overcome him when he accepted challenges. Sun almost forgot all those emotions, but now he longs to bring them back with all his heart. With this attitude, the guy started playing, and after some time, Ji-hyuk was in shock. The manager was shaking with fear as he looked at the tablet in his hands and called Sanchin crazy. Almond said that he had calculated everything in advance, but Ji-hyuk forgot to warn him that if Sun didn't make it into the top 10 at least once in all the fights, then all his efforts would end in nothing. Ji-hyuk was very nervous, because he was not at all used to taking risks, even if the reward was adequate. However, it was too late to do anything, so the manager could only say that the guy had gone crazy. Previously, Ji-hyuk saw that the guy always knew when to stop, and it seemed that a comfortable sink was more important to Sun. But even when they were working in the office, the guy always looked a little depressed. Sanchin's gaze seemed to say that he didn't care whether tomorrow would come, and only now did the brunette reveal himself to Ji-hyuk from a different side. Ji-hyuk no longer understood whether his friend was really like this. However, now the manager could do nothing, so all he could do was watch his friend's efforts. Ji-hyuk said that he would follow the guy, because nothing ventured, nothing gained. If Ji-hyuk continued working at his previous job, he would say it was crazy, but now he has faith. Once you see that look in San-hyun's eyes, you immediately understand that he will definitely cope. Ji-hyuk is confident that San-hyun can handle everything and that his manager will support him. Ji-hyuk will continue to try his best to prove to his parents that he can do anything. Meanwhile, we learn that Ji-hyuk's parents are trying to call their son, but he is not responding. Now, we are once again transported to the game world, where San-hyun continues to improve his skills. One of the spectators asked if the guy had time to come up with a strategy for winning. Sanchin said that he would go to the warehouse first. The spectators tried to dissuade the guy, but he was absolutely sure that he would get out of there alive and would be able to get a bow and arrows. Some viewers began to write that Almond was still too new to understand such things. Sanchin understood perfectly well that the warehouse was not the safest place, but he had a plan. The guy will be able to calmly get the necessary resources, while other players will be busy with each other. While the players were fighting, Sanchin calmly walked around the warehouse and finally came across something interesting. They were throwing knives, and Sanchin thought it would be a good thing to have at least one on hand. As the guy was already stretching his hand in the direction of the knives, someone grabbed him by the wrist. The stranger pulled Sanchin by the hand and asked who he was. The guy thought that the knives should go to him because he arrived first. Sanchin did not continue to have a dialogue with him, so he kicked him in the chin. To do this, the guy easily did a longitudinal split, standing on one leg. The player stepped aside, wiping the bruised area with his hand. The stranger did not expect such a turn of events, so he bit his tongue. When the guy came to his senses and looked at San-hyun again, he noticed how the brunette was holding a knife in his hands and aiming it like a baseball pitch. Before the player could even figure out what the brunette was going to do, Almond had already thrown the knife in his direction. Despite the fact that Sanchin did not have a bow in his hands, the weapon hit the enemy's head with precision. It was the first time viewers had seen Almond use another weapon, and they were quite surprised that he hit the target on the first try. Sanchin thought about how he had trained with baseball players at the sports camp. The guy remembered the hard but heartwarming training sessions, and realized that he had not been practicing his throw in vain. San-hyun read several comments and confirmed the viewers' suspicions that he had come to the warehouse specifically to kill more opponents who would still be unarmed. The guy was distracted from the game for a while and started to thank for donations, so he didn't notice how the threat was hanging over him. One of the players managed to get hold of a gun, and was now standing at a distance and aiming straight at Almond. Sanchin reacted quickly when he heard the gun being reloaded. Despite the fact that the knife in his hands was a throwing type, the guy decided to reduce the distance with his opponent as much as possible. Everything happened so quickly that the player did not have time to fire. The enemy became frightened because he understood that he was already too close to shoot. The guy tried to step aside, but Sanchin acted faster and raised his knife to strike. The next moment, blood spattered the nearby wall, and the game announced another murder on Almond's part. After some time, Sanchin was able to get himself a bow from the warehouse. After that, not a single person in the warehouse was left without his attention. Sanchin, in turn, began collecting weapons throughout the warehouse. When the guy counted all the supplies in the warehouse that he wasn't going to use, he dumped them all in a common pile on the lower floors. As the last rifle went into the pile, Sanchin continued to carry out his main idea. He started pouring car fuel on the whole pile, hoping that it would work. When there was almost no fuel left, the guy threw the canister aside. After this, Sanchin threw a lit bottle with a Molotov cocktail into the pile of weapons. All supplies were engulfed in flames, rendering the weapons no longer usable. The spectators were interested in his actions and laughed at the fact that all the remaining players were left without weapons this time. Afterwards, Sanhyun went outside and found a running motorcycle in the backyard. The guy decided that it would be much more convenient to move around the playing field this way. He told the audience it was time for them to move on. Sanhyun set off on his journey with a smile on his face. When the guy drove far enough away from the warehouse, the building behind him exploded. Thanks to the attack on the ammunition depot, Sanchin easily took first place, personally eliminating 50 players in the process. Sanchin thanked all the viewers for their donations, but immediately decided to move on to the next game. Among the comments, the guy noticed that there were people who said that the guy's skills were very different from other players, which is why he was progressing quickly. Sanchin, in turn, tried not to pay attention to the audience and maintain maximum concentration, because this was just the beginning. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk is not wasting any time either, and continues to fill the Battle Rage website with footage from Almond's stream. His hand never stops for a second, as he must not only find outstanding shots, but also come up with titles for them and respond to comments. At first, all these headlines caused a lot of skepticism, but after watching Sanchin's game, many were amazed. Ji-hyuk really hoped that the guy would cope with his task, because the higher the risks, the bigger the jackpot. Sanhyun is now like playing poker, where people are forced to go all in, and if he succeeds, then it's a win. But there is also a loss. Ji-hyuk is very angry that Almond is accused of deliberately increasing his popularity by killing low-ranked players, and is simply afraid to go up against professionals. The manager is very angry about this situation, as the commentators seem not to understand that Almond cannot simply move up a rank. Ji-hyuk noticed that many people compare Sanghyun's abilities to Electron, so the brunette has no choice but to defeat him. Now Almond must prove that he can do anything, because this is the only choice. Meanwhile, Sanhyun returns to the game and finds himself at the very beginning, on a helicopter. Now the boy doesn't feel any fear before jumping, so he calmly goes down to the playground. Several more people follow the guy down. Sanhyun looks around and notices that there are 3 players on the roof of the building with him. The brunette looked at them, and the opponents immediately headed towards the door leading to the lower floors. Sanchin guessed that they would decide to run away rather than fight without equipment. The guy understood them perfectly well, because for them a fight was not profitable now. Since the opponents landed already equipped, they are probably interested in weapons of at least heroic rank. Contrary to one of the players' expectations, the door did not open the first time, and he had to tear it out by force. After several attempts, the player finally managed to open it, but the joy did not last long. Before he could get out, the door was slammed shut by a kick. The guy injured his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Sanchenu, in turn, didn't care what the other players wanted, so he had his knife ready. The enemy just wanted to yell at Sanchin and ask what he was doing, but the brunette managed to wound him with a knife first. The player did not die immediately, which made Sanchin realize that the blade was too dull. While the guy was thinking about what he should do next, one of the players on the roof started screaming. He turned around to run away from the roof and asked why Sanhyun was getting into a fight at the very beginning. The player called the brunette a psycho, but it had no effect, because Sanchin was already preparing to throw a knife. He plunged into the enemy's head without any difficulty, but still did not kill him completely. When a player falls to the ground without moving, Sanchin walked up to him and thrust the knife even deeper with his foot, finishing off his opponent. After the game announced another murder, the guy leaned over and pulled a knife out of the player's head. Sanchin was convinced that the third opponent had also decided to leave the roof, so he threw the knife towards the door without looking. The guy was right in his guess, which is why the knife pierced the player's hand, which was reaching for the door handle. The opponent screamed in pain, and the spectators, in turn, were amazed that Sanchin didn't even look where he threw the knife. Since this is just the beginning of the game, players do not have any first aid kits, so they have no way to heal themselves. Sanhyun came closer to finish off his opponent, but he asked the guy to let him play at least a little. The brunette apologized to him and said that he needed to get to the top as quickly as possible. After that, Sanchin delivered the final blow, eliminating his third opponent at the very beginning of the game. However, Almond did not calm down and began to look around. Initially, there were 3 people on the roof with him, but he only eliminated 2. The last player turned towards Sanchin in horror and, threatening him with a knife, asked him not to come closer. People started writing in the comments that this player got too into the role, which only made the game more interesting. The opponent was shaking with fear as he saw the other 2 players being dealt with. He was holding on with all his might, and Sanchin still hadn't gotten close to him. At the last moment, his patience ran out, and the guy, in tears, began to crawl away from the brunette. The guy saw a broken fence behind him, which allowed him to jump off the roof quickly. The player ran towards her at full speed and jumped off the roof. Since the altitude was high, the landing was not soft. His legs hurt from the impact with the ground, so the guy stopped to endure the intense pain. The guy was already happy that he managed to escape from Sanchin, but at that very moment, a brunette landed on top of him. The opponent dropped the knife from his hand and ended up on the ground. Spectators noted that Almond is a true professional in high jumping. After this, Sanchin killed this opponent as well, and the game notified that there were 87 players left on the field. San-hyun looked at his health bar and noted that it had dropped a little, thanks to the guy jumping right on top of his opponent. The spectators told the brunette that there was a motorcycle behind him, and this made the guy very happy. Sanchin immediately climbed onto the motorcycle and started it. The guy invited the audience to try him out and set off on his journey. Meanwhile, a group of players had already managed to capture the ammunition depot. They, like Almond earlier, took advantage of the opportunity and, once in the warehouse, eliminated the opponents, taking possession of all the weapons. One of the players said that there were not many of them left, so the best option would be to sit in the basement. As he spoke, the other 2 players were pulling all the bodies together and complaining that there were too many of them. One of the players stood with his back to the warehouse exit and heard noise coming from the street. Many people noticed this, so everyone turned their gaze outward. There they saw a silhouette on a motorcycle, which was moving quickly towards them. The audience did not understand why Almond would now rush into the warehouse at full speed. Viewers wrote that the opponents had already collected all the resources, and now San-hyun was at a disadvantage. But the brunette told them not to worry. The enemy, who first noticed the enemy approaching, looked back to inform his friends, but they all disappeared from the room. By the time the boy turned back towards Almond, it was too late. San-hyun crashed into the guy at full speed, throwing him aside. However, the collision did not kill the enemy, but only reduced his health and disarmed him. So Sanchin put his dagger into action and deftly threw it towards the player. The knife hit the player in the head, causing him to cry out in pain. After that, the guy fell back, and the game announced a murder. These shots caused a strong reaction among viewers, and they wrote that this had never happened before. The comments said it was powerful, and the ride was a blast. Sanchin turned off the engine and got off the motorcycle. The guy walked deeper into the building to look around. As he got closer to the dead player, Sanchin realized that luck was on his side. Right in front of him lay an onion, a grenade, and a bottle of Molotov cocktail. Meanwhile, the remaining players who had captured the warehouse went down to the basement of the warehouse. When they found themselves at the bottom, they began to look around in surprise. There was a whole arsenal of heroic level hanging on the walls, and the guys were convinced that the risky trip to the warehouse was completely justified. One of the players suggested taking everything they could carry and going to get armor, but he was distracted by an explosion from the entrance to the basement. The enemy with shoulder-length hair ran closer to find out the cause of the explosion. A motorcycle engulfed in flames appeared in front of him, but the guy didn't understand where it came from. The game alerted players that they were taking smoke damage, and they decided it was time to get out of there. The 3 players rushed towards the only exit from the basement, saving themselves from suffocation. The guy running ahead of everyone suddenly screamed. The next second, the player fell back, and his friends could see an arrow in his head. The 2 remaining players froze, not understanding how this could have happened. They realized pretty quickly what had happened, and one of them opened fire towards the exit from the basement. However, in front of the guy there was only a mountain of bodies of the players they had killed earlier. The second player, meanwhile, did not understand where the shot came from. Meanwhile, between the mountain of bodies, there was a barely noticeable gap. Through it, one could see Almond, who was already ready to shoot. After waiting for the right moment, Sanchin released the bowstring. The arrow flew straight through the gap between the bodies and rushed forward. However, the first in line was not the dark-haired guy, but the one who stood closest. For a moment, the surprised face of the enemy was reflected in the tip of the flying arrow. A moment later, the game announced another kill and noted that there were 91 players left in the game. Meanwhile, the last surviving player did not understand where Almond was shooting from, because only flying arrows were visible. The guy thought the attack stopped because the shooter didn't know he was down there. The dark-haired man clutched the rifle in his hands and thought that the stranger had also come to collect supplies. The guy decided to hide and then attack the shooter from behind the smoke, but Sanchin had other plans. A few moments later, a grenade flew out from behind the mountain of bodies. The player did not immediately understand what exactly was flying at him. However, when he realized it, it was already too late, and he simply gave up. The next second there was an explosion, and the game announced a murder. As the dust and smoke from the explosion began to clear, Sanchin moved closer. The guy said he threw the grenade just in case. Sanchin guessed that someone else was still down there, so he decided to play it safe. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk was actively working and posted another message about Almond blowing up an ammunition depot. The audience was shocked by such actions, but they were interested in Almond. Some commentators recalled the story of this player being blocked and decided that he should not be underestimated. Ji-hyuk was only glad that the information itself began to spread at high speed. The manager understood that as popularity grew, so did the number of haters. But the more viewers, the higher the profit. If Sanchin proves his skills, then the haters will have no choice but to accept Almond. After this confession, rivers of gold will flow into Sanchin's pockets. Just 30 minutes later, Almond was back in first place in the Battle Royale. Calibration is a system that determines a player's rank based on their performance, and the results of each match can vary significantly. Calibration in Battle Rage consists of 5 matches, and if each one ends in victory, then at least gold will be awarded for it. Sanhyun needs to find the shortest path to the diamond rank, so he started the game again. Considering all these factors, Sanchin has no need to take risks in important matches. Based on this, Sanchin decides to go straight to the warehouse, since clearing it out increases the chance of winning. The guy became curious about how many people would decide to go to the warehouse this time. At some point, Sanchin noticed that there was another player flying next to him. Almond recognized him at one glance. Last time, Sanhyun got rid of him with a grenade that was knocked aside. In that match, this player was deliberately stalking the streamer Gum. However, this time, stream sniper Punzna had other plans. Ji-hyuk was scared that in the decisive calibration match, Sanhyun would be hunted by an experienced stream sniper. Sanchin himself understood that if they both landed in the warehouse, he would be in for a fierce fight from the very beginning. If he loses this time, then he can forget about gold and the path to the diamond rank will be over. An image of his father appeared before Ji-hyuk's eyes, saying that the boy would be returning to his company from tomorrow. More than anything, Ji-hyuk was afraid of returning to a job he didn't enjoy. The guy just started doing what he really likes. However, for now, Ji-hyuk can only watch through the screen to determine how the outcome of the battle will affect his life. Meanwhile, Punzna attracted Almond's attention by calling him a nut, which was consonant with his nickname. Stream Sniper offered the guy to fight immediately after landing. Viewers reacted aggressively to Punzna's statement, advising Almond to ignore it. Sanchin, in turn, did not answer, only showed a 3-finger gesture. Ji-hyuk, watching everything through his laptop screen, couldn't help but laugh, as did the audience. Stream Sniper was enraged by this gesture and began to threaten Almond. These actions of Sanhyun made Ji-hyuk exhale and calm down a little. Now the manager was completely calm, since his protege did not see any problem in the pursuit. Ji-hyuk was confident that Almond would not lose. The manager's task was to attract as many viewers as possible to the stream. Ji-hyuk has to make Sangyun's victory even brighter, and he has an idea for that. The manager wants to take advantage of Bubblegum's fan club, as he is sure that they also dislike puns. Ji-hyuk has doubts, because if he attracts attention and Almond loses, then everything could turn out to be a one-way ticket. The guy keeps thinking that this is all madness, but for some reason he feels that everything will go as it should. Ji-hyuk posted on his fan page that stream sniper Punzna was hunting streamers again, and this attracted a lot of people to Almond's broadcast. Meanwhile, Punzna was flying towards the ground and looked angrily at Almond flying next to him. Sanchin in turn was focused on landing. Their battle, which began in the last match, will end here and now. At this time, the Bubblegum fan site was ablaze with colorful headlines about how Punzna would get what she deserved from Almond in the near future. Even those who hated Punzna admitted that they wanted to watch this match, and Ji-hyuk kindly posted a link to Almond's stream. Thanks to all these actions, more and more people joined the stream. Soon, the number of spectators approached 5,000, and they were all rooting for Almond. Finally, it was time to land, causing the players to open their parachutes. Sanchin understood that this was his last calibration match, and if something went wrong, he would not see the diamond for 2 weeks. Judging by the look in Punzen's eyes, this is exactly what the stream sniper is counting on. The comments started to encourage Sanchin and say that all the experienced players want to crush the talented newcomers. By this point, 5,000 viewers had already arrived, and with such a number, Almond definitely entered the top broadcasts. Sanhyun is not very careful in his actions, as he has been using the same tactic 3 times in a row. All this makes him the easiest and most delicious prey for other players. Now, Sanchin is like a mouse given to a hungry cat on a plate for Punsna. If Punsna's actual skill level is indeed Diamond 1, then it is 3 ranks higher than Almond's target, Diamond 4. However, if the stream sniper himself loses this match, he will lose a lot. Sanchin thought that all of Punsna's actions were carefully planned, including the analysis of Almond's behavior in the match and tactics. In this case, the brunette must do something that is not expected of him. Sanchin abruptly redirected his parachute towards Punsna. Stream Sniper didn't understand at first what Almond was going to do, so he just looked at him in surprise. By the time Sanchin's plan reached Punsna, it was too late and the 2 parachutes collided. The audience did not take these actions very well, as they considered them unworthy of Almond's level. Punsna told Sanchin that he only wanted to play dirty because the brunette was afraid of losing in a fair fight. Sanchin said that everything was fair because he was convinced that the guy had no place on the diamonds. The brunette reminded Punsna that he lost last time in a match against the newcomers. The guys were too distracted from what was happening, and only the comments from the audience brought them back to their senses. The ground was already too close, which made the landing difficult. The parachutes folded next to each other, raising a lot of dust into the air. Both guys were badly hurt because they didn't have time to regroup. They were so carried away by their argument that they lost track of time. San Hyun came to his senses faster than his opponent and read that the audience wanted revenge. Almonda decided to act preemptively and ran towards the warehouse. Punsna saw this and, overcoming the pain, followed the brunette. Despite all the requests from the viewers, San Hyun could not engage in a fight with the stream sniper now. The guys sensibly assessed their difference in experience, so without a weapon, he would not be able to win. Sanchin looked around in the hope that he would be able to find at least a weapon with a blade. At some point, the guy's gaze caught on a knife lying nearby in the bushes. However, Punsna was also able to find another knife. The guys quickly changed their trajectories, and now everything depended on who would reach the weapon faster. Sanchin picked up the knife and instantly threw it towards his opponent before he could reach for his weapon. Punsna did not look surprised, as he had expected this outcome. However, this did not mean that the guy was going to give up. Punsna deftly dodged the knife by leaning back. The guy was well trained, so he was able to intercept the knife in the air. Now the weapon was in his hands, and he was going to use it for its intended purpose. The audience was already disappointed, and did not question Almond's loss in this battle. Without thinking, Punsna threw the knife towards Sanchin. Sanchin didn't expect that this could happen, and now he didn't know what to do. The guy froze in place while viewers wrote to him to dodge. Sanchin quickly came up with a plan of action, and there was no room for evasion in it. The guy figured that while there was another knife next to the enemy, dodging would do nothing. Sanchin rushed forward without a shadow of fear. No matter how the knife spins, Sanchin must catch it. The guy is confident that he will succeed, because he has no other choice. With his hand, Sanchin tried to repeat the trajectory of the knife. He was ready to catch it at any moment. Finally, Sanchin was able to repeat Punsna's trick and catch the knife flying at him. The audience was shocked, because just a couple of seconds ago, the guy looked very scared. From the look in Punsna's eyes, one could tell that he didn't expect this from a newcomer. Now the situation turned against him and he started to run away. Punsna quickly ran to the dagger lying behind him, thinking that no newbie was capable of this. The guy decided to block Sanchin's attack since he couldn't counter it. The knives almost touched, but something went wrong. They flew past each other without touching. At some point, the knife was transferred from one of Almond's hands to the other. By the time Punsna realized what had happened, Sanchin had already managed to wound him. While Punsna was recovering, Almond dealt him a decisive blow to the head. A few seconds later, the stream sniper's body fell to the ground, and the game announced that Almond had killed Punzin. When this happened, Ji-hyuk was so happy that he couldn't help but scream. A second later, the guy covered his mouth with his hands and looked around in fear. The manager himself was frightened by how loudly he shouted. If Ji-hyuk had been at home, he would have definitely been yelled at. And as a child, he would have been beaten for this. The guy always had to live with the feeling of being watched all the time. But now everything is different, so he can give vent to his emotions. Ji-hyuk hadn't felt such lightness for a long time and was finally able to understand what freedom was. After some time, the official Battle Rage page posted an announcement of a spectacular fight between Almond and Punsna. In the comments, the guys were called real geniuses. Many said that Almond had star potential and were looking forward to new streams and videos. There are many factors that determine a star's potential. But in competitive fields like sports and games, the true mark of a star is determination and the ability to step up in critical moments. Almond convinced the crowd that he had these qualities as he managed to take first place in the match again. This time the match left Sanchin very tired, who was forced to start the game in a tense atmosphere. There was also another reason why Almond was considered a real star, and that was his face. Sanchin invited the audience to review the completed tasks while the points were being calculated in the calibration. The guy marked the completed tasks, and the customers had to say goodbye to their money. Sun Yun watched the audience's reaction with laughter, but it was time to take a break. A notification came from the game that the calibration was complete, and Almond received a new rank. Sun Hyun was very happy and was going to end the stream after he found out the results. The guy learned from the audience that he would not receive platinum, but he still hoped for the best. The audience's opinion was divided, but Sanchin didn't pay much attention to it, so he decided to look at the calibration results. An icon appeared in front of the guy, indicating that Sanyun had been awarded Platinum 3 status. The results tab was glowing brightly, so the guy was momentarily confused. It took another couple of seconds before Sanchin realized what kind of status he had received. Based on the comments from the audience, the guy remembered that it was impossible to get platinum, so he froze in place and gasped. His reaction left the audience surprised and then laughing. The audience was confused because no one had ever achieved platinum status during the calibration stage, so people thought there was a bug in the game. The reaction of the viewers was also related to the fact that some people were donating money to the platinum task because they thought it was impossible. However, Sanchin immediately understood what was going on and said that he had received platinum, so he could take all the donations for himself. Viewers were indignant and wrote that the guy was deceiving the chat, but he only said that everything was deserved. Sun Hyun quickly looked at his watch and started saying that it was time to end the stream. However, the audience quickly figured him out and asked him to stay with them longer. While Sun Hyun was pondering what to do, Miho donated 500,000 won, asking him to continue streaming. The brunette first paid attention only to the donor's name, which made his eyes widen, because he recognized the girl. However, then he saw the amount, which made him shudder, and the audience laughed at the fact that the donation caused more emotion on his face than the platinum. Sun Hyun thanked Miho modestly, and his embarrassment made viewers think that they were dating. Sanchin was surprised that he had not been playing for long, but was already able to earn such large sums from streams. Viewers asked the guy not to end the stream, but the guy pretended like he was going to end it. The chat was filled with many crying and sad emoticons. The audience demanded that San Hyun take responsibility for Miho's donation. San Hyun tried not to show his emotions, but he was very happy with such attention to himself and his work. The guy read the comments and realized that these people really loved Almond. San Hyun decided to satisfy the request of his subscribers, and said that he would play a little longer, because a guy also has to fulfill his promises. Meanwhile, Ji-hyuk exhaled and said that now they could relax, since the calibration was already finished. The manager decided to see what people were writing about this on the internet, and after several inquiries, he saw that the audience's reaction was stormy. Someone even managed to make a 10-hour version of Sanchin's reaction to receiving Platinum 3. However, among the many positive comments, Ji-hyuk also noticed the comments of haters. Some spectators commented that the entire game was staged, which greatly angered the manager. The guy decided to intervene when he saw that some people wanted to complain about San Hyun to the game administrators again. Judging by the reaction of the commentators, Ji-hyuk found out that San Hyun wasn't the only one who was able to get Platinum 3 in the calibration. After this, the guy became interested in what algorithm determines the rank. Despite the same number of wins, everyone is given different ranks, and most of them are from Gold 4 to Gold 1. Even if the data that Ji-hyuk was able to find on the internet was not collected from all over the world, it is still possible to get Platinum 3. All these conclusions are quite logical, so the manager does not understand the reason for all the hate. In the comments, they suspected that this was either all staged, or that the game administrators had sent compensation for blocking in this format. Ji-hyuk thought that balance in online games is a sensitive issue, because if it is disturbed, players start arguing. The manager watched the unfolding discussion for a while longer. However, he did not tolerate this for long, since all the accusations were unfounded. Ji-hyuk decided that as Sang-hyun's manager, he had a responsibility to intervene in this situation. After some time, the head of the customer service department at Fantasy received a request from the streamer Almond's manager. The man just laughed at Ji-hyuk's demand for an official explanation for Almond's rank, and called the manager a clown. The executive said that the manager doesn't like the reaction of the audience, so he wants to shift all responsibility to the game developers. The subordinate asked what he should do with this request, since the guy brought it for consideration only because the management requires to be especially careful with streamers. The manager said that this could be resolved by publishing a standard explanatory template. The subordinate was about to do just that, but the manager stopped him and said that everything was not so simple. The manager said that the complaint was due to the rating being too high, but the ranks are distributed by artificial intelligence, so there can be no mistake. The man asked if there were any other players who had achieved Platinum 3 in the calibration. and the subordinate replied that there was one player from Denmark who had achieved Platinum 4. The manager was happy with this news and told me to write a response to the letter strictly according to his instructions. Meanwhile, Sanchen had already finished another battle and emerged victorious, having won the championship 9 times in a row. In parallel with this, the guy completed several missions with a bow, for which he received donations, and now thanks the viewers for it. Sanhyun looked at the rankings and realized that he was only 1 game away from reaching Platinum 2. The guy said that he would play the last match next time and decided to end the stream there, causing a strong reaction from the viewers. When the broadcast was complete, the capsule opened and steam began to emerge. Ji-hyuk came closer and said that it was really time for the guy to finish since he had worked a lot today. However, as soon as the manager came closer and saw Sanchen, panic appeared on his face. Sanhyun was sweating profusely. Sweat was dripping from his hair and his entire shirt was soaked with it. Sanchen said that he was fine and asked to bring an isotonic drink from the refrigerator. Ji-hyuk asked the guy not to overwork himself and looked into the refrigerator, where there was no drink. Sanchen said that the isotonic drink is kept in a separate refrigerator for drinks. Ji-hyuk walked closer to the mini fridge and asked when the guy had managed to buy it. The manager looked into the refrigerator and saw that it was completely filled with bottles of isotonic drink. Taking one of the isotonic drinks, Ji-hyuk took it to San-hyun, who continued to sit in the capsule and catch his breath. The manager watched from the side as the brunette greedily drank the cool drink. Ji-hyuk said that San-hyun looked like a walking advertisement for isotonic drinks, but the brunette took it as a joke and said that he would go wash his face. While San-hyun went to the bathroom, the manager approached the capsule and began to feel it. Reaching his hand inside the capsule, the guy noted that the temperature inside was quite adequate. Ji-hyuk understands that such a problem cannot be determined at first glance, but he needs to figure out what the problem is. The manager sat down at the computer and decided that he needed to check the capsule, but he was distracted by an incoming message. The Battle Rage developers explained in detail why Almond received a high rating, and wrote that there was no mistake on their part. The administrators also announced that they are planning to publish a clarification on the game's official page. However, due to negative reactions from the audience, Almond was asked to undergo retesting to confirm the results. Administrators invited Almond to participate in testing the system to check ratings. Based on the message he received, Ji-hyuk thought that Battle Rage had made a promotional offer to Almond. The next day, Ji-hyuk ran to San-hyun in the morning, showing him a message from the game developers. The manager was happy that they had been sent an advertising proposal, but San-hyun continued to eat silently. After a few seconds, the situation had not changed, and the manager's general mood had calmed down. Ji-hyuk added that Pank had already approved the proposal, so if San-hyun himself agreed, then they could start working. The developers want to film the process in virtual reality and undergo testing in a simulator to confirm the rating. San-hyun looked upset, so Ji-hyuk asked why the guy had such a reaction, and if he wanted to participate in this. San-hyun replied that he wanted to participate, but he would have to go through a medical checkup, after which everyone would talk about his hand. Ji-hyuk reminded that the brunette had already shared this information with the director of Punk, but San-hyun replied that it was something completely different. The director deserved the guy's trust, but the guy was not ready to reveal such things to the whole world. Ji-hyuk said that they could set a non-disclosure clause, but even that option didn't please San-hyun, since he couldn't trust this company. The manager said that the guy will still have to undergo a medical examination, since his condition after each stream is worrying. San-hyun said he would get checked at the hospital, but Ji-hyuk said that the company's medical team is very famous, and they specialize in the neural connection with the capsule, unlike a regular hospital. At some point, San-hyun silently stood up from the table, which made the manager shut up. Ji-hyuk suggested that San-hyun was afraid that his former comrades might find out about his injury, to which the brunette slammed his fist on the table. The guy turned to face the manager and said that their conversation was over. Ji-hyuk didn't need verbal confirmation as San-hyun's reaction spoke for itself. The manager started to leave quickly, and San-hyun tried to stop him, saying that they hadn't eaten yet. Before slamming the front door, Ji-hyuk said that he would eat somewhere else and that San-hyun could continue eating his cereal. San-hyun was left alone in the apartment and looked at his injured hand. She continued to shake, and the guy tried to stop her trembling by clenching her fist. Ji-hyuk walked down the street and talked about how he was tired of cereal and that he could study abroad instead of dealing with San-hyun. On the way, the manager met Jia, who had gone out to take out the trash. Ji-hyuk came closer and offered the girl help, which she accepted with slight embarrassment. After the trash was thrown out, Jia asked if Ji-hyuk was coming from San-hyun. The manager hid the fact that he lived with his friend, so he said he came to see him on business. Jia asked how San-hyun was doing, but the manager angrily said that the guy was still sleeping, and his reaction made the girl understand that the guys had a fight. The girl decided not to interfere in their affairs, and answered negatively when asked if she had had lunch. When Ji-hyuk offered the girl to have giblet soup for lunch, the girl's eyes sparkled and saliva appeared at the corner of her lips. After some time, the guy and the girl came to the cafe and ordered soup. When their order arrived, Jia asked the waiter for a bottle of soju, much to Ji-hyuk's surprise. While opening the bottle, the girl asked if the guy had anything against alcohol. But Ji-hyuk replied that everything was fine, and he would pay for everything. Jia extended the bottle towards the guy, but he categorically refused. The girl continued to insist and say that it wouldn't bother the guy now. Ji-hyuk finally gave in to her pressure and handed over the shot glass, saying that he would only drink one. Ji-hyuk was going to pour the girl some alcohol in return, but she refused and did it himself. Without waiting for the guy, Jia emptied the first glass, and Ji-hyuk thought about whether it was normal to drink first thing in the morning. Remembering that he now had no connection with office workers, the guy drank alcohol. Ji-hyuk started coughing, and Jia offered to pour him more, since many people claim that alcohol heals better than doctors. The manager asked if the girl always drank in the morning and pointed out that this could get her into trouble and ruin her whole day. Jia responded to this by saying that Ji-hyuk's day was already ruined, and that alcohol had nothing to do with it. The girl pointed out that it was obvious from the guy that he and San-hyun had had a fight. Jia said that if you continue to keep everything inside, you can break down from the weight on your shoulders. The girl told Ji-hyuk that San-hyun himself had told her so. After that, alcohol was necessary, so the manager stopped refusing. After a while, the boy and girl got drunk, and Jia asked why they couldn't leave San-hyun alone if he was injured. Ji-hyuk complained that it was a big company issue and San-hyun didn't even want to understand it. Jia replied that the guy understands everything, which is why he justifies himself with an injury. Her words made Ji-hyuk look at the situation from a different perspective. San-hyun couldn't help but understand the consequences of his decision, but he still ignored it. Despite it being early in the morning, Jia and Ji-hyuk had already drunk too much, so the girl began to fall asleep. At the last moment, Ji-hyuk managed to put his hand under the head that was falling onto the table. The manager asked the girl if she was okay, but the girl did not raise her head and began to speak quietly. Ji-hyuk only heard individual phrases, and they all added up to the idea that all men are terrible. Sometime later, Ji-hyuk returned home and handed San-hyun a package, loudly announcing his arrival. The brunette turned in his direction and looked the manager up and down. San-hyun was sure, but still asked if the guy had been drinking, to which he received an affirmative answer. The brunette opened the bag and took out a new package of cereal. San-hyun reported that manager Woo had set a date for filming, but Ji-hyuk didn't understand what he was talking about. The brunette said that he was talking about an advertising proposal and that filming would be tomorrow, which made Ji-hyuk jump. The manager was surprised that San-hyun contacted them himself and accepted the offer, to which the brunette replied that they couldn't refuse anyway. Ji-hyuk was confused, so he asked if San-hyun was sure about his decision. The brunette replied that it wasn't such a big deal, since that was what a streamer did. Ji-hyuk was touched by his words and began to apologize to the guy for this morning. The manager said that he was very worried about San-hyun because it was about his health, but the brunette told him to stop. Ji-hyuk took a drink from the fridge and asked if their fight was the reason the guy got drunk this morning. The manager said he met Jia on the street and invited her out for food, and she offered him a drink. San-hyun suggested that the girl liked to drink, to which Ji-hyuk answered in the affirmative. The manager said that the girl had some complicated history behind her. Seeing San-hyun's reaction, Ji-hyuk thought that his words had caught the guy's interest. San-hyun thought for a while, then placed the can of drink on the table. The guy recalled his conversation with Jia and said that he wasn't really interested in it. The next day, Ji-hyuk and manager Woo discussed the negative reactions from viewers to Battle Rage's statement, and the elder said to gather all the accusations together to forward them to the legal department. Meanwhile, San-hyun was being prepared for the broadcast, but he heard everything, so he wondered if everything was really that bad. Manager Woo quickly calmed the guy down and said that the gaming community always exaggerates everything. To stop San-hyun from getting too upset, Ji-hyuk walked up to him and showed him the positive comments. The brunette remembered how chewing gum said that you always need to attract as much attention to yourself as possible. Even if gamers complain about the ranking system, for ordinary viewers it's just news. While some people write negative messages, San-hyun receives positive feedback from others and gains increasing popularity. Gamer admiration is certainly a big growth factor for Almond, but the positive reaction and popularity can't be denied. Ji-hyuk watched from the side as San-hyun was surrounded by stylists discussing how best to do his makeup and hair. After some time, the brunette was completely ready for filming. Ji-hyuk thought that now they would be able to find out if Almond had enough gunpowder to gain a foothold in this craft. On the set, the lights were set up, and they were getting ready to start the broadcast. The director asked if Almond was ready to film. The girl host invited San-hyun to sit down opposite. The guy looked through the script of the program again, which contained a short interview and then a test. The highlight of the program is testing, so Sanchin hopes that there will be no problems with the capsule. The guy was very nervous and didn't know what to do with himself, because before the outcome of the broadcast depended only on him. Less than a minute later, everyone was in their seats and the broadcast began. The host greeted the audience, introduced herself as Yu Hai-en, and said that the show debriefing had begun. Debriefing is a thorough analysis of the invited streamer, right down to his real life, and the show itself has a solid history behind it. Unpopular streamers don't get on this show because they don't get enough views. Haein said that many viewers have been waiting for this episode, so she is eager to introduce today's guest. The cameraman held up a clipboard that said Almond should brace himself, as there would be a close-up of him coming up next. The camera panned to San-yun, who waved his hands in greeting with a smile on his face, causing the audience to marvel at his beauty. Haein saw a lot of compliments about Almond in the chat, so she said that the guy was like an idol. San-hyun said that he is already in his 30s, so he definitely can't be an idol. Haein looked at Almond with disapproval and said that they had only just begun, but the boy had already revealed his age. The girl asked the guy how he was feeling and he said that he didn't expect so many spectators. Haein said that there were usually fewer viewers, to which San-hyun only sighed. The presenter told Almond not to be upset, as his talent could attract 3 times more viewers. The audience was skeptical, but Haein said that such cases had already occurred. But the director said that this was the first time this had happened. The host looked at San-yun and said that for him this was the limit of the audience, and the guy felt as if he was being accused of this. Even the viewers noticed that the guy's pride was being bruised from the very beginning of the show. Sanchin, in turn, felt like a toy in the hands of a crowd of children, which exhausted him greatly. Haein decided to change the subject and ask if San-hyun would be willing to conduct a short interview, to which he silently nodded his head in agreement. Ji-hyuk and manager Woo watched the broadcast from the sidelines. The man noted that San-hyun was holding up well, and Ji-hyuk thanked him for his attention. Manager Yu said that it was worth coming to see, because Almond turned out to be better than he thought. Ji-hyuk said that San-hyun has always been out of this world, to which the man laughed and noted that the guy has charisma. Manager Woo said that San-hyun would have been successful in esports, but quickly remembered the injury and apologized. Manager Woo said that he shouldn't have said such things in front of other people, for which Ji-hyuk thanked him. The man recalled that they had specifically excluded some questions from the interview at Ji-hyuk's request. Manager Woo asked the director if everything was going well, and he replied in the affirmative. However, the man pointed out that the guy is very secretive, as most of the questions about the past were crossed out of the interview. The director said that such mystery has long gone out of fashion, and now, on the contrary, the more frankness, the merrier. Ji-hyuk didn't know what to answer, but Manager Woo replied that there was nothing he could do if the guy had decided so himself. And besides, the interview wasn't the most important thing. The director said that testing is also a kind of nonsense, and statistics confirm this. Meanwhile, the short interview had already come to an end, and Haein suggested that San-yun move on to testing. The girl leaned over to San-yun, who was sitting in the capsule, and asked how he felt a minute before the revelation. The guy tried to play along with her and said that he was very nervous, but it was obvious that he was lying. Haein sat in another capsule and told the audience that they would soon find out what Almond was really capable of. A few seconds later, the guy and the girl were transported into virtual space. San-hyun moved his hand a little and said that it felt a little strange. Haein said that that's not all, as they had prepared a special arena especially for Almond. The space began to change before our eyes, as if the pixels were disintegrating and turning into something else. From a dark blue hue, the space around became like a green lawn. A few moments later, San-yun found himself on an archery range similar to the one he had trained on before. The comments were amazed by the scale and quality of the details. Some have questioned whether this is too serious a test of archery ability. Haein said Almond is famous for his archery, and Korea is a nation of archers, so the company prepared an unrealistic virtual space. The presenter said that the field was created based on the model used by Olympic athletes. San-hyun looked around and thought that Ji-hyuk hadn't warned him about this. The guy understood that all this was not real, but it made almost no difference. San-hyun was distracted from his thoughts by Haein, who suggested that the guy choose a bow for the test. Before making a choice, the guy held each bow in his hands for a while. Sanchin felt that the balance of the stabilizers and the feel of the handle were exactly like the real thing. After a while, Haein asked if the guy had made his choice, and San-hyun answered in the affirmative. San-hyun felt like he was back in action, as the sensations were very similar to the real thing. Haein asked if this was the first time the boy had handled professional equipment, to which San-hyun pulled back the bowstring. Although the guy didn't answer the question, his position made it clear to the girl that this wasn't the first time for him. In the comments they wrote that the guy's bow skills were similar to those of a professional. However, Hyeon, standing next to Sanhyun, clearly understood that the word professional could not fully describe the feelings that arose. Sanchin, meanwhile, was absorbed in himself and fired the first shot. Hyeon fell silent and looked at what was happening in surprise. Son Hyun hit the target right on target, and viewers started writing that the guy really shoots just like in the game. The guy finished the test, but Hyeon remained silent while the audience laughed at her reaction. Sanhyun caught the girl's attention and said that he tried shooting and everything went well. The guy noted that the realism of the sight is top-notch. The girl stuttered as she advertised the company's technology, but she thought that all of this could have been an accident. While Sanhyun continued to evaluate the bow, Hae-young turned away and tried to pull herself together, since they were on live TV. Still stuttering, the girl said the shot was great. Haein noted that it was only one shot and viewers will have to wait for the final results. The host suggested that Sanchin begin testing, and he began without delay. The guy fired one arrow after another. Sanchin maintained a calm and measured pace, never losing concentration. The guy seemed to be immersed in his memories, because everything around him reminded him of his past as an athlete. Sanchin fired 5 arrows, each of which hit the target in the very center. Viewers noted that the guy should go to the Olympics, and he works as a streamer with such talent. Some people suggested that there was a tip in the game, but Hain quickly dispelled their speculation by denying that the feature was in testing. Meanwhile, the director watched everything through the monitor in amazement. The man noted that even if an Olympic champion had been tested, it would have been difficult for him. But Sanchin handled everything with ease. The director couldn't understand how an ordinary streamer could have such archery skills. Sanhyun had already fired 10 arrows and asked Hyeon if he should continue. The girl was confused and said that this testing could be finished, since Sanhyun had completed it without any difficulty. However, this was only the beginning, so Hain suggested moving on to the next stage. The broadcast was interrupted for a while to load, and viewers began writing that the test had failed. The director thought that any gamer would panic in such realistic conditions and start making embarrassed excuses. But this did not happen with Almond. The whole point of the advertising campaign was that the streamer was supposed to fail, which would mean that the realism was very high. Manager Woo laughed at the man's plans along with Ji-hyuk and said that he couldn't do anything about it. At this time, Ji-hyuk decided to look at the reactions of ordinary people, since it was time for the community to react. Some people think it's a marketing failure, others think Almond is a natural archer, but overall the public reaction is good. After a long loading time, Hain appeared on the screen again and said that it was time to conduct the second test. Almond's next challenge was survival. The boy and girl found themselves locked under a dome, on the roof of which, on the inside, there were guns. Viewers began to write that the show was repeating itself, since Electron had gone through the same test. Haein ignored it and asked Almond if he could feel the ultra-reality mode turning off. San-hyun froze in place at her question, not understanding how he should answer this question. The girl called the guy again, and he died away, and the viewers wrote that the guy came out of sleep mode. Sanhyun wanted to shoot some more, but he knew he had to move on, so he replied to Hyeon that the space now felt like a game. Hyeon insisted that the boy point out that the effect of returning to reality was immediately noticeable, but Sanhyun remained silent. The presenter didn't waste time and suggested moving on to the survival test. Haein asked if Almond was ready, to which the boy asked if he could answer honestly. The girl answered in the affirmative, after which Sanchin said that he could handle it without any problems. Hyein said that it wouldn't hurt for the guy to first know what the test was about, but Sanhyun replied that he had already seen everything. The presenter was very angry with Almond, and the viewers laughed and nicknamed the guy a broadcast destroyer. Haein tried to get out of the situation and said that the guy most likely watched the episode with Electron, but he shouldn't think that everything is so simple. Sanhyun responded to this by saying that he would definitely be able to score more points in this challenge. Viewers noticed that even Hae-young began to look tense, and the girl said that the guy was too confident in himself. After a few moments, the girl smiled and said that they were starting. The lights went out and Sanchin was left alone with himself. The system notified that the test would begin in 5 seconds. The 5-to-1 report started, and now Sanchin could only focus on it. As the countdown came to an end, a flash lit up the dome. Sanchin quickly noticed an axe approaching him from behind. The guy managed to bend down in time, so the weapon flew past. Sanchin remained vigilant, but noted that it was close. The guy looked at the dome surrounding him and said that the axe was thrown as soon as the light came on. Sanchin listened carefully to what was happening and noticed a noise coming from one of the cannons. The next moment, a blue stream burst out of the cannon. Sanchin jumped to the side and the beam hit the ground where he had previously stood. The boy turned around to see what it was and saw a sword sticking out of the ground. Sanchin realized that he was being attacked with cold weapons from blind spots. Despite this, Almond copes with his task without much difficulty. Heian became larger in size than the dome that Sanhyun was in and watched from the side, commenting on his actions. The audience asked the girl to compare Sanchin's results with Electron's results. The girl pulled out a sign with Electron's record time so that viewers could track the results themselves. Sanchin needed to follow his words and hold on for more than 30 minutes and 39 seconds. Viewers who had not previously watched the episode with Electron were very surprised. Heian asked the audience what they thought of Electron's record and told Almond that it would be difficult to beat. However, the girl noted that 71% of the players would have already been eliminated by that point. After a while, Hein said that it was time to stop training and enter into a serious fight. The audience felt sorry for Sanchin, and since the test didn't look easy to begin with, they added more difficulty to it. For a second, Sanchin felt a vibration under his feet, but it only came from one cell on the floor. The guy listened to his feelings, and only then guessed what would happen next. Hein said it was time to move on to the second phase, after which the floor under Sanhyun's feet began to collapse. The guy managed to run to the side at the last moment. The floor began to collapse, and Almond's eyes reflected surprise. At first, the audience did not understand what had happened, but then they began to be amazed at Sanchin's abilities. The next moment, the guy ran to the side again, and the cell under his feet disappeared again. The audience actually feels like everything is happening unexpectedly. However, this is not the case, because before the tile disappears, a slight vibration is felt. Sanhyun clearly feels them, so he manages to move to the side before the floor collapses under him. The audience was outraged because they could not understand how Almond could predict the disappearance of the tiles. Many people are genuinely interested in Almond's abilities. Heian decided to clarify that Almond had no information about the type of tests, so he couldn't have memorized anything. While watching the guy being tested, viewers noted that he looked like a movie character running away across a crumbling bridge. In the comments they wrote that if it were chewing gum in Almond's place, he would have quickly lost. Heian said that the guy entered the top 11% and continues to hold on confidently, so the girl cannot believe that the guy first used the capsule 3 weeks ago. Sanhyun continued to run around the court to avoid falling, and at that moment an object flew over his head. The guy managed to avoid the collision and successfully jump off the collapsing tile. Sanchin turned around and noticed that the tiles the weapon hit instantly disappeared. Heian said that it had already been 10 minutes since the test began, and the boy thought that there was no difficulty in holding out for half an hour. Meanwhile, in the room where the professionals were monitoring the streamer's physical performance, there was an important conversation. One of the staff members named Jisoo asked if Almond's speed was normal in reality, and the second girl, Sunha, replied that his speed was slightly higher than normal. Then Jisoo said that Sanhyun's score was already over 250 points, and he was now on par with Electron. The girl said that the indicators reflect potential and skills in full immersion mode, so she does not think that such indicators are real. Songa replied that it was the same with Electron, but that was when the guy was only 20 years old, and Sanhyun is now in his 30s. Although it is hard to believe, the figures speak for themselves, and there can be no mistake. However, this still made Songa think about the issue. After some time, she said that it was possible if Almond practiced mental training regularly. Jisoo just laughed at her words, but she was sure that she was right. She said that if Sanhyun had trained constantly for 10 years, everything would have worked out. Jisoo reminded her colleague that full immersion had only been around for 8 years, so Sangyun wouldn't have been able to practice it. However, this still made the girls think, since the figures are true, but contradict logic. Jisoo didn't understand why Almond had to torture himself like that and conduct a practice that made no sense. Meanwhile, Sanhyun has been in the survival test for 15 minutes now and has reached the top 1.2%. The guy is keeping a close eye not only on the floor, but also on the threat in the air. Sanchin began to notice that the weapons had become more dangerous. After some time, Heian announced that it was time to move on to the third phase. In the first phase, weapons were flying. In the second, the floor was collapsing. But what will happen in the third remains a mystery to Sanchin. As soon as the guy thought about this, lightning flashed brightly behind him. Sanhyun froze in place for a few moments, afraid to turn around. When the guy finally decided to do it, he was convinced of his assumptions. The floor a meter away from him was smoking, indicating that it had been struck by lightning. Sanchin was clearly terrified by the ordeal, and some viewers laughed at Almond's situation. Sanchin, in turn, was able to catch a weak signal in the cell and jump to the side. The guy made it just in time, because lightning struck the place where he had just been standing. The comments began to express surprise at Almond's ability to predict the appearance of lightning. But the guy didn't see anything surprising in it. Sanchin said the discharges were clearly visible, and the tiles they hit vibrated. Spectators understood this, but still said that it would not have helped them avoid the collision at such speed. Viewers were also surprised that Almond continued to perform difficult tasks, while simultaneously reading the chat and answering questions. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dome, which Sanchen had never heard before. The next moment, a huge metal object flew in front of the guy's head, cutting off a couple of small strands of hair. Because San-hyun remained silent for a while before the attack, particularly attentive viewers were able to catch the warning signal. Almond dusted himself off and said that if you listen to the warning signs, the whole ordeal isn't so difficult. San-hyun stepped aside and said that the company had approached the issue without imagination. But immediately after that, the guy stepped on the wrong cell. There was no warning signal this time, so the guy was sent flying. In the comments, people started laughing at him and saying that fantasy does not forgive such words. Haein watched all this from the side and said that now Almond would not be able to move freely. The girl asked how the guy would now find a way out and dodge attacks. Several metal weapons flew towards Sanchen. The audience was confident that this would be the end of the test, and Almond's maximum limit was 15 minutes. However, the first dagger flew past the guy's head, only slightly touching a strand of his hair. This made the viewers in the chat go quiet, as this was something that could not have been predicted. San-hyun continued to dodge the weapons in mid-air. Haein asked if there was really so much space between the blades, since all this was coming too easily to Almond. The girl suggested making the test even more difficult, but Sanchen avoided danger this time too. The guy continued to fall, but he understood that a threat could come from any side, and he needed to be more careful. At some point, Sanchen saw 6 more blades heading towards him in a denser row. Haein said that this time Almond definitely won't be able to evade them. The girl told the audience that this was most likely the end of the test, but San-hyun was not going to give up, so he grabbed the hilt of the closest sword. His actions made the director flinch and move closer to the monitor. Just a second ago, Haein was sure that the guy would lose, but now she looked confused. Sanchen used the mass of the flying object to turn around in the air. This allowed the guy to block the spear flying at him with his sword. Finally, the guy managed to land on the floor without receiving a single injury. The spear flew off and hit the barrier on the dome, causing an explosion. Sanchen looked towards the explosion, waiting to see if any counteraction would be taken. Having received nothing, the guy said that it was all unexpected, but viewers wrote that Almond was superhuman. Meanwhile, one of the girls from the player's physical condition monitoring room decided to ask Ji-hyuk about Almond's condition. Sonya asked if San-hyun trains mentally in any way, and said that it is for statistics. Ji-hyuk replied that he had never heard of such a thing, and that San-hyun himself had been an ordinary office worker not long ago. His answer greatly surprised the girl, because it meant that Almond's brain was originally designed this way. Ji-hyuk didn't understand why the employee needed such information, so he decided to ask her directly. Songa handed the manager a tablet with San-hyun's data and said that it was all related to the guy's performance. She said that such results are usually only possible after long and intense mental training. Sanchen created clear, detailed images in his mind, worked to the point of overload, and practiced this approach for decades without stopping. Songa said that this is a very rare case, as people prefer to train the body directly. Now everything fell into place for Ji-hyuk, and he looked back towards the virtual reality capsules. Everything that Sanchen had done up until this point had a certain logic behind it. There was a reason why the guy shot a bow so naturally in the capsule reality. It also explained why the boy cried so bitterly after the first test of the capsule. It was no coincidence that San-hyun demonstrated incredible concentration for an ordinary person. For the past 10 years, Sanchen had been seeing the same dream. The boy had one dream, which he had been striving for so desperately all these years. From the moment of the accident, Sanchen did not let go of the bow for a moment. At least it was in his head, where his right arm remained intact. All this time, in the dark, deep abyss of despair, a sparkling diamond was being carved out. Tears welled up in Ji-hyuk's eyes as he realized what Almond really was. Songa noticed that the manager was crying and asked if he was okay. However, Ji-hyuk didn't have time to answer, as they were interrupted by Haeyen's voice, who said that Almond had been holding on for 30 minutes already. The guy almost had the electron record, and now it all came down to whether he could hold out longer or lose. Jieka again attracted the attention of the employee and said that Almond had never done mental training. The guy handed Sunga a tablet and said that Sungyun was simply a genius. All the staff watched the broadcast with bated breath, waiting for the results of the survival test. No one could have imagined that a newbie who had just started playing virtual reality games would be able to break the record. Now everyone saw that Sanchen was a genius beyond all others. Meanwhile, the performance monitoring employee returned to her colleague's office. Jisoo immediately informed her that the synchronization level was off the charts. At first, Suna took it calmly, but when Jisoo said that the current synchronization rate was 97%, panic appeared on the girl's face. Sonya quickly ran to the computers to check for herself. The girl asked why San-hyun hadn't been kicked out of the game yet, since the program was supposed to turn him off if the indicator exceeded a certain threshold. Jisoo replied that they were testing a prototype that had not yet entered mass production, and that the limit was not set in the test version. Songa realized that they were in a critical situation, as even 85% was considered a dangerous level. The girl decided to immediately inform the director about this situation. Sonia had to stop the guy's capsule as quickly as possible to prevent trouble from happening. If the synchronization level is even higher, something irreparable will happen. Sanchin can fully synchronize with the avatar in virtual space. Meanwhile, Sanyeon continued to undergo the survival test, not even suspecting how it might end. The guy deftly dodged all the projectiles, remaining safe and sound. Almond's expression remained calm and focused. Hyen said she only had 5 seconds left to hold on to the record. At that moment, 2 shells flew crosswise next to Sanchin, but did not hit him. The boy felt spears heading towards him from behind. Sanchin quickly turned to face the shells, and one of them appeared on his right hand. The guy grabbed the spear with his left hand, intercepting it. After that, Sanchin hit the second projectile with a backhand. The spear bounced off to the side from the blow, leaving the guy out of reach. Now the only thing left in the game were flying projectiles, and Sanchin knew that he only had a little time left to hold out. Hyen announced that there were 2 seconds left to the record, but Almond froze in place. Some of the cells on the floor began to turn into hot lava and spread across the floor. Sanchin had nowhere else to go, as there were abysses and lava in front of him. The guy realized that simply dodging was not enough to win. He needed to deflect at least a few projectiles. Before Sanchin could do anything else, a strange feeling spread throughout his body. The guy looked at his hands and realized that his right hand began to shake, as if he was in reality. Sanchin couldn't explain to himself how this could happen, since the avatar in virtual reality couldn't take on his shortcomings. Hyen said there was 1 second left to break the record, but the broadcast ended at that moment. The simulator announced that the game was over. Manager Woo and Ji-hyuk didn't understand what happened, but the first thing they started to worry about was San-hyun's condition. At that moment, Sona ran into the room and said that they urgently needed to check on Almond's condition. Meanwhile, the director tried to find out from the cameramen whether Sanchin had broken Electron's record. The employee said that the streamers finished with the same time, but the man did not calm down and demanded to see the time with an accuracy of a split second. When the operator opened the time decoding, the director's face froze in amazement, because the time matched down to the millisecond. Meanwhile, the staff opened Sanchin's capsule, and the boy slowly began to come to his senses. The first thing the guy saw was the manager's worried face, but San-hyun didn't care. The guy felt very bad, but he knew for sure that he was alive, since no one had died in the capsules for the last 5 years. Sanchin thought he was overworking himself, and heard in the background the company employees panicking and calling for doctors. The boy heard Hae-young asking him how he was feeling, but San-hyun was only thinking about how the broadcast went. After some time, the guy heard that the doctors had arrived and began to examine him. The female doctor decided to check the reaction of the boy's pupils and shone a flashlight into his eyes. Realizing that the guy was conscious, the girl said that he didn't even realize how many people were looking at him right now. Despite the fact that the guy saw everything around him, his mind was in confusion. At one point, San-hyun thought he saw Han So-yeon, but his mind was deceiving him. The doctors started asking the guy about his health, but he never began to answer. San-hyun continued to look closely at the girl sitting next to him, trying to make out her features. When the guy was able to see the girl, he realized that he was mistaken, because there was no way the girl could be here. After some time, Sanchin was taken to the hospital and examined, the results of which showed that no serious injuries were found. Ji-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, but San-hyun didn't understand why the boy was so worried. The manager was angry at his charge's behavior, but the brunette hastened to calm him down. San-hyun said he was fine, but was distracted by the female doctor. She said she would like to discuss some issues with San-hyun alone. When they were alone, the doctor said that the guy had problems with his right hand, and asked if the guy knew that the main problem was not in his hand. Sanchin expected that after conducting many tests, the company's doctors would still be able to find out everything. The girl said that the problem was in the brain, and the capsule was a device that interacted with brainwaves, which is why after a long dive there was a feeling of complete exhaustion. Sanchin's diagnosis is a form of nervous system disorder, somewhat similar to acquired cerebral palsy, and the fact that only the arm is involved is actually quite fortunate. The guy remembered that the doctor had told him the same thing after the accident, but he didn't understand how this could be called luck. San-hyun asked if there would be any consequences, and the girl replied that there was nothing serious about it yet, but no one could predict what would happen in the future. The doctor said that in virtual reality the guy's hand does not shake, despite the fact that there is a disturbance in brain activity. Sanchin said he never thought about it because his arm simply didn't bother him while playing. The doctor explained this by the fact that the brain reassigned control of the hand to another area. She said it was like one employee going on vacation, and all his work being divided among others. Sanchin suggested that the part of the brain that controls the hand is damaged. But in virtual reality, other brain structures take over control. The doctor confirmed his suspicions, but said that when people work overtime for others, sooner or later they break down. This is why San-hyun sweats a lot in the capsule, although at the moment it is not critical. But spending so much time in the game is dangerous. The guy clenched his fist and remembered that he had promised the audience that he would reach the diamond rank. Sanchin told the doctor that he couldn't do anything about it because that was his job. The doctor recommended that the guy lead a healthy lifestyle and undergo regular checkups. The girl took a business card with her name, Song Han, from the table and handed it to the guy. The girl said that she would examine Sanchin on a regular basis for free. Hana explained her actions by saying that Sanchin's case is of scientific interest, so she is ready to sacrifice her valuable time to study his problem. The girl said that this was the first time she had encountered something like this, and that she would be interested in working with the guy. San-hyun accepted the card and looked at it for a while before asking if Hana really wanted to study him. The girl said that nothing special would be required from the guy. He would play as usual, and she would observe and collect data. Hana was about to tell him that she would use this information in her research, but Sanchin interrupted her. The guy said that he agreed to take part in the study, which made the girl very happy. However, San-hyun interrupted her joy and said that he should first discuss everything with his manager again. Before leaving, Sanchin decided to ask the doctor a question that he had been too embarrassed to voice before. Ji-hyuk had been sitting in the waiting room the entire time, but his attention was drawn to the slamming of the door. San-hyun quickly walked into the room, ignoring the manager who began asking questions about his well-being. The guy didn't answer, which made Ji-hyuk worry and come closer. The manager didn't know if San-hyun could hear him, so he tried to get his attention by touching his shoulder. Sanchin, in turn, jerked his hand sharply, avoiding the touch. The guy shouted that he couldn't beat Electron's record, because their times were the same to the millisecond. San-hyun started shaking the manager by the collar and shouting that this was all a setup, because it was simply impossible to do this. Ji-hyuk started yelling back at the guy because he was worried about the record, and not about his life hanging in the balance. The interests of the manager and the ward clashed, and neither of them wanted to give in. At that moment, a company employee entered the room, looking for Almond to tell him something. The guy interrupted the swearing and said that Almond was being asked to return to the air. San-hyun and Ji-hyuk froze for a few moments and looked at the guy. Sanchin couldn't fully comprehend what the employee had just said. Ji-hyuk hugged his friend from behind and said that the broadcast was not over yet. San-hyun asked if there were really any spectators left, and the manager said that there were not only spectators left. The brunette followed the employee to the filming location, and did not understand why the broadcast was not over yet, since he had fainted more than an hour ago. The guy also remembered that the doctor said that the record had not been broken. San-hyun walked onto the set and saw a large screen with his image on it. At that moment, Hain told the audience that the virtual reality indicators had reached 300 units for the first time in history. Sanchin couldn't believe that this could happen to him. The guy froze in place, thinking about what he had just heard. Ji-hyuk watched him from the side and thought that the guy was in shock. Although the manager understood that no one would be able to remain calm after learning that they had broken a world record. However, a few moments later, San-hyun turned to Ji-hyuk and asked what these readings meant. The manager asked if the guy really knew nothing about this indicator, to which Sanchin shook his head. Ji-hyuk wasn't at all surprised by his protege's ignorance, because that's what makes Almond Almond. The manager told San-hyun to ignore it and just go on stage, as Hyen would explain everything clearly now. Ji-hyuk took the liberty of calling a girl informally, so San-hyun made fun of him. Hyen, in turn, noticed the altercation from the stage and turned her attention to San-hyun. The girl told the audience that they had finally waited for their guest, whom everyone had been waiting for so long. As the presenter introduced himself, the guy walked onto the stage and all the cameras switched to him. San-hyun came closer to the girl, but still remained at a distance. Haein pointed towards the guy and said that Almond, who everyone was rooting for, was back in action. The audience was very happy to see the guy again and see for themselves that he was feeling well. Haein invited San-hyun to sit down and discuss the past test. The first thing the girl asked was how Almond was feeling, and he replied that he was fine. But the audience felt that they were not on the same wavelength. Haein congratulated San-hyun on achieving a world record in virtual reality performance. The girl asked the guy to comment on this event. San-hyun looked calmly at Haein and asked what these readings meant. The presenter froze in place, and viewers began to write that this question broke the girl. Haein turned sharply towards Ji-hyuk, as if asking if this was a joke. The manager just nodded his head, confirming the girl's suspicions that Almond was completely ignorant of the matter. However, the girl soon remembered that the guy had actually only been streaming for 3 weeks, which makes the situation even more surprising. Sanchin also decided to ask why everyone thought Almond had broken the record when he and Electron had the same time. Hayne confirmed that the score ended in a draw, but first decided to clarify the situation with the virtual reality indicators. The girl said that this indicator is responsible for the player's efficiency. This system is similar to measuring IQ or actions per minute in the era of the keyboard and mouse. During Almond's game, a qualitative analysis of his actions was carried out. Although this is not a key indicator, those who perform well in VR games often have high scores. Until this moment, Electron was considered the best in the world. But now everything has changed. Almond won this battle because his performance was higher, even though the times were the same. Hyan asked if Sanhyun felt like a world champion. The guy asked if this was official data because, in his opinion, the indicators of virtual reality are not entirely clear. Sanchin also noted that the testing was conducted in a studio and not on official esports platforms. Hayan was a little embarrassed, but confirmed that the record was not officially recognized at the world level. However, the girl still asked again, which one, although not officially, to break the world record. After a few seconds, Sanchin said that it was very offensive. Hayan didn't expect that kind of answer from him, so she froze in shock. Sanchin explained his position by saying that there is no point in boasting about unofficial achievements. The guy compared it to his mother patting him on the head and praising him. The director was surprised by Almond's reaction, but Ji-hyuk said that the guy is very strict about records. Sanchin also added that he was upset that he was never able to beat Electron on live television. The guy was upset that he passed out right at the finish line, and Hain, in turn, did not understand the guy's strictness towards himself. Sanhyun equaled the world record in numbers, but there was not a drop of delight on his face. The guy, on the contrary, is very dissatisfied with himself. Hayan recalled that many streamers had taken their tests, but no one had reacted the way Sanhyun had, so the girl felt uncomfortable. But at the same time, the girl understands why the guy behaves this way. Hayan said it was really disappointing to lose the record that was almost in her grasp. The girl said that Sanhyun has only been playing in the capsule for a short time, so this result is amazing. Hayan honestly told Almond that she was confident that he could surpass Electron. The girl asked the guy what he thought about it, and he said yes. Hayan thanked Sanhyun for his visit and told him to come to them again for a discussion, but the guy didn't understand why. The girl said that they had many more topics to discuss, but Sanhyun said that he was not interested. Hayan asked him why he thought that, and then the guy said that the competition had already ended in a draw, so there was no point in showing off if the match was already lost. Realizing that Sanhyun might end the broadcast on a negative note with his statements, Hae-young interrupts the guy and thanks him again for the interview. The director was shocked by this ending, while Ji-hyuk tried to laugh as quietly as possible. Haeyeon told viewers to subscribe to the channel and not forget about notifications, after which she said goodbye to viewers. Upon returning home, Ji-hyuk decided to watch the broadcast again. The manager took a can of beer and laughed at Sanchin's last speech. Ji-hyuk was amazed that the guy didn't think before he spoke, so it always came out very unexpectedly and left everyone baffled. The manager turned to Snahan and said that he was producing masterpiece after masterpiece. The brunette, in turn, was lying on the sofa and was very embarrassed. Now Sanchin looked at his interview from the outside and did not understand why he spoke like that. Now the guy understood how he looked at that moment when he sat unhappy with the fact that he had played a draw with the world's top one. Sanchin realizes that he went too far, because when he heard about the world record, it was as if he had gone crazy. The guy seemed to have returned to the times when he was a daring, ambitious archer, Yoo Sang-hyun, for whom records were a matter of honor. Ji-hyuk kept repeating the guy's final speech over and over again and said that it was truly a legendary phrase. The manager continued to laugh at the guy, but Sanhyun sat down on the couch and asked how much longer this would go on. Ji-hyuk pretended that he had nothing to do with it, but the brunette said that the guy irritated him. The manager continued to laugh and drink beer, while Sanchin encouraged himself that he had managed to cope after all. Sanhyun read the comments on the broadcast and didn't understand why the reaction was so positive, because he thought he would get hate. The guy realized that he could enjoy the victory, because most people in his place would be proud. Sanchin didn't want to mention football teams in his speech, but everyone understood what he was thinking when he gave his final speech. The guy put his phone aside and wondered if the audience liked it when he remained the way he really was. Ji-hyuk was tired after a long day today and said he was going to sleep. Sanhyun said he would go soon too. Sanchin walked over to the manager's laptop and thought that in the office, such a reaction would not have caused any delight. However, for a streamer, this is considered charisma and a huge plus. Sanchin thought that all this had originally been his life's work. The next day, the guy decided to go online and check how the situation was today. In all search engines, Sanchin's signature phrases from the interview and queries with his and Electron's virtual reality indicators were in first place. The guy was a little nervous from such a large amount of attention. because he did not expect that yesterday's stream would cause such a furor. San-hyun thought about whether he should create a profile on the portal, but then changed his mind, because he is not a top streamer yet. The guy was written to by Gum and praised for the work done, and also thanked for the fact that their joint stream got more views, thanks to San-hyun. San-hyun thanked the streamer for the praise, and wrote that without the collaboration with Gum, the guy would not have been offered cooperation. The streamer told the guy not to belittle himself like their football team, but San-hyun was distracted from reading by Ji-hyuk, who appeared from behind him. The manager made fun of the guy's correspondence, and San-hyun said that it was time for him to start joining the streamer crowd. Ji-hyuk went to make himself breakfast, and his phone began to vibrate on the table next to the brunette. San-hyun said he was getting calls, but the manager replied that these were all notifications about letters and messages. The brunette assumed that Ji-hyuk had been hacked, but the manager replied that he could simply look everything up for himself. After receiving permission from his friend, San-hyun picked up his phone, not realizing what it could be. However, as soon as the guy read the last few messages, his eyes widened. All this time, Ji-hyuk had been receiving messages from various organizations offering cooperation. San-hyun was very surprised, because not even a day had passed since the broadcast, and these people had already decided to cooperate with the guy, and sent many messages. Ji-hyuk said that things are not really as San-hyun thinks. All these people want to start cooperation with the guy as soon as possible since almond is now cheap, and it's high time for partners to sign contracts. Ji-hyuk said that the guy had received offers before, but San-hyun didn't understand why the manager didn't tell him about it. The manager replied that all these suggestions were ineffective, since the guy should know his own worth. Ji-hyuk is worried that they will sign an advertising contract with an organization that will then fail, and Almond's image will then fall. San-hyun was amazed at Ji-hyuk's confidence, because despite being as poor as a church mouse, he still refused offers. The brunette asked the manager what they would do with all these offers. San-hyun said that there were definitely some good brands among the offers, but Ji-hyuk insisted that they wait. The manager said that he had one advertising option that interested him, but he was afraid to jinx it, so he would tell me later. San-hyun said that as long as he had internet and food, he was fine. But then his attention was drawn to Ji-hyuk's breakfast. The food looked so delicious that San-hyun asked if the manager could really eat it all by himself. Ji-hyuk understood what his friend was hinting at, so he said he would eat it all himself, and told him to leave. After some time, Manager Yu decided to celebrate Almond's success, promising the man a promotion soon. The man was very happy and said that he had a brilliant eye, because Almond not only knows how to play games, he is a natural athlete. Manager Yu suggested that his colleagues have a nice drink to the guy, because tomorrow was a day off and they could relax. When everyone was already drunk, the company employees brought up the fact that they had initially had strong doubts about San-hyun. Some even thought that one of the employees brought his nephew to them, but everything turned out to be wrong. Almond is an incredible bowman, which means advertisers will be lining up to buy him in the near future. One of the employees stood up and said that he sincerely believed that Almond could defeat Electron. The guy even burst into tears because they had such a talented streamer in their company. That evening, everyone drank to Manager W and Almond. The man was very happy that day, so he drank non-stop. It is for moments like these that he lives. Meanwhile, San-hyun decided it was time to start streaming and do some work. Before starting the broadcast, the guy once again remembered the manager's instructions. Ji-hyuk told the guy to ignore everything and stream the same way he did before. The manager also encouraged San-hyun to finally achieve the diamond rank. San-hyun knew that there would be more spectators than usual, but he couldn't lose his head. The guy needs to calm down and focus on his work. San-hyun closed his eyes for a few moments, preparing himself mentally. Having fully gathered himself, the guy turned on the capsule and started the broadcast. Manager Wu was still at a celebratory dinner at the time, but he immediately noticed the notification that Almond had started streaming. The man was surprised that the guy started broadcasting so early. The staff offered Manager Wu another drink, but he stood up from the table and said he was going to the toilet. The man understands that all this is thanks to Almond, so he would like to watch this stream. However, anything can happen now. The man stepped away from the group and started the stream to make sure everything went well. As a seasoned veteran in the gaming industry, Manager Wu knew that one successful stream didn't mean things would go well. However, if that star moment was real, then after the hype ends, about 4,000 to 5,000 viewers will leave. But at the same time, another 2,000 to 3,000 people will remain with Almond as regular spectators. Manager Wu expected that Almond's audience would double. The man prayed that there would be around 7,000 viewers on the guy's stream. Meanwhile, the stream intro began to come to an end and the broadcast began. After some time, Manager Wu ran into the establishment to see his colleagues, who suggested that he go for a second round. The man said that now was not the time for this, and ordered everyone to immediately go to Almond's stream. Ji-hyuk, in turn, sat in the kitchen of San-hyun's apartment and watched the broadcast. When the intro ended, the guy saw the number of viewers and was shocked. The punk employees who were at the corporate lunch also couldn't believe what they saw. Even though San-hyun had just started the stream, he already had 8,309 viewers. Ji-hyuk was so happy that he burst into tears and screamed throughout the apartment. The manager thought that if they could maintain this number, then this would be a direct path to the status of a stable streamer. This is the dream that every streamer strives for, but San-hyun is not like that. He has a history as an archer and a damaged right arm. Ji-hyuk knows from experience that these two topics can throw San-hyun off balance. The manager had hoped to use the boy's past as a selling point, but the trauma turned out to be deeper than he thought. Now Ji-hyuk understands that everyone has memories that they are not ready to share. The manager thought that he should be on San-hyun's side in matters of his interests. Ji-hyuk called the Fantasia editing team and said he wanted to discuss some editing details. The manager asked to remove the part where Almond was shooting a bow at the very beginning. Meanwhile, San-hyun was broadcasting, and although he had originally planned not to focus on the viewers, he couldn't ignore their number. Viewers from other countries joined the stream, so the previously familiar chat was transformed. It was San-hyun's normal stream, but he felt like he was in a completely unfamiliar place. The guy wanted to say something at first, but his tongue stuttered and he couldn't even pronounce one word properly. San-hyun was confused and did not understand what he should say, and all thoughts flew out of his head. At some point, a notification about the first donation arrived, and a viewer wrote that Almond's graduation from first grade should be celebrated. San-hyun was able to relax, because the donation was from a viewer who had been with him for a long time, and answered him that he was not first class, but rather economy. Another regular viewer sent a donation, and Almond thanked him, informing him that they had a new addition. When regular viewers joined the stream, the excitement in San-hyun's soul subsided. Since the guy was being watched by people who had been with him from the beginning, San-hyun thought that everything would be fine. The audience asked what Almond would play today. After waiting for San-hyun to start talking, they sent him a donation as usual with an offer to play Kingdom. But the guy ignored it and said that he would play Battle Rage. The comments started laughing at Kingdom fans who didn't lose hope, and Almond said he was on a challenge, so he couldn't play anything else. First, San-hyun needed to move up to Platinum 2, and to do that he needed to win 3 times. If you are in first place every time, then 2 matches should be enough to increase your rank. San-hyun understood that the calibration had been completed with flying colors, so if he was lucky, the guy would be able to handle it in 4 games. Subscriber Ruby sent a donation of 10,000 won and gave the task to win all matches today and receive 100,000 won for it. San-hyun thanked for the donation and the task, and in the comments they wrote that previously, for that amount, Almond would shoot an arrow into his head and end the stream. The guy wanted to start playing, but he was interrupted by a donation of 100,000 won, with a request to share his impressions from the previous filming and about High-N. This was the first time San-hyun was asked a question that wasn't about the game, so he was confused and told the viewer that High-N was beautiful. The guy said that the girl is more beautiful in real life, but the difference is small, so it can be attributed to camera distortion. The cat was flooded with questions about the body of the past testing, but San-hyun suggested moving on to the game. At some point, the guy thought that it would be impolite to ignore the audience, and while the game was loading, you could chat about unrelated topics. San-hyun said that when he was told that the score with Electron was tied, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he even shook the manager by the lapels. The guy thought that the manager had arranged for the results to be rigged on purpose, and Ji-hyuk joined the discussion in the chat and confirmed that San-hyun was angry. San-hyun looked at Ji-hyuk's comment and asked to block it. A couple of seconds later, a palm struck the capsule's lid, causing the brunette to flinch. San-hyun told the audience that his manager is crazy and is now living with him, and now he walked up to the capsule, kicked it, and left. Almond returned to the topic of the results, and said that in the end there was no manipulation, because it was not beneficial for any of the participants. San-hyun was sent another donation with a request to answer the question of whether he is more talented than Electron or not. The guy replied that talent is a subjective thing, so his answer is no, because people speak for their performance. The audience suggested that San-hyun honestly admit that the guy has no idea what Electron is capable of. The guy answered honestly that he has only recently become interested in the gaming industry, so the nickname Electron is only familiar to him. San-hyun recalled a couple of videos he watched with the streamer and said he was surprised that the guy barely spoke. In the comments, people started writing that Electron has complexes about his voice, so he prefers to play silently. A viewer with the nickname Chimchak continued to ask inappropriate questions about Electron, for which San-hyun asked Ji-hyuk to block this user. The manager immediately complied with the request, and viewers called San-hyun ruthless. Sun Hyun became so engrossed in his conversations with the audience that he lost track of time. An unknown viewer watched the broadcast. She was unhappy that the guy was chatting instead of starting to play. Questions from viewers flew into the chat in a fast stream, which did not give the guy a chance to ignore them. Many people sent donations along with their questions so that Sanchin would definitely pay attention to them. This is the first time the guy talks so much on stream, and he thought it was because of the influx of new viewers. Sun Hyun admitted to himself that it was quite fun, and now he felt like a real star. At some point, one of the viewers began to get indignant and complain that Sanchin did not answer his question, even though he sent a donation. The brunette started scrolling through the messages with donations and apologized for missing him. Sun Hyun said he was taken away by ambulance because he overexerted himself while in the capsule, and is now advised not to play for long periods. Many began to worry about Almond's career, but the boy said that if he played sports, then, according to doctors, he would get better. However, Sun Hyun lied because Hana didn't say that, but he needed to calm the viewers down. The girl told him that sports and proper nutrition would help him strengthen his body. Sanchin understood this perfectly well, but still hoped for the best. The guy decided to just communicate with those who support him and shoot a bow for his own pleasure. San Hyun really loved this job, so he plans to stay in the lineup for as long as possible. Meanwhile, an unknown viewer watched the guy's stream from her home. San Hyun rose in rank at a good pace and won one award after another. The girl silently watched and remained a passive spectator. At some point, Sanchin completed his plan for the day and said that he was done for today. The girl watched the entire stream from beginning to end, as if studying Almond. When the guy began to say goodbye to the audience, the girl turned off the TV, since this moment was of no interest to her. Only now can we see that the girl was in a wheelchair all this time. After thinking for a moment, she threw the remote control aside onto the table. With a calm and thoughtful expression on her face, the girl turned around and drove towards the exit of the home theater. The door opened automatically in front of the girl. As she drove out the door and disappeared around the corner, the door closed, plunging the room into complete darkness. After some time, the girl decided to watch Almond's latest stream again. The girl was alone in the room, but her peace was interrupted by the butler, who brought tea for her. The man said that the girl was watching this stream again. The butler placed a tray of tea on the back of the sofa and asked if the girl was nervous. At first, the girl remained silent, but after a while she asked if the man had heard what they were saying lately. The butler did not quite understand what she was talking about. Then the girl turned to face him. She said that recently everyone started saying that Almond is better than Electron. The man poured tea into a cup and said that all this was nonsense, because it was not so easy to achieve the result of Electron. The girl took the tea and angrily said that the guy had already beaten 2 of his indicators. Firstly, Almond received platinum for calibration, and secondly, he broke the record for virtual reality performance. The girl was upset that the guy said that overtaking the indicator meant nothing to him at all. The butler leaned closer and asked if it really upset her that much. The girl replied that what irritated her most was Almond's indifference. The guy pretends that it is not difficult for him to break all possible records. The man looked at Almond and said that there were many such impudent newcomers. However, he recalled that none of these streamers were memorable for long. The girl confirmed the man's words and seemed to calm down. The butler smiled and said that in that case, she had no reason to worry. The man said that he would go and finish his business and asked the girl to call him if she needed anything. The girl nodded back to the butler and turned her attention back to the broadcast. She saw that Almond was heading to the warehouse first thing again and asked how much longer this would work. The girl said that promotion matches are a completely different level, especially for a streamer. Sanchin, in turn, landed next to the warehouse, with movements already honed over time. The guy told viewers that he was going to the warehouse again, and someone wrote that this was a well-established route. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to the sound of a motorcycle behind him. The boy quickly turned around as the sound got closer and closer. Sanchin managed to jump to the side at the last moment, avoiding a collision. The guy looked towards the passing player and noticed a smile on his face. San Hyun didn't quite understand the guy's reaction. Despite the fact that the plan to eliminate Sanchin did not work, the player did not focus on this and went to the warehouse. Almond ran after him and ran into the warehouse. The player did not stop even when he entered the room, and also rode down the stairs on a motorcycle. San Hyun was surprised by this, but viewers wrote that it was quite normal, since there were many former diamonds at this rank. The guy walked around the premises, but was unable to find what he was looking for. As if by Murphy's Law, there was not a single onion in the warehouse. San Hyun paused to read the comments and figure out what to do next, so he didn't notice the threat. The guy said that this match would be nothing, and at that moment, a knife flew past him. The blonde-haired opponent was indignant that the knife missed the brunette. However, the guy did not despair and threw another knife, hoping that it would hit the target. Sanchin, in turn, leaned over a little and grabbed the handle of the knife flying past. The brunette looked at his opponent with a smile and thanked him for the weapon. The blonde was angered by the guy's reaction, so he shouted at him not to be arrogant. Sanshin easily deflected the flying weapon to the side. Only now did the blonde realize that he was left without a weapon. Sanhyun came closer and asked how the guy felt now. Before the boy could say anything, Almond delivered a crushing blow. After some time, Sanshin encountered another man in the warehouse who tried to shoot him. The player was at a loss, because the brunette deftly avoided all attacks. Sanshin noticed that there were several bows behind the guy's back, but the player himself did not use them, so the brunette sensed a setup. One viewer reported that stream snipers have declared a hunt for Almond and have formed a team. Sanshin thought about it and realized that going to the second floor was not the best option. The brunette began to think about how to get out of this situation and decided to cheat. Meanwhile, the stream sniper informed his comrades in the chat that Almond got scared and hid. The players started arguing among themselves, but the guy quickly calmed them down, reminding them that they were defending the honor of Electron. Since all the bows had already been collected by the players, they thought there was a chance, but Almond appeared from the street, breaking through the glass. The guy was armed with one knife, but he was not going to give up. Stream Sniper didn't have time to notice when Almond disappeared from his field of vision and climbed to the second floor. The player didn't have time to do anything to defend himself, because Sanshin threw a knife at his head. The game announced a murder, and there were 89 people left in the game. Sanhyun looked towards the window and told the audience that his plan had worked. The brunette turned to the chat and asked who exactly advised him to climb the wall using knives. The guy was kindly answered, after which the guy thanked the viewer with the nickname Papapa for his help. Sanshin turned his attention to the dead player and said that he had caught an unheard of catch. The guy asked if it was true that such players were called goldfish. At some point, Sanshin's attention was drawn to the noise coming from the lower floors. Viewers wrote that, judging by the sounds, a serious fight was taking place downstairs. Sanshin thought that it was still unknown how many stream snipers there were among the players. The guy decided to act ahead of the curve and grabbed one of the bows. Sanhyun told the audience that he wanted to experience this wonderful thing. Sometime later, a thread appeared on the Battle Rage forums mocking the stream sniper team that was hunting Almond. Users were angry, as stream snipers had already irritated some viewers. In the comments they wrote that these 5 players were envious. Even though anything could happen at any moment in Battle Rage, the audience knew how it would end. Once Almond caught the goldfish that gave him the bow, the stream sniper's song was sung. As soon as the players saw Almond with a bow in his hands, everyone scattered. Sanshin only added panic to the already existing chaos. There were too many people in the warehouse this time. Someone noticed the archer from above and started to run away, but other players interfered, causing confusion. Sanhen was able to identify the stream snipers among the regular players and killed one of them. The last conspirator realized that things were bad and tried to disappear into the crowd with the other players. The guy deliberately tried to run where there were as many people as possible and hid behind their backs. However, it was not so easy to hide from Sanshin's gaze, and the shooter was helped by the fact that he was on the upper floors. Almond asked if the stream sniper really thought he could hide from him behind a wall of people. Sanshin shot at a player who was blocking his view. The enemy began to worry about his life, as the brunette did not let him out of his sights for a second. Sanshin thought that there was no point in shooting selectively, since this was a game of survival, which meant that all people were his enemies. This is exactly why Almond comes to the warehouse, like all the other players. Sanshin picked off his opponents one by one while they were distracted by each other. The guy didn't always kill with the first shot, so some people started complaining about the archer. Stream Sniper decided to take advantage of the situation and direct the anger of the rest of the players towards Almond. The guy said that the brunette was sitting on a hill and was killing them one by one, so they needed to team up and kill the archer first. Sanshin realized that he was in a bad situation and began to dodge the weapons flying at him. Sanshin noted that the stream sniper was quite convincing, since everyone was now turning against him. However, after a few throws, the players below quieted down, as the brunette easily dodged their attacks. This united the players even more, since now only one thing was important to them: to kill the strongest and most agile opponent. Sanshin realized that he had no choice but to fight back. Spectators began to get indignant and ask whether it was possible to form teams in a solo game. Sanshin quickly ran his eyes over his opponents, and having counted 11 people, realized that he was in serious trouble. Spectators began to recommend that Almond run away, since he couldn't handle so many opponents without a grenade. Sanhyun remembered how in Kingdom he was able to shoot faster thanks to his consistent shooting. However, there was no such technology in Battle Range. In this game, all the chips are invented by the players themselves, based on their personal abilities. Sanshin thought that in order to shoot faster, he needed to work his fingers. And then an idea came to him. Once, as a child, a guy watched a video on AlTube about the ancient art of archery, and about the technique of high-speed shooting. Due to the wear and tear of the bow and the complaints of the coach, Sanchin never tried this technique. But now everything is different. The guy looked at the bow in his hands and thought that this time everything should work out, since he was in a good mood. Sanchin decided to try loading the arrows as shown in the video. Based on the video, you had to place one arrow in each gap between the fingers of your right hand. Sanchin was able to skillfully hold the arrows correctly, despite never having done so before. Even if the guy succeeded, the hardest part was yet to come. Sanchin had to select 4 targets that were in the correct position. At that moment, exactly 4 players moved towards the guy. In an instant, arrows and daggers flew towards Sanchin. However, the guy had no intention of dodging and continued to aim. Sanchin pulled the bowstring and smiled. All the arrows fell into place and were securely fastened. A moment later, Sanchin fired the first batch of arrows. Following her, the guy took out and prepared 3 more arrows. There were many enemies, so Sanchin had to act quickly. The arrows collided with the throwing knives in flight, repelling their attacks. The more knives there were, the more arrows Sanchin fired. The main goal at the moment was not killing opponents, but defense. After a while, the players froze in place, not understanding how the guy could have pulled this off. While someone was trying to figure out what just happened, Sanchin started shooting at the opponents. With his first shot, Sanchin killed 4 people at once. The players had been trying to kill Almond just moments ago, but now they were frozen in place. They all thought that there was some kind of bug in the game, since it was impossible to do this with a regular bow. Sanchin froze in place and did not believe that he had actually managed to do this. Almond reached for another batch of arrows and said he liked not having to conserve arrows. Sanhyun took aim again and thanked the goldfish for collecting all the arrows in the warehouse for him. After a while, the warehouse fell silent, and Almond noted that it was pleasant. Many viewers wrote flattering comments to Sanhyun, causing Ruby to joke that he was on the wrong stream. In the comments, they asked if there were any remaining stream snipers among these players. Sanchin replied that he didn't know, and also said that he didn't see any other players nearby. The guy turned towards the warehouse and said it was time to go down. Viewers wrote that Almond has nothing to fear, because even if he loses now, he will still remain at the top. Sanchin understood this perfectly well, but his plans were to take the top one again. In the comments, people started talking about the legendary power suit equipment, which doesn't fit into the game setting at all. To give it significance, the item was given overly powerful characteristics. However, the developers overdid it, which led to the appearance of an item outside of any category. Other viewers told Sanhyun that this was the rarest thing to be found in the warehouse. Sanhyun watched a lot of tutorial videos on the game, but there was not a word about such a thing. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. The guy turned towards the stairs and realized that the sound was coming from the basement. Sanhyun was a little confused and asked if there was anyone in the chat who knew what these sounds were. Viewers wrote that this is definitely a power suit. Sanhyun started looking for some information and realized that this was a great opportunity for him to make some new, bright content for Altub. A few moments later, the guy looked through the murder history and realized that most of the murders were committed by one player with the nickname Jensen. Sanhyun carefully looked into the basement and thought that he was incredibly lucky this time. As soon as the guy focused his gaze, a flash flashed in front of him. Something was moving through the basement at an unimaginable speed. The movement died down, and Sanchin saw the guy in the suit, and the game announced that Jensen had killed another player. There were indeed many lucky coincidences in this match, but they were lucky not for Almond, but for the enemy. At some point, Sanchin and Jensen's gazes met. The brunette disappeared to the top floor and began to remember that he saw this guy at the very beginning, when he rode past him on a motorcycle. While Sanchin was thinking, Jensen quickly climbed the stairs from the basement. The enemy moved with such speed that even the brunette could barely follow his actions. When Jensen got close enough, he struck. The guy was sure that Almond couldn't dodge his blow. However, when the dust cleared, Sanchin was no longer at the scene of the impact. Jensen began looking around for a victim. Sanchin, in turn, managed to jump to the side and was now aiming at the enemy with a bow. The guy didn't take long to aim, and then he fired the arrow. However, Jensen managed to notice him, so the arrow flew past. Sanhyun froze in place for a moment, not understanding how the boy had dodged the attack so easily. Jensen looked at the guy and said that his archery was truly impressive. The guy took aim at Sanchin with a rifle and asked if the guy was really Almond. The rifle in Jensen's hands immediately caught Sanchin's attention because it was heroic. The brunette realized that he couldn't compete with her, so he decided to hide in a shelter. Jensen continued to fire at the supply crates where Almond was sitting. The series of shots was accompanied by the enemy's constant laughter. Sanhyun took out a smoke bomb and said that today would be a lot of fun. The guy threw it towards Jensen, and the audience began to place bets on whether Almond would survive or not. The enemy was angered by Sanchin's actions. The guy continued shooting at the boxes despite the smoke, and demanded that Almond come out and give him an autograph. At some point the wall collapsed, but Almond was no longer behind it, as he took advantage of the smoke to hide behind other boxes. Sanchin was glad that he managed to leave in time. Almond watched Jensen continue to joke around with him, and realized that the boy was so carried away by his newfound power that he wasn't even trying to use the potential of the equipment. The audience suggested shooting in an arc, just like in Kingdom, but San-hyun dismissed the idea since they were indoors, and the ceiling would get in the way. Going for a frontal attack was too risky, so Sanchin came up with another plan. The guy has only seen this trick on video, but now even the smallest chance can save him. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of Sanchin, saying that the blue zone was shrinking. The guy looked at the map and grinned. The warehouse was located on the very edge of the map, so the audience thought that even the game itself was not on Almond's side today. Just as Sanchin was about to take action, one of the boxes fell right next to him. The guy was so immersed in his thoughts that he lost sight of his opponent. This was a huge mistake, as Jensen was now very close. Sanchin realized that he had relaxed too soon, so he pulled back the bowstring. The boy fired an arrow, but Jensen dodged it again without much effort. Sanchin started to run away, as he urgently needed to find a normal shelter. A shelter similar to the one in the past was not suitable. The protection had to be so powerful that even a heroic rifle could not penetrate it. At some point, Sanchin stopped in front of a large concrete column. Jensen pointed his rifle at Almond and told him it was time for the guy to stop running. Jensen ran after the guy, continuing to joke with him and offer to take a selfie. No matter how hard Sanchin tried, one of the bullets just missed his leg. The guy felt a sharp pain, which caused him to stumble. The game sent a notification that movement speed was reduced due to injury, and also reported that the blue zone was decreasing. Sanchin barely managed to run to the column and hide behind it. Jensen continued firing and said that it was time for Almond to stop hiding. The bullets hit the concrete column but could not reach Sanchin. Almond meanwhile took one of the arrows and prepared to shoot. The guy was about to shoot at the column on the other side of Jensen. His actions greatly surprised the audience. Sanchin calmed his breathing and listened to the approaching footsteps. A few moments later, the guy fired the first arrow. It flew along a curved trajectory and went around the column. Spectators could not understand why the arrow was moving along such a strange trajectory. Sanchin meanwhile did not hesitate and took a few more arrows from his quiver. 4 arrows, using the rapid-fire method, were already directed from the other side of the column. For some reason, the arrows didn't follow any logic in their movement. This is what made Jensen freeze in his tracks in surprise. The boy saw the arrows coming towards him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Several arrows pierced his head at once. As Jensen fell to the floor, the game announced that Almond had committed another kill. Sanchin was very pleased that his plan worked 100%. The audience was very surprised by what they saw and began to ask what just happened. Sanchin replied that this is called carve shot, and it is practiced even in the real world. Based on his answer, some viewers began to suspect that Almond was an archer in real life. Sanchin tried to get out of it and said that he was not an archer in life, because who needs one nowadays? The manager sent a donation and wrote that now the power suit is completely at Sanchin's disposal. The guy immediately remembered this, and quickly pulled the suit off Jensen to try it on himself. After a while, Sanchin changed his clothes and felt the suit. San-hyun was very pleased, and the audience laughed at the fact that the guy had reached the platinum rank, but had never received legendary equipment before. Almond said he was doing well today, so he would get platinum 2 in one go. San-hyun was so distracted by his conversation with the audience that he didn't notice the blue zone sneaking up on him.